Hello, everybody, and welcome to 7.29 patch stream. I have been minorly spoiled on 2 or 3 things, but as a whole, I'm a virgin, just like you, copied into the patch to see if these thighs can truly break me in half on my first go around. Dawnbreaker, melee, carry, and durable. We'll see about the carry. All right. Lore, most prized warrior among. I mean, she looks like female Omni Knight, right? Like for sure. But she's like, all right. Let's be real, guys. She is way out of Omni Knight's league. It's not even fucking close. There is no way that a woman like this would get with a guy like Omni Knight. Omni Knight is just not. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. There's no way. All right. Most prized warrior amongst children of the lights, ancient creations, the shining herald of the majesty of order and light, molded from the... God, I really don't give a shit about any of this. All right. Starbreaker. Point target. Physical damage. Pierces spell immunity, yes. Whirls her hammer around 3 times. Damaging enemies with her attack plus bonus damage. Okay. Already broken. On the final strike, she smashes her hammer down, stunning and damaging enemies in front of her. The final strike, she smashes her hammer down, stunning and damaging enemies in front of her. Okay. Combo duration 1.1. 3 times damaging enemies with her attack plus bonus damage. So you get 3 attacks out of this plus bonus damage. Anything that like uses your attack damage and bonus damage, or basically just your attack damage, is usually pretty broken because it usually allows you to use attack modifiers. So think about Acorn Shot on Hoodwink. Think of Pangalier's Swashbuckle. They allow you to add modifiers, whether Maelstrom or Diffusal or whatever else. So it basically allows you to accelerate much quicker than more. Sleight of Fist, another great example. It allows you to accelerate much faster than you're supposed to be able to because of items like that. So if this does allow you to use attack modifiers, that's really good. If it pierces spell immunity, which is insane, it probably means the stun or the damage does what the stun does not, is what it should be. Either way, looks pretty strong. Swipe radius is 360, smash radius 250. Looks pretty good. 80 mana. Seems pretty good. Celestial Hammer. Dawnbreaker hurls her weapon at a target, damaging enemies struck along the way. Hammer pauses for 2 seconds at the destination before flying back to her, leaving a trail of fire that slows enemies. Dawnbreaker can recall the hammer at any time, pulling her towards it, so they meet in the middle. Okay, so you can use it to slow people. The movement slow is 35, does 20 damage per second. It's kind of a mix of a lot of other skills, really. The damage is not super high, but the cast range is huge, 1,000 to 1,300. You can go half this distance on a 12-second cooldown. So you can go 650 units every 12 seconds. It's kind of bonkers. Fire trail lasts for 2.5 seconds. Burn DPS is 20, so maximum 50 damage. So you could do maximum like 110 damage at level 1, maximum 200 damage at level 2. If you'll notice, well, I guess this isn't a regular nuke, but this damage is kind of low because usually when people have like 2 AoEs, it's kind of broken. Because you can clear creep waves a little bit too fast. Pause it for 2 seconds at the destination before flying back to her. Does that mean she can't attack? Well, this is thrown out like Chakram. That would make it more balanced, I guess. We'll test that out, of course. Luminosity passive. After 3 attacks, Dawnbreaker powers up, charging her next attack with a critical hit that heals all allied heroes within 650 units around her for a portion of attack damage dealt. Creeps and neutral enemies provide less healing. Allies are healed for 35% of the amount after 3 attacks. So it's kind of like Bash on Slardar, but it heals. Healing from heroes is up to 40% of her attack damage. And the critical strike damage is up to 180. Creep heal penalty is 50%. So creeps will heal 20% of the damage dealt. Keep in mind that this is obviously going to be used with Starbreaker because Starbreaker would do an AoE. The real question is if there's 3 heroes on top of you and use Starbreaker, are you getting a bunch of heal from Luminosity? Because it's hitting 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You would get potentially 3 heals against 3 heroes if you hit them all with Starbreaker, which would be kind of insane, especially because there's a damage bonus here of 55. So 55 plus, let's say, 150 damage. It's 200 damage. You're healing 40% potentially. So what's that? 80? 80 times 3 potentially if there's 3 heroes near you. I guess the heal's not incredible, but it's pretty good. Oh, and there's a critical strike, excuse me. So it's a lot more than 80. A lot more. It's going to be 80% more than that. So 10, 8, 8 times 80, 8 times 8. 64? Okay, 140 heal each. Is it 64? I think it's 64. Solar Guardian, channeled, allied heroes magic, creates a pulsing effect at a location within 350 units of an allied hero anywhere on the map. So it's global. Damaging enemies and healing allies with each pulse. After a short duration, she flies to the target location. Oh, wow. Dealing additional damage and stunning enemies upon landing. Once channeled, Dawnbreaker cannot stop the ability. Okay, so it is a initiation. She has actually so much mobility. Every hero gets a lot of mobility these days, just added into their hero consistently because they're generally more fun. I'm sure it's really hard to design cool and creative hero designs. But this is 2 mobility skills now. She has Celestial Hammer and she has Solar Guardian. This stuns, this slows. She has 2 stuns and a slow. Lots of AoE. I can see why Carry can work because she does have skills that are amplified by physical damage type stuff. So what is the channel duration? It does not say. Okay, it has to be, I'm sorry, it's not global. It has to be within, it has to be 350 units near an allied hero. So you can't just go globally, but it has to be near an ally. But either way, this is like effectively BOT2. Damaging enemies and healing allies with each pulse. Damage per pulse. Who knows how many pulse there are. Landing damage, heal per pulse. So yeah, landing radius is 400, which is pretty big. All right, let's go demo. Let's go see what it's like. It's global. You just land 350 on an ally. That doesn't mean global then. That just means you can click anywhere on the map. That doesn't make it global. Global means I can click anywhere.
Not many things could make me say
Oh damn, that's a lot of hair.
how degrading.
It's a
I like it.
big hammer. Okay, let us try out Starbreaker. Oh, did you see she has a movement animation when enemies are near? Sometimes you can use this to figure out. Can you use it for Invis heroes? We see like nobody here, somebody's here. I can't remember if you can use this against Invis heroes or not. Let's go. Before we check literally any of the skills, let's verify if this is indeed true. Okay, here we are. Okay, it doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just wanted to check. Turn rates? Yeah, turn rate does seem really fast. A little higher than normal, yeah. 1. Oh.
Of course.
Okay. So, like, stops you while you do it. She's pretty fast. 315. Oh my god, her base damage is massive. Well, I just leveled up. Here's 3.2 strength, decent agility, decent int. So it does slow you down a little bit, but okay. With a little knock up. Celestial Hammer. Oh, I can punch without it. Okay. Oh, that's cute little stuff. Oh, and then if I want to pull it back to me, I can. I see. If I don't. So if I don't activate it within 2 seconds, then I don't get to go. Then it just flies back to me. Okay. That's cool. Very cool ability.
Let's change the horizon.
1, 2, 3.
The light advances.
See, that's sick crit. So hypothetically, you'd want to use it. I mean, you can like lane with this potentially. The damage is really low though, 20%.
like this course.
So basically what you want to do is you want to use Starbreaker when you have one hit on something. Because then your third hit is the one that is going to crit, ideally. I guess you could hypothetically do anything else too. But it's bad to do it when you're at 0. Basically. You do not want to be at 0 when you use this, because all it's going to do is it's going to hit 3 times, and by the end of it you will get Luminosity. What you want to do is to have at least one hit, because when you use Starbreaker you have bonus damage, and bonus damage being added onto your damage will mean that your crit percentage is much higher. So ideally you have at least one hit when you use this, otherwise you're going to deal a little bit less damage. Because I'm going to get 20% more damage, and 20% of 25 is 2.5 more damage. So you could, so right now it's not that big of a deal, but when these crit numbers are higher, let's say this is 80%, 80% of 55 is a lot. That's like 40 extra damage or something like that from my combo. So you can't use Q when hammer thrown. That would make sense, yes. That stunned me too. Yeah, it stuns me too, actually. So it does restrict you slightly. Definitely really straightforward for people to like defend themselves. Like against phase shift, disruption, something like that, people can absolutely... What's that? The AoE, the reticule is so weird. What if I cast like... Okay. So I can cast it like farther away, but it does just show what's realistic. And the final circle is the stun. So this circle is where the stun will hit, but realistically, you want to be like right in front of people. So I could, for example, this will catch Axe with only the stun. Yeah, okay, cool. Alright, very cool. You can Q and blink. Okay, that's kind of cool. Not very much damage, obviously, but potentially. It's really just a bonus hit, and the stun is only, what, 1.4 seconds, but it is an AoE, so very valid. Oops. Did it too late. Now I'm doing it wrong. Gotta go a little earlier. Like before you do the hammer. Okay.
I could cover the cosmos.
See, global. I can click anywhere, but it's not global.
Follow the sun.
Okay. I like that it has a heal built in. It's cool because it will buy your ally a little bit of time. How many pulses with that? I didn't see actually. Refresh, dummy target. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. So 6 pulses with lightning damage. So 30 times 6 is 180. So it's like 300 damage. 310 damage. Level 1. Later 6 times 7 is 42, I think. So 420 plus 190. It's kind of a lot of damage. It's like 600 AoE, pretty good. Yeah, pretty darn long cooldown, but obviously this is amazing for being able to rotate. You can use it, hit 6, rotate like Spectre, get a kill. Like, I don't know if you really want to get Luminosity early game, honestly. The amount of healing you get is so small. It's what it feels like. Maybe it's different when you get items and shit, but I can't help but feel that like 11 HP for a skill point every 4 hits, that's not good. 20% damage bonus, like a 20% crit is so bad every 4 hits. That's effectively a 5% damage increase. 1 skill point for 5% damage increase from right clicks? No way. That's not good. That's if every hit goes on a hero, by the way, on average. I mean, if I do like 3 creep hits and then a hero hit, sure, I'm getting like a little bit of... Well, I would get more, right? Let's see how much heal we get from a hero, because you get less from... It should be 20 or something. I got 20 HP from a 4th hit. I don't think that's that good. So if I were skilling this early game, I'd probably go mostly Starbreaker and Celestial Hammer, I'm guessing. But you could maybe also argue that you don't need that many points in Celestial Hammer. The damage barely scales. You're getting 30 damage per level with this skill. So it's probably best to do like 4-1, either 4-1-4, I would guess. Unless you want Celestial Hammer to look really low. I'll look at the talents in a second. But yeah, Celestial Hammer would be... It just doesn't scale that good. The cooldown is the best thing about the scaling. The cast range is fine. Like a good addition, but the extra damage is really bad. Mana cost stays the same. So you could definitely justify like a 4-1-4 skill build. So I guess in that sense, like it's fine that you don't need to necessarily max out Celestial Hammer early. In which case it would be good to do, you know, something like this, basically. And then max this out. Okay, let's look at the talents.
To my purpose.
Talents. Spoiled, thanks guys. Plus 2 to all attributes. Stat points are back. Is that what's happening? Okay. 20 movement speed or 8 strength, that looks fine. 20 damage or minus 20 solar guardian, that's the ulti, I assume. Okay. Both very good. Plus 40% luminosity crit, which is super good, I would argue. 2 Starbreaker charges. Okay. Very cool. And then Celestial Hammer cast range, plus 1,100. That's insane. So 2,000 cast range on that. Plus 200 Solar Guardian radius. That's cool. Let's just level up to max because I'm not too worried about any of these. So was that it? Oh, I didn't skill them yet. Apparently I have to click them now when this happens. This is actually better for demo mode. I don't know if it's always gonna be like this, but so okay, that looks a lot like what I expected. That'll affect a much bigger team fight. That one's pretty cool. I don't think it's that... it is a bigger stun. That part's kind of cool. I mean, 1.5 second stun, not terrible. Obviously, people are going to be able to BKB and stuff, but... And adding more heal and stuff like that isn't terrible. Not that it's that incredible, but the cast range is probably better. Like, look at this shit. With that said, that's really not that far. I really thought it would feel a lot more significant than that, but... It's still pretty far, by all means, but... Getting killed, do this. Don't go too short, of course. That's kind of insane damage late game. Once you're like, this is without items and I'm already doing a shitload of damage. And you probably get Maelstrom procs with this too. Yep, like this is... It's the easiest way to make a carry actually, is just to make a skill that uses your attack damage. It's like by far the easiest way. Okay, so that all seems really good. I don't think it'd work on like Phoenix Egg because it's not a direct attack, is my guess. But okay, I think we've looked at everything. No shards. Yeah, she's definitely a carry with Starbreaker. Is gonna do all that luminosity and stuff. You wouldn't necessarily want... Actually, can you crit on this damage? You probably can. Oops. Let's get this way so I don't see as many numbers. Yeah, you can definitely crit on this. So, Daedalus would be good on this hero. Obviously, if you have like... Oh, I forgot to check to see what happens if there's a lot of enemies. Okay. Let's see how many light things we get. Okay, you don't get extras. You do not get extras. Just take that off just to double check. Okay, so it's only one for hit. You get the healing for how many hit. Oh. Okay, that's cool. So you don't get extra healing. You don't get like shitloads of procs from heroes, but if you do hit a lot of people, you can get a sick heal from it. Okay, that's very cool. So right there, I healed for 1,000, which was pretty sick. Okay. This game's unplayable, by the way. It says luminosity crit plus 40%. That's a lie. It says 180. All right. Okay, pretty cool. I think that pretty much covers it. Phase boots would be amazing on her. Oh, here it is.
Break of dawn.
Yeah, lifesteal would work on her spin.
Let
Because you're hitting everybody each time you hit, so every hero you hit, you get bonus damage, and whatever damage you deal to them with your hammer spin, you will get a percentage of that damage as lifesteal. So yeah, lifesteal would work on her. You probably don't need to buy lifesteal. It's probably a waste because you already get some heal from luminosity. So you, there could be games where it would be worth it for sure. Like if your team has a Vlad's or something, I wouldn't complain, I'm sure, because you get more lifesteal. And it probably is decent to have because if you do get in a group of heroes, you would get way more lifesteal between Starbreaker and Luminosity. But generally, when a hero already has a little bit of heal built in, it usually ends up being wrong to buy more lifesteal rather than just buying damage with that money that you spent on lifesteal. That's usually how it works. Okay. I was going to say, what about Dota? Dude, the voice actor that played Invoker is insanely good. It like blows my mind. I googled him afterwards. He's not an old man. I couldn't believe it. I genuinely couldn't believe it. All right. Don't I think she's a good offlaner? Her stat gain's pretty good. Her movement speed's high, so she'd be fine at the start of the game. Would she be good later? It's probably fine. Like she's probably strong enough that you could basically play her any lane. And maybe any position. Maybe not support. Her support might be a little weird. Yeah, her support's gonna be weird for sure. You'd probably need items on her no matter what. Well, you don't have to. I guess there's maybe like an Orb of Venom or something to be kind of cool, but yeah, she scales really well with damage and items. I feel like playing support on her is gonna feel a little bit wonky compared to how powerful she'll feel as a core. Her disable is not like Ember support and like Void Spirit support kind of work because they have disables. She does not have extremely good disables. The hammer thing is like very predictable, potentially. Not that that means you can dodge it. So like against weak heroes, it would kind of work as a support that don't have good escape or anything. But like for almost anybody else, she's not going to feel like a good support, in my opinion. Generally. So it'll probably be okay, but not that great. Okay, let's go. There's no patch. Introducing Dawnbreaker. Is Axe a counter to this hero? Why would Axe be a counter to this hero? Axe counters heroes where his ulti kills them, where he lanes well against them. What, because he's going to spin more or something? I don't know. Like, yeah, she definitely looks a little easy to play. Calling the patches. Well, that's not bad. I'm not going to look. Lore, don't care. Lore, don't care. Starbreaker. Oh, it's actually got a decent AoE here. Here she is just beating ass. She's got a crit on her third hit there. Good for her. Wallpapers. Are these so I can download this? Or should I just look at this? How do I get out? What exactly is the purpose of this? And that's the patch, guys. I hope you had a great time. Oh, thank God. They kind of really just copy pasted this, huh? All right. Ooh, phone wallpaper for all you thirsty, weird dudes. And women. Can I use the website? No. We like to use the in-game because it makes it easier to, what's the word? Oh, that's right. Click on things and then demo the hero immediately afterwards. Map updates. Oh, God, I love when they do this. The battlefield is a fundamental aspect of Dota, so modifications to terrain can have a large impact on the game. Very true. Today's update includes a variety of changes to the map, including moving outposts to stand more prominently in the primary jungle, moving ward cliffs, good, and adjusting the positioning of neutral camps in various paths around the map. You can check the changes with the sliders below. Here's the map we know. It's the same. More trees. Okay. Oh, so the small camp's much easier to get pressured on. Oh, this is cool. So this is pretty big deal actually. This was, I would call this, initially it's potentially a nerf to Radiant because now it's another way to dive mid tower. Let's just go over here and look at this. Because before with this barrier, it was almost, you couldn't approach this side when ganking mid. Like you could come this way, I guess, and sneak through the trees and come through, but this is pretty elaborate. It requires you to like walk past really common ward spots. But now, if you just get to here, you can go over here. Snipe couriers, really, really easy. You have multiple escape paths. You have multiple ways to dive mid now. You can go this way, you can go this way, and then on the right side, you can go this way, or you can go like this way. So this is going to make it a lot easier to dive mid lane, especially for the safe lane. So safe lane heroes, it's much easier to roam and gank mid. For the mid player, it's much easier to go to the bounty rune. Normally you run this way, and it's a little bit dangerous because people could be standing here, but now you can go like this way instead. And so it's like not as direct as going this way, but it's a little bit safer because now if you get into some shit, you can run this way. And then this guy can't dive past tower because normally if you go to here and you get in some shit, you're kind of screwed because the enemy mid laner is going to be here and they're going to move up and prevent you from retreating. So now if you're running away, you're like, oh, I'm going to go get the bounty rune. You go this way. I'm in some shit. Oh, okay, I'm going to run back. And then this guy can't just dive you. He'd have to like run all the way here. So decent for mid laners going towards top rune, or for if some shit happens top rune, because you don't just have to go like one of these, this really long way that was bad, or danger zone. You have some options. The other thing that's kind of important is that if you look at the trees here, it's going to mean that if you're jungling the small camp right here, it's going to be harder to see if somebody's coming to gank you. Before, if you're hitting this, you have vision like all over Roche like this. So if you're sitting here hitting small camp and somebody smokes up either through mid or this way, smoke would pop and you'd see them. Now, that might not be the case. You're going to be hitting creeps here. These trees are going to block a lot of that. So vision in this area is going to be a little bit trickier, basically. Very cool. God, I love these things. Radiant safe lane, okay. Oh, I was like, where did the creeps go? They're over here. So rather than being really close to creep wave here, they're now over here instead. Small camp is slightly closer to the off lane by just a little bit. So that should mean that it's easier to stack camps because they're just a little closer. This shit's not here anymore. Pango players rejoice. Anything else? There's a medium camp here instead of the outpost. Outpost got moved. We know that. You could potentially jungle both of these really easy with like acid spray. Cut like a tree here. Acid spray like right here and catch both. Or use an AoE to hit both. Stand here and nuke both. They used to do that on dire side all the time because there was a small camp and then like a medium camp right next to it. So that's one thing. This is also gone, the crystal. This crystal gone, this crystal gone. So easier for Pango players. A little bit more straightforward for Mars players too, I think. And still a crystal here instead of a tree. So I don't know. We'll have to see what it's like pulling with it, but it looks like a way better camp for the offlane. Like so much better. Look how much closer it is to the offlane side. Maybe easier to pull through. I don't know. We'll see. Less to say about this one. Radiant primary jungle. Previous. Updated. Okay, cool. So the outpost is like in the middle. I kind of like that because now it looks like easier. It's in the middle, so you don't have to worry about... I always feel so naked when I'm grabbing outposts because I can't really see much, but now you can grab outposts and see a decent amount. Obviously the trees help block some of that vision, but this cliff got moved from here to here, which is a big deal because before it would help you control vision around mid. That ward, that was actually like a massive one. This ward is like so mandatory for Radiant to defend their mid tower with the way the map was, because if you had vision here, you would see people coming this way or like this way to go dive mid, because you have to basically control this area right here to be able to dive mid. So if you don't control this cliff, you can't make plays towards mid tower that are effective unless you like run down the mid lane, which is just bad. So controlling this cliff was like mega important. But so now that's over here, yes, it'll still give really good control of the jungle, but it's not going to be, I would guess that you can probably sneak up here and get ready to dive mid without it being as obvious. So that's kind of a big deal. Let's see what else. Large camp is down here. Now let's see where it goes. It's over here instead at the outpost. Okay, so that's a large camp. So it's a large camp and a small camp is over here. Large camp is here. Medium camp, pretty decent separation. Those will be a little bit hard to stack. Also looks like there's no camp over here, right? Medium, medium, large. We got 3 camps on the screen. Medium, medium, large. So you can't stack both of these really easily. It looks like these ones look too hard, but maybe you can stack medium, large, those two together. And then this cliff ward is kind of weird. It's not that valuable for protecting. I guess you could maybe use it to protect your tier 2 tower better. But usually it's just kind of dangerous to play here anyways. But maybe that's not going to be the case. Maybe with controlling like 2 wards like this, you could feel comfortable. Or this, oh, I didn't even see this one. This one over here, very good for controlling your jungle. So you could argue like as a Radiant player, if you have a ward up here, you're in a really good spot. Because then that's like most of the entry points to your base is going this way or going this way. So this ward is going to be really big for like the 10 to 20 minute mark for Radiant to potentially control their jungle. So you're going to have to deward this one a lot as Dire if you're ever invading. But it's a lot of cliff spots, and it looks like a sentry won't catch both, so it could cost a lot to cover both. Okay, interesting. Dire primary jungle. Outpost in the middle. How many camps do we see? Large, medium, small, and then there's another medium down here, of course. And now it's medium, medium, large. So that other medium camp that was down here is moved. This medium camp is moved from here to here. This should be pretty close to the small camp, so you might be able to nuke both. It looks like it's pretty easy to stack both of these. Stack, stack, pull down probably. Or stack, attack, attack, pull up. Most likely. I'm sure like a Coddle or somebody else could stack all 3, no problem. With like a delayed nuke or a Shadow Demon. Outpost in the middle. Let's look at cliff spots. This one is moved a little bit more to here. That ramp looks a little bit wider. This is going behind the tier 2 tower. Tier 2 tower is right here. So now it is angled instead. Interesting. All right, Dire Triangle. Here's what we know, and we'll promptly leave our memory banks for the rest of our lives until somebody shows us a screenshot. Huh. This looks pretty similar. Ancient, large, small. Ancient, large, small. So those camps won't be as easy to stack probably, but looks still stackable. Looking at cliff spots, move to the left a little bit. So this ward spot is really effective for Radiant side, not very effective for Dire, basically. If Dire wants to ward here to defend their base, it like doesn't do much. This ward's good if like if I'm a Dire player and I want to defend, I want to ward somewhere over here. Right here does not give you much vision. It's like, oh, unless like you're about to take a team fight here, or if you are wrapping around while they are about to go high ground, you'd put a ward here to like make sure that you're covered from the back. But this is like a good Radiant ward, not a good Dire ward. It moving this way should make it a little bit better as a Dire ward. It's also going to give less favorable coverage on the tier 2 tower. So if the Radiant team does invade your tri-camp and put a ward on that cliff before, it's like impossible to defend this as a Dire team, because you have to like run uphill into their really good vision. They're going to see you coming probably. So it being left means that like it should be a little bit easier to defend your tier 2, because there won't be like a glory ward like right next to your tier 2, which is maybe the case over here, except opposite. Because before you didn't have a ward cliff right next to your tier 2 tower. Now it's pretty darn close. So I think the tier 2 is like right down here or something, right? So this ward is going to make it much easier for the Dire team to pressure in this area. Because before you'd put a ward like over here and it would cover the jungle really good. You put a ward right here and it'd cover the jungle really good, but it wouldn't give you really good vision near the tier 2 where you're pressuring. So pressuring that tier 2 as a Dire team is a little bit hard. But now if you get a ward here with a sentry, you don't necessarily have to invade the whole jungle. You can just make sure you have vision here, and then you should be able to pressure the tier 2 semi-safely. So it should be easier for a Dire team after you kill the tier 1 to pressure the tier 2 without getting like killed. Especially, another thing that's really important actually is if you look at where the outpost position is, this is more dangerous for a Dire team, because if you're sitting here hitting the tier 2 tower and the outpost is back here, when they teleport in, they're really behind you. But now it's more even, right? If you have a ward here, you're going to see them coming with a cliff ward. That's really significant actually. You couldn't really see it before. People could like TP here and you wouldn't really catch it. So it wasn't super clear. Now it's going to be really obvious. This ward is going to catch everything in the outpost. If somebody teleports in, you're going to see them. So it should be much easier for Dire to take the Radiant tier 2 tower down here with this map change. Because all you need to do is walk to this position, which is not that dangerous. And you might be able to do this from low ground, but put a ward here on the side and then sentry it as well deward anything. Yeah, maybe they have vision over here, but as long as your team like plays down here, it's probably not that bad. Whereas before, you basically needed to control all of this area as the dire team to be really safe with dewards and stuff, because you had to stand over here while your core pushes, and then you still had to worry about people jumping out of the tier 2 and killing you. So so far I think this is pretty cool. Did I do this one yet? Here's the dire triangle. Talked about that. Okay, dire safe lane, outpost small camp, ramp got moved forward just a little bit, outpost obviously to the right. Small camp and medium camp, very easy to potentially double stack if the timers are similar. This cliff is clearly new. This is the equivalent of, let's see, Radiant safe lane of this ward, or this cliff spot. So should be easy for dire team to help defend their jungle. So this ward is going to be crucial. A lot of people would put wards right here next to where the outpost was. A lot of wards that would end up right here. Pretty easy to deward, but they kind of would be like a safe, like, I'm going to put a ward down before I go high ground. This cliff spot is going to be excellent. This one's really important for Roshan, actually. I would not be surprised. It's probably better for Radiant, but for doing Roshan, I doubt it's going to peak in a Rosh pit. I don't think they would. I don't think Valve would put or IceFrog would put in a ward like that gave you a vision of Rosh or anything. But if you're Radiant, you'd probably want a ward here, and then another ward like over by the ramp or over by the middle lane. We don't have dire mid. Looks like dire mid's the same. But like, you know, the wards, the cliff spot, that was like over here basically. That would be another one that you'd want to have covered as a Radiant team. As dire team, you'd probably want to deward this because you're going to be running through this vision to approach Rosh. So dewarding here is super important. Not really easy to do. Most of those wards are pretty easy to deward as dire. But now you're going to have to run over here and either put a sentry here and then get high ground vision, or you have to run all the way here to plant a sentry to spot it. So this could be bad for dire's chances on Roshin. But it's good for dire. It's good for dire early game, but it's probably bad for dire late game. But it does seem like it should be easier to control your own jungle. Okay, Radiant top ward spot. It just teleported over. Small tree movements, but mainly they just put a cliff there. They move the camp a little bit. So this ward is very similar to the one that's now over here. This one. Very similar. Gives vision your Rosh. Dire can now use this ward. Probably can plant it from low ground, I would guess. If you can plant this ward from low ground, it makes it easier for Dire to Rosh. It's going to give you great vision of the tri-camp approach areas. Normally, this spot was like pretty easy to deward as Radiant. Pretty much always, people will just ward like right here at the top of the ramp. So I deward wards there all the time. If a team Rosh, they put a ward there to like spot if people are coming. This is going to be that new spot, but again, it's harder to do. You'll have to put a sentry on the high ground, or you're going to have to put a sentry somewhere else and use get vision to clear it. So noobs will put wards here all the time, of course. And some good players too, of course, because it's going to be like the new great spot. But now the wards that are going to be over here are going to be the tricky ones. So you basically are going to have to guess, like, is it over here or is it right here? And you're not going to be able to get both most likely. So that's where there will be some ward games now. I meant to say mind games, but I accidentally said ward games, which is also appropriate. Thanks everybody for watching so far. Somehow we made it to 50 minutes of a stream live. I didn't even know it's been that long. Does the spot show rune? We do not know. We'll have to see in game. I don't think so. I think this is probably too far away, and I doubt it would show bounty rune either. But where's the bounty rune? Where'd the bounty rune go? That one's normal. No more river rune. Don't spoil me even though I asked. No, that's fine. Okay. Previous version. New version. Okay. I think this is for the best. This is another ward that like is really good for Dire but not good for Radiant. And bad players would ward this shit all the time. This is a shit ward for Radiant. Almost always. It's just garbage. It protects almost nothing. It gives you vision like this. It basically tells you if the Dire team is farming your large camp or standing on this hill. That's the only good thing it does. But if they're not doing one of those two things, this ward is useless. You want it to be deeper, like over here somewhere, to see them when they're coming to gank you or something like that. For Dire, excellent ward, right? Great vision behind the enemy tier 2. So it makes it easier to get ready to dive that tower. It makes it easy to see if the enemy is farming here, if they're leaving their base and going into the jungle, stuff like that. But for Radiant, this is a bad spot. So I'm glad for Noob's sake that it's gone. Because now Noobs aren't going to be putting, on the Radiant side, aren't going to be warding there anymore, which is good. Okay, a Dire bot, ward spot. It's a tree. It's a beautiful tree. Yeah, and then there's the other river, and that's gone now. Apparently. Allegedly gone. Is it just me or did the ground get closer to my face? That's it. Tower looks a little different. Trees. What's happened to these trees over here? Almost nothing, actually. Oh, there's a new tree. That's what I'm getting confused by. There's a tree right here. They added a tree, and then they replanted this tree to here. Anything else? There's one new tree on the map, guys. This tree got moved slightly, this one in the back. Okay. Basically the same. All right. So, in summary, Radiant mid is a really big change. It's going to make it easier to dive or do gank stuff on the mid lane for the Radiant side. Dire side is still gankable from both sides, so this will equate things a little bit. This should... I don't know if this is going to be more of a Radiant advantage or a Dire advantage. Not quite sure which one it is. Boom. Radiant safe lane. I don't know. We'll see how this stuff plays out. Not 100% sure about that one yet. I like what they did for the spot moving, I think, or the cliff spot movement stuff. I think this is cool. Moving these like insanely good cliff wards away from like the mid lane, I think is a good thing. At least right now, for now. It's going to make prediction, like maybe it'll make the game a little bit less reliant on sentries. That's probably not true, but like those cliff spots were just like so magical good that it just did a little bit too much. Yeah, I like that they moved, they made the cliff wards a little bit different. I think that's pretty cool. All right, let's move on. What the heck? Tier 1 and Tier 2 areas. Oh, this is what the hackers use, guys. They turn all the trees into pumpkins, so then you can clearly see where the paths are. And then it's like really obvious to juke, right? Like this is actually so easy. I would just cut this tree. That's a block. So easy. Cut this tree. Wait, then you just go here. You run all the way into here, you cut this tree, then you run here and cut this tree, and then you're home free until you cut this tree. Anyways, previous version. Oh, this is a smart way to do it. They're just... See, if they didn't do all this like grid thing on the ground, we'd just be like, oh, there's just new... It used to say in the patch, like, we added more trees near the Radiant Tier 2, and you'd be like, okay. But this is truly what it means. So this is a big deal. This is going to make it a lot easier for Radiant to defend their Tier 2. They're basically making Tier 2 towers. They added vision. My initial hunch is they added vision to make it harder to defend Tier 2s. At least the Radiant side. But now they're adding trees to make it easier to linger. Like, this is so much better for juking. Look how good this is. You could juke in here, like, endlessly. Do a circle this way. Oh, they didn't expect you to go right? Well, you went left, and now you're going down. Or you ran in here and then you cut left instead of going right. Like this is cool. I like this pathway stuff. You could do a lot of fancy stuff with this. You'd have to cut this tree probably. I don't know, maybe this is a full blockade, but and then you can hide over here as well. If there isn't like a cliff fort here or something, and enemies are pushing Tier 2s, you can probably teleport here. You might. I don't think this looks too far, but I bet you could teleport like right here. That one's probably too far. They might show, but you can definitely hide as a support or initiator. You basically just stand in here, tuck in to one of these spots, or like stand right here, and then you can blink out and fight. So I think this is nice. It's gonna be harder for Dire Heroes to pressure this because there's less obvious stuff in the way. But yeah, you can teleport right here. I know. So if we compare, it looks like you could probably come here, but. Okay, somebody spoiled me in chat. They said 800 teleport range. Okay, that's fine. I'm actually glad you wrote that. Because that is 800 teleport range is huge. It means you could basically teleport like... This is probably like 600 units. So 800 is like you could teleport anywhere in here or anywhere in here. Okay. No, I'm glad you told me that one. That one, I would have explained a lot of things incorrectly. Okay, tier 2 mid. God, were there? Oh, I was gonna say, were there really that many trees right there? This part was kind of like bare, so it's kind of hard for Dire to approach, because if they're almost always gonna approach from over here. Therefore, they'd have to run through the open to initiate. Now it's gonna be way easier, quelling any of these trees, and then you're basically in initiation range from here. So way easier to dive tier 2 mid, which is good. For initiator heroes, this is all excellent. It seems like the problem right now, at least in Dota as of 3 hours ago, was that if you pressuring tier 2s just felt really dangerous. You'd basically like push a creep wave to the tower, and you can't like seriously hit it that much, because all they're going to do is press glyph and your whole creep wave is dead. And then you have to walk away. And if you do stay and continue going, probably they're going to teleport and kill you, because they have to at that point. And it's pretty difficult to not see them approaching on tier 2s. Typically. But this kind of encourages diving, potentially, and potentially early game ones as well. Because, like, if you don't have a blink dagger yet, there's no fucking way you dive this tower. They're going to see you coming. Unless it's, like, nighttime and you put a ward right here, and you, like, sneak around and approach from the back or something. There's, like, no way you dive this tower. But here, like, I can cast Magic Missile from here, or swap or something. So this will make it way easier to dive this tower. But with that said, if the enemy team can teleport in any of these spots, it's going to make it a little bit scary. You're going to have to, like, really be careful about when people are coming. Radiant bot tier 2. Where's that cliff ward? It's, like, right here. So the tower is a little bit farther back, which is cool for a couple reasons. Number one, you don't have to worry about, like, getting spell casted here. So that's a little bit farther away. The high ground would be way back here, which is pretty far. If people do want to approach from the cliff, they're not in cast range. Like before, if you're standing here, people just walk down and cast a spell on you. Now, if they want to walk down, you have a much better chance of seeing them before they get there. So that encourages defense. Juke spots are pretty important here. I didn't know this was a little circle, but this is really nice. You could then juke all the way down here, cut this tree and escape. But now, looks like you don't need a quelling to get through. That's actually just all the way through. Before you could get pretty deep, yeah. You could run all the way over here. So, and the juke spots right here are way better. This is all like garbage. It doesn't do much of anything. But now it's like an actual line of trees. So this ward's going to be big because it'll help spot teleports here. But down here will be difficult to spot. Dire top tier 2. Oh, was that red on both? Okay, it is red on both. Looks very different on Dire side. Dire top tier 2. Down the cliff, kill people. Very difficult to defend this tower as the Dire team. Unless you control the jungle. And now... Okay, there's still a ramp. The ramp is much farther away from the tower, so similar as the other side of the map. Easier to approach, of course. More places for the Dire team to TP. All in here probably. This is probably why they increased teleport range as well, is because my guess is it seems like they're trying to encourage. God, there's so many juke spots. Holy shit. Look it up here before. It was like you go deep up here or you tuck in here. And that's like basically it. But now look at this. Look at all this space. This is insane. Look at all these hiding places. There's a hiding place here. There's a hiding place here. There's a hiding place here. There's one right there. There's one right there. There's one right there. There's one right there. There's one right here. Right here. Right here. Right here. This is legitimately like infinite hiding places. And you could run all the way over here as well. Like defending this as a Dire team as a support. Before it was like you basically hide behind like one of these trees and that's it. And that's only if you got there way before your opponents. And even then it's dangerous because like if the fight ever goes sour, you have to TP out because there's no way you're gonna like make it out here and not get chased down by the xenomorph and murdered, you know? So but now like you can legitimately juke and TP. So one thing that this will benefit, heroes that are good at diving that also get vision above trees. Batrider is a great example. Firefly is going to be really good at helping you to dive and initiate tier 2 towers. So that's already a buff to Batrider. Night Stalker ulti, for example, you could probably argue Storm Spirit, for example, is going to feel stronger in diving and fighting around tier 2 towers. Who else? Anybody that can get vision in tree lines, basically. Vengeful Spirit, Crystal Maiden, Ancient Apparition, they'll have slight advantages here. People that can clear trees, Caudal Ags, Mars ulti, stuff like that can be kind of good. Thanks for the subs, guys. Monkey King, yeah, great example. Monkey King can definitely play around these areas a lot better. Dire mid, tier 2. Here it is. Difficult to approach unless from here or you wrap over here, but it's usually get spotted. Way more hiding spots. Infinitely more hiding spots in all of these places to just make it harder to initiate. And a lot harder to get spotted, basically. So wards will just mean a little bit less when pressuring these towers. Whereas before you just sneak back here, put a ward down, you kind of see everything. So yeah. Encourages defending your towers, encourages diving them. Because, you know, you can either approach or whatever else. 2 towers, 1 slider. Dire bot tier 2. Couple places to hide, but not too complex. Oh, thank you for the $10. Appreciate it. So, wow, there's really 0 trees right here. I can't believe that shit. Basically, if you're standing here on the dire side and the fight happens, you're just dead. There's nowhere to go. You're like, I'm gonna run away at 340 movement speed. No, you're dead. But now you can tuck in all the way over here. There's not gonna be a cliff ward. Like this ward would legitimately get vision like this. Like it was like impossible to defend this tower with this ward here. But now it's a little bit more to the left, I think. I think it's like down here or something. So it should get vision of these trees, most likely. But it won't like give you vision of the lane. And now with all of this stuff, like it's a lot more. You could probably run down here, cut one of these trees, and then, or maybe cut this tree or something and sneak through potentially. But yeah, way more places to hide. So potentially able to defend or whatever else on this tower. More juke spots. Oh, here's the dire mid. I wonder why they didn't. I guess all they did was change trees. They didn't change the map, so they. You know what I hated about this shit was like this. I'd always like stand here and be like, oh, surely there's a pathway through the trees in mid lane. And it'd be like, nope, go around, go around. I mean, I could cut trees, you know, but I'm bad. But now you can squeeze through. So now to approach the mid tier 1, you can squeeze through the trees now and come multiple angles. Come out, throw a spell. Come this way, throw a spell, which you had before. This is basically the same down here, just a bigger clump. I'm just looking right here right now. Couple more options. A little thicker, so maybe easier to hide, but should be easier for dire. One thing that's nice about this, it should be easier for dire heroes to sit here behind the tower. Whereas before, it was kind of like, it looks kind of naked. It's like, if they get in there, they're going to find you, and you're not going to be able to escape. But now it's like, if you have all these trees in the way, you can like juke into here, and one Quelling Blade isn't going to like find you out, you know? Whereas here, it's like, if you juke this way, they cut this tree, and then it's like, they see you, you know? But now it's like, I don't know, you could do some spins or something. Gives you more options. Okay, those are all cool. All right, you know what time it is, guys. It's time to run ads. Be right back in 3 minutes. Anyone else just eat 40 grams of protein? Just me? Play one game? No. That ain't me. I got a patch to read. £40 of goldfish crackers. I think you're not alive anymore. Hey, Alex. New Hero seems fun to me. Dire Triangle's harder to farm late game, like Radiant Triangle. That makes sense. Yeah, before you could just pull them together really easy with like a Quellion Blade, go back and forth. I know you have to walk a little bit. That's true. All right, we got 23 seconds left for those that have ads. The Water Rune. I know not everybody gets ads. And that's it for ads. Thank you for waiting patiently. We're only going to do that once every hour for 3 minutes. That's it. 57 minutes of amazing patch content, 3 minutes of ads. General updates. Train update added the it is the water rune. Water power rune spawns at both power rune locations only at minute. Instantly restores 100 health and 80 mana when used, and can be used to refill bottles. Okay, so this is the rune, the I got unlucky rune, basically. So this way, this is something that I believe existed in Han for a long time. That if you got unlucky and the rune didn't spawn for you on the side that you went for, because it's a 50-50. If your supports don't come to check, your mid player, you'll each go one way. Like one guy runs early and you're like, okay, well that's his. I'm going to go the other way. You go the other way. He gets the rune. He gets effectively like what, 400 health and like 200 mana or something, which is like massive for regen. So if the water rune exists and you could just use it to get health and mana, then that's fine. But it can also now refill bottles. And also what's kind of cool about this is it actually does give the water rune would actually give more health than another rune would, unless it's a regen, because you can bottle this, and then if you use it, you instantly get 100 health. 50 subs from Kaguro-chan. Thank you. I saw that one out of the corner of my eye. It spawns at both locations? What? Oh. Oh, you're right. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't read correctly. Thank you. Thanks for all the subs. Basically at the 2 minute and the 4 minute mark, it will spawn. Normally the power rune only spawns at 4 minutes and onwards. And then Rami, give me 13 subs. Well, thank you. So yeah, basically you can refill a bottle at 2 and 4 minutes, and it spawns at both no matter what, meaning that everybody gets runes and gives you 100 health and 80 mana instantly. And you could save it for, basically people are going to save this until like they get ganked or something as well, because it's like a wand. And now you can buy bottle a lot earlier. You could buy bottle like for your first item without having to delay a bit, which will change the mid lane a little bit. And then at 6 minutes, power rune spawn as usual on one side. So basically this is just stabilizing the early game for mid players, and that way you don't have to like lose mid because you got like one less salve than your opponent, or one less bottle refill than your opponent. It also should mean that refilling the bottle in the mid lane is going to be a little bit less viable or less good. It's obviously still good, but your mid player isn't going to need it as much. So cool. I'm not surprised they eventually added this. They took a while to do it, but now mid players will not have to complain about this as much anymore. It says only at 2 and 4. It doesn't spawn anymore, so it's only in the early game. And then it's gone for the rest of the game, which is fine. I was kind of hoping it would keep spawning, but okay. Add a +2 attributes leveling up for up to 7 times for the 7 empty levels from 1 to 26. So, why does it say from 1 to 26? And can be leveled in any order. Oh, this is cool. I love this. This is so cool. Oh, very cool. Okay, so it seems like There are empty. I don't know why it says 1 to 26, but this probably means that you can skill attributes instead of your abilities if you want to. This is very common in Warcraft 3. It was a relic from Warcraft 3, the video game. And then was in Dota. You could choose to take +2 to all attributes instead of taking one of your abilities. That got removed eventually because the argument there was like a lot of heroes where like you would just not get any. You would get like Bane would get all of Brain Sap. He would get 1 Nightmare, and then he'd just get a lot of stats because people argued like, well, Nightmare is not that useful. It's just better to have as much HP as possible because dying is not good, you know? So people would opt to just get +2 attributes on a lot of supports sometimes because it just wasn't worth having X ability be that strong because it wasn't that good of a skill. It was just better to not die because that's going to give you a better chance of winning. So it appears, that's right, AM would always go 1-1-1, 1 of each skill with stats. A lot of carries would do this because the more attributes you have, the more mana, the more HP, the more damage, you'd farm faster basically. Arguably, that was very common on a lot of heroes to get attributes instead of some of their other abilities. Okay, and then, so it seems like you can skill it. They can be leveled in any order via clicking on the talent tree. They will automatically be leveled if there's no other options available. And then I like this a lot. Level 30 no longer grants all remaining talents. Instead, you get them 1 by 1 at these levels. I think this is great because it's really rare to hit level 30, number 1. And number 2, like before you hit 30, you're just like slogging till 30. It's like nothing matters. Like past 25, I don't give a shit about any of my levels except for 30. But at least this gives you like a possibility that some games you'd get some of your talents. You like, so getting the last 25 talent is obviously difficult. You have to hit 30, but I like the fact that you could like get some of these other ones that are nice, like 10 movements, 15 movement speed, or 8 extra strength or something. That's cool. I think this is really cool. And there's some spells that that you'd love to get earlier than that. Like sometimes I'm like, God, I really wish I got that 8 armor talent instead of X thing instead. And now I can get it a little bit earlier here or here, for example, if there's like a late game problem. Outposts no longer give experience at 10, 20, 30 mark. They now provide experience per minute while controlled. Cool. XP equals 2 per minute. No extra XP granted when controlling 2 outposts similar to existing rules. So basically you want to control it so that your opponents don't get the extra experience. So now what this means is Valve is making a stand against griefers. They're saying that griefers can never be banned or get an abandoned for not gaining experience as long as their team holds an outpost. So that means if you want the griefers on your team who are standing in the trees in the middle of nowhere to get a abandon, you need to make sure that your opponents take all of your outposts. That's the only way. Kind of an interesting strategy by Valve here, but whatever, it's their game. Compared to the previous version at 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes, total experience given per player changed from 150 to 1800 to 110. Okay, so basically, if you control your outpost for this exact same length of time with first version and second version, you gain slightly less experience. But, especially at the 10-minute mark, I mean, the other thing to remember is that you're getting this as a trickle. So if we graphed this, the old version would be like flat, big jump, flat, big jump, flat, big jump. Now it's going to just look like a nice y equals mx plus b, y equals 2x, basically, some shit like that. Is that the right graph? Yeah, y equals 2x plus 0 is what it looks like now. Where x equals 110 per minute. Or 110 per 10 minutes. So 11 per minute. Did I do that right? It's been a long fucking time. Anyways. So I think this is cool because it basically means that fighting and controlling outposts matters for more than just these small moments where it's like, oh shit, it's 30 minutes. Go get the outpost, guys. It is now like something that you want to do and something that you want to control. And people will still probably go for kills around them because it is a kill. But it's not going to be as like massive of a deal if you miss your experience because that's like half a level or something like that. The rate accelerates. Oh my God, it does. It provides on the minute mark. Oh, cool. So you get a little bit of experience at the minute mark. The amount you get for each minute at the start is this. For minutes 1 through 10. So it's a tiny fucking amount. This is so little. 6 experience. Like a creep is like what? How expensive can a banana be? $7? I don't know. I know gold decently. I think. I don't remember. Yeah, this is very little. This is like way less than an average creep. I think it's like 60 experience for a large creep, for example, or a large neutral creep. Something like that. 70. God, I don't remember. Don't remember. Anyway, so it'll add up. Whatever. Bounty runes after the initial set are reduced by 10%. Bounty runes no longer spawn in the river. The amount these runes gave is now provided automatically over time through GPM. But what if I'm playing Alchemist? Okay, so GPM increase. Bounty runes now spawn every 3 minutes in the respective jungle area. Total rune count reduced from 4 to 2. So every 3 minutes instead of 5. This also means that bounty runes will not... Bounty runes won't line up with these anymore. Well, I guess they do technically, because it's every minute, but you don't have to worry about like bounty versus shrine. You don't have to worry about bounty versus power rune all the time. And it's not that big of a deal. It's because the big power runes, it's usually like, it used to be like 4 minutes, 6 minutes basically. And this is now 3 and 6. So it does match up sometimes. Okay, and they no longer disappear when new ones spawn. They now spawn alongside the previous one if it isn't picked up. That's cool. I like that. And at minute 0, bounty runes spawn in the jungle and at the power rune locations. Oh. So there are still 4 bounty runes at the start of the game. It's just they're in the middle. So what's probably going to happen, if I had to guess right now, is that mid players will get a bounty rune in the mid lane. And the side laners will get the other ones. But of course, you could gank your mid laner there. But they're going to be way easier to gank now because now they're at power rune locations instead of being at like over in the safety of your jungle basically. So this could make for some like a lot more early kills. Could make Orb of Venom still really good. Early pressure, like river spots. Wait, where are the other rune spots? Oh, that's right. These are the new river spots. There's still the safe ones in your jungle that I guess your mid player could get still. So this is where the new fight will be. So there's going to be a lot of fights in your mid lane, actually. Okay. Various cast ranges and movement speed, talents, items, and abilities have been replaced or toned down. These are included in line with the item and hero selections below. Okay. There has been a lot of mobility lately, but I don't know, we'll see how that goes. Thank you for the sub. Did I miss anything major? I don't think so. Okay. Hero kissing is no longer allowed. Weird. Just when that new character got introduced. Weird coincidence. Hero kill assist gold now adjusted based on the relative net worth difference between the two teams. Okay, that's like when thank you for insulting me, but I will take your $10. You guys can insult me any day for $10. Go ahead. I don't give a shit. Okay, so this is like when I'm standing near an enemy that dies. I get assist gold. It's on top of, if you get the kill bounty, you get assist gold and bounty. I think, God, I don't remember. They've changed the shit so many times now. So for example, if your team is down 5,000 gold, the enemy has 50,000 total net worth, your assist gold will be worth 10% more. Okay, so basically a little comeback mechanic for supports, because supports usually don't get as many kills. You could argue that unless everybody gets assist gold, then it doesn't actually mean much. But it's really hard to like keep track of these kinds of things unless you do all the math or like use a lot of big data. So it's kind of hard to speculate on right now. Heroes now start the game with 1 TP score on 3. That's gonna be really painful for me. Actually, I die a lot. I die a lot in the early game. And sometimes it's really nice having those 3 TP scrolls because then I'm like, well, that's fine. I'll just TP back. But now, if you have to buy TP scrolls to get back to lane, I'll read the next line. Oh, thank you. Heroes now gain 1 TP scroll on death. I'm going to die all the time now. I'm going to die all the time. I'm going to die I'm going to get so many free TP scrolls. I want that added to my net worth at the end. Like 24 death. That's like what, 2,400 free net worth, guys? Like, that's amazing. But the cost has been increased. So basically, this is a penalty for winning teams. Because if I go somewhere and get some shit done, but they TP all of their heroes and kill me, I can be like, haha, fucking suckers. You guys just lost 400 net worth. Pieces of shit. Mass TP to my lane. Cowards. And I gain 100 gold. So this is legitimately a nerf to people that respond with teleports. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Like, if you get a lot of people to teleport to deal with you, it's actually helpful. Split pushing, if assuming like all else is let's say there's nothing, that's the end of the patch or something, this would mean that split pushing would be economically viable, unless they have BOTs, of course. But if you force people around the map a lot to teleport, then it's going to cost them a little bit more to move around. Kind of similar to using like dust to get kills. Okay, heroes with 1.0 turn rate now have a 0.9 turn rate. Heroes with 0.5 turn rate now have 0.6. So it'll make things a little bit more even. What this appears to seem is that they are trying to make turn rate feel a little bit less obnoxious, and they're going to do it very slowly over time. In 2 years, everyone is going to have the same turn rate, and it's going to be a little baby turn rate like 0.7 or something, or 0.6. That's what they're doing. So Valve's strategy to get League players to play Dota. Step 1, they did the anime. Step 2, they added that new hero. And step 3 is make the turn rate not make League players whine like babies. And eventually we'll get there. Okay, turn rate effect on time to turn improved by 20%. Does this mean everybody's turns faster? Is that what this means? I think so. Aghanim Scepter Roshan drop now requires you to activate it to consume it. Okay, I like this. Basically means that it's harder. Like if you pick it up in the middle of a fight, then you could still potentially give it to somebody else later after you've collected your TP scroll in the hectic fight. Aghanim Shard now drops on the second Rosh kill, and only that one has same activation mechanics as the Scepter drop. So it only drops on the second Rosh kill. That's cool though. So now you get an Ag Shard and a cheese in addition to Rosh. That's cool. I like this a lot. I like this for the same reasons that Ag's Scepter Shard being dropped. It's like it number one, it gives us data about who thinks that it's worth getting. Number two, people don't want to buy Ag Shards very often now because it is pretty expensive. 1,400 gold is a lot. That's a big progression towards your next item that might actually really impact the game in a huge way. And not all shards are worth rushing in the slightest. Like the vast majority are situational or sometimes things. So being able to get a shard on a second Rosh is really cool. Obviously, Ag Scepter is better unless you're playing Lifestealer. Lifestealer's Ag Scepter is fucking garbage. But yeah, there's a lot of heroes that'd be like, I'd love to have a free Ag Shard. And a second Rosh is super viable. Now, if I could just remember to take Roshan when my team is winning, which is already rare in the first place because I collect a lot of teleport scrolls in my free time for free. But then that would be great. Free Ag Shards would be great. Okay. Second Rosh, not second Rosh kill. You don't have to kill Rosh 2 times to get it. It would be the second time Rosh dies in a game. Increase building teleportation range up to 800. Wow, it was 575. I don't know. Is that high? Affects TP scrolls and boots of travel. The outpost teleport base channel time reduced by 1. I think that was fine. 6 seconds felt like a lot. And the outpost vision is reduced to 500. That's good because it was placed in a really good spot. Now that it's more central in the jungle, so reducing the vision is really valid. Keep in mind, though, that I was going to argue that like you're not going to be able to see somebody teleporting in because it only spots 500 of the 800, but you can't teleport to the enemy outpost, so that was an irrelevant point. Let's move on from this huge mistake. Captain's mode initial picking phase changed from first, second to first, second, first. Hoodwink in Captain's mode. So, it used to be like this for a very long time. Someone would get a first pick, then you get 2 picks, then they get their last. So this is it's gonna be a little bit easier to do some like cheese stuff here on second pick, basically. Not that it's like impossible, but now like for example, if you really wanted to pair Alchemist with Monkey King, like the way the OG would play it, then it'd be super easy here with your second picks, or do an IO pairing, or pick some hero like basically do an IO pairing is like stupid easy if IO doesn't get banned, for example. But it's also kind of good for first pick too, because you could do your surprise pick here. But I don't know enough about drafting to make a definitive argument here, but there are strategies that potentially benefit both sides here. My view on Hoodwink, I think Hoodwink is a great skirmisher. She can pressure the map pretty effectively. All the tree changes are going to help her a lot, actually, like a shitload. So that already is going to buff Hoodwink, because now defending towers as Hoodwink is just simpler. There's trees closer to towers, number one. Wind Ranger is going to feel more strong in that way too. Easier shackle targets around towers, where normally it's a little bit of a struggle. And Hoodwink, because she can run through trees or go invis by staying near trees with Scurry or whatever, should make it easier for her to feel impactful. The problem though is that Hoodwink does not definitively solo crush teamfights. Your teamfight can feel weak as a hero, but her having an AoE stun that also slightly vacuums heroes is really good if your teammates follow up. But if they don't, then the hero can feel bad. You have to actively pressure on Hoodwink to make Hoodwink feel good. Otherwise, Hoodwink does not feel good. So bad players will struggle closing games out with her, and that's, I think, why her win rate isn't necessarily incredible. But pros will now play the shit out of this hero now that it's in captain's mode. And let's just check the calendar really quick, see how long it is until they have to play professional Dota in a really important season to determine whether or not they go to TI in 5 days. So hopefully they can figure that out anytime in the next 100 hours. Good luck. Couriers no longer have vision when inside the Roche pit. That's really needed. That was very necessary and a little bit abusive. Wards can now be denied from full health by any allied player if the ward is placed in a spawn camp box. But I wanna report those players from full health. Wow. Oh, that just means that before, like, if an ally would attack it down to half HP or something, then your ally could deny it, because it would be like denying an observer ward. Now you could just like attack it when it's still full HP. Pretty needed. So even if people do grief, like it doesn't for sure end the game. It would just be them like wasting their money, and you have to like come along and clear it out. So at least like if they do grief, it's not griefing guaranteed for 6 minutes and AK destroying the game. Now it's like a brief thing, but you could still play on even though they're actively trying to hurt you. Ancient neutral creeps armor increased by 1, except for the ancient golems. Okay, so it's a little bit harder to jungle or to do ancients. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. Neutral items now fly towards the killing hero rather than spawning under the dead unit. Thank you. That's really nice. That's good. There's times where like you clear a camp while you're running away from it, and then you have to backtrack and it costs you seconds. Sometimes kills you, or make sure that you don't get the neutral item. Just a little thing that like is going to remove some of those edge cases of annoyance that happen. Also, it's going to also mean that it's going to be easier to grab them. They're not going to die right next to their friends. It'll be flying towards you probably, and therefore it should be easier for you to pick that up. Hero ban count for matchmaking increased by 6. It's still chance based. So before, I believe there were 10 bans that were based on like what heroes are the most picked at that MMR or something like that. Does matchmaking mean all modes? Before, so hypothetically, if everybody, and I think there's only like a 50% chance for your ban to go through. So if I ban a hero and everybody else bans 9 other heroes, then 5 of those would be banned, and then 5 of them would be randomish or based on matchmaking, I think is how it works. Now there are just more, period. So I think this is ultimately kind of good. What this basically means, and I can't remember exactly, I think it's Turbo's 100% banned. I don't care about who plays Turbo. From 5 to 11? No, it was 10 before. So it's 10 to 16. How is it based? Is it based on, is it random? I think it's based on like most picked heroes. That's why Purge is often banned. But I'm pretty sure what this basically means is that I think the reason they're doing this is because this is the cycle that kind of like breaks people's brains when they or enjoyment of the game when they play Dota a lot. Is that right when a patch happens, it's fucking beautiful. Everybody's basically fucking around, doing stuff, figuring things out. Everyone's having a great time. They're doing terrible builds. They're buying shards on heroes that they shouldn't buy because the shards aren't good, but they want to try them out. Everyone's picking what they feel like picking and they feel like trying out. And then for like 2 or 3 weeks, everybody has a great time playing Dota because they're like, look at all this new stuff that I'm learning. But eventually, these people come in, the real assholes. Fuck, they're called tryhards. They try really fucking hard to min-max. And the pro players, we get it. But like everybody else, you guys are scum. They try really hard. They find the best hero in the patch, and they find the best way to play it, and they do it all the fucking time. They just pick the best heroes all the time because they like winning so much. I love winning, but not enough to be a tryhard. So they just try hard all the fucking time because, you know, some of them are trying to raise their MMR or whatever. Blah, who cares? And then eventually it's like every fucking game I have to play against tryhards. And you might be saying, hey, go play unranked. I do. And get this. Tryhards are in unranked too. Because sometimes there's a tryhard on the enemy team and you feel like you have to try hard to counter their tryhard because otherwise your game's going to be really fucking hard because they picked really good heroes. And it just like, it creates this like race to the bottom of like where every game just breeds tryhards. So my point is more bans means that you're going to more likely see top heroes in the patch banned, which is going to mean that more heroes are viable because you don't have to play against those like highest win percentage heroes or wait for a patch. And I think ultimately this might mean that people enjoy Dota. Like the post patch enjoyment period should be a little bit longer and more enjoyable. So like even like let's say Ice Frog and the company Valve exploded right now, assuming they paid their server costs out for like, you know, 5 years or something. Let's hope. And then we could probably still enjoy Dota a little bit, a slightly higher by like, you know, 5% more if you don't like tryhards, which nobody should. If there's any tryhards in chat, ban them. Okay, anyways, let's move on. Buyback costs reduced from 200 plus the net worth divided by 12 to 200 plus net worth divided by 13. So this means that that's a lot of ban means. I'll ban all you assholes if I wasn't busy. This means that your buyback cost has gone down by a little bit because the denominator is bigger, which means what's the opposite to denominator? The number above the line is now going to be lower. Yes. So buyback is going to be a little bit cheaper. Numerator. Thank you. Denominator. Numerator and denominator. Oh, God. I think about so much. I actually use so many math terms when I do patch notes. And then every other time in between, I literally just say, like, I hate tryhards. Me like randoming. And then now I have to be smart. Okay, so buybacks are just slightly cheaper, especially for like carries and stuff like that. Courier respawn time reduced, especially late game. Backdoor protection damage reduction increased by a little bit, so backdooring is a little bit harder. Hero to hero item transfer range increased. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. Dragging neutral items to people is not going to feel painful. They basically solved this for everything except for transfer neutral items. Wards, salves, clarities, all that stuff has a decent range on it, but now neutral items is going to be easier, which is great. Or I can put an Ironwood branch in somebody's inventory when they're trying to Roshan and pick up Aegis is another strategy that you could probably do now because the range is a little bit higher. That is something that we're going to see instantly, almost guaranteed. Because now you don't have to be directly in 300 is pretty far, actually. You could genuinely do this now. This is like legit. It's like a real strategy now. To put like an observer, a sentry ward on somebody's hero when they're trying to pick up Aegis. Okay. Tree respawn interval time reduced to 3 minutes instead of 5. I think this is great. It was obnoxious playing a hero like Tree and Protector if you're trying to be invis on trees, for example, and for it to be like a 5 minutes thing. I think it shouldn't be that long. 3 minutes feels pretty fair, especially like Mars ulti type stuff. You can clear a lot of trees with that ulti, which makes some defending some towers a little bit weird at times. What else? Caudals, Will-O-Wisp, obviously. Things like that. Falling abilities no longer destroy trees. Earth Splitter, Mornin's Kisses, Meteor Hammer, and Macropyre. Okay. So nerf for Jakiro against Monkey King, of course. Meteor Hammer not destroying trees. Very good news for Meteor Hammer Monkey Kings. And for Tree and Protectors. Anything else? That's about it. Rest of this looks fine. Reduce the radius of tree destruction on the following abilities. So basically they're trying to like really buy back into trees in Dota 2 is what this is, makes it very obvious, right? This whole paragraph. Trees are the world. Maybe you guys are joking that like nature's or Tree and Protector can't go invis anymore in trees, which is fine. But basically making trees, which is honestly a really smart idea, right? Like they're sitting here, they're like, hey, league players, turn rate's not going to be so bad. You like bushes? That's too bad. Bushes are basic as fuck. We have trees. You can juke. You can do fancy things. You don't just hide in the tree and you see the bush and all of a sudden it's like if I put 2 pieces of grass up on my head, I can like see through all grass on the whole planet or something. It's like it's stupid, bad design, right? Maybe I'd call it anti-fun. But trees give you juke potential. And I feel like I don't juke enough these days, you know? It's like a pretty small thing in Dota these days. It used to be very, very common. Juking these days is back. This place you can juke on every tower basically. But before it's like you check a couple spots and you basically know where they are. You juke like Radiant or Dire behind the tower. That's basically it. Every other juking, it's been gone for a while. So I'm happy to see juking come back. Bring it on back. All right, anyways, Wild Axes. Gust killed trees, apparently. Power Cogs, Vacuum. Fire Remnant. Relocate, Tether. Blinding Light, Skewer, Doppelganger. The fuck's Doppelganger? Oh, the second skill for PL. Telekinesis, which is dropped from Rubik. Fire Snap Cookie. Spit Out. That's what I do when I play League of Legends. Spider Legs will kill less trees. Blast Off. Toss. Snowball. Power Shot. Will-O-Wisp. Okay. Tango. I can just say her name. She still sleeps. It's beautiful. Shared tangos now expire. Maybe that's why she doesn't come to me when I call her at the dog park. Shared tangos now expire after 40 seconds. Okay. So nerf to mid players. But they do have those water runes now. Tango pooling has been removed from the strategy phase UI. Okay. 40 seconds. That is not a lot. That's like you help your mid get a rune, a bounty rune. You give them a shared tango, and you got to use that shit or lose it. Use it or lose it. All men will be able to transition this very easy, because we all know if you don't have sex, your dick falls off. We are all told this in school by all our other peers, but now it's real. So luckily, all of that mental scarring that we have from toxic masculinity will now be useful here. I'm ready to use it or lose it. Okay. Great. Necronomicon removed. I was spoiled on this, but it's not a big deal. Necronomicon's been in the game a long time. I think this would be a good moment to do a little eulogy for Necronomicon. Do you guys know what the Necronomicon is from? At least from what I know it from, is the Evil Dead. Fuck it, let's do it. 1 second. Evil Dead Necronomicon. Okay, I have no videos myself of Evil Dead Necronomicon. Let's go back to youtube.com. Evil Dead Necronomicon. It's a very good movie. Is this it? Is this the first one? I don't want the first. What was like the Evil Dead 3 one? It was in that one too. Army of Darkness. There we go, baby.
Everybody's got to come out of the alley.
Buy smart, buy S smart. I don't want an ad. Mute the ad. I'm gonna get copyright striked for this. Oh god, so many ads. Maybe I just shouldn't do this. Anyways, watch Army of Darkness. It's a very good movie. Should I just not show this? This feels dangerous. Like I'm going to get copyright striked. All right, I'm just going to show you guys a picture. No audio. Boop. This is from the movie Army of Darkness. It's very good. What does that look like? Anybody? That look familiar to anyone? It's the Necronomicon. When did this movie come out? I don't know. He's trying to figure out which one it is. He's got a carries a shotgun around. His arm's gone. A very good movie. He's trying to figure out which one it is. Some bad shit in all of these. It's comical, very funny. He got sucked in. Now his jaw. This is really not. This is not going to be good context. I promise you, this movie is not. It's goofy, but it's good goofy. This one bites him. Of course, some of these are going to summon like demon archers. Anyways, it's gone now. He has to fight it. It was the third one, and I regret everything. I shouldn't. Watch Army of Darkness. Watch this sometime. This is good, I promise. Dog is gone. All right, Necronomicon's gone. Number one, Necro is really good right now and is generally seen as like necessary. Boomer horror? Yeah, it's probably boomer horror. My dad showed it to me too. Necronomicon was primarily used to, right now, obviously push creep waves when you aren't there. It was really good with some heroes to get kills. Beastmaster, natural item on Beastmaster. Other summon heroes could sometimes utilize it really well. Tusk was seeing some use with it. But primarily what Necro did was you'd use it to ward and deward because it gave you true sight. So the fact that it's gone from the game, it's going to make any Techies player happy, most likely. That's not necessarily true because Techies, like, people buy gem. There's still options, but Invis heroes, basically, Nyx Assassin was countered by Necronomicon, for example. But it was a really good way to go find observer wards and remove vision control for your opponents. But it kind of countered that a little bit too hard, you could argue. So when Necro was good, it was used pretty consistently to deal with observer wards and stuff like that. So it being removed is probably good for the game, but it's a little sad because it's been in the game for literally forever. Okay, Satanic cooldown reduced by 10 seconds. It can no longer be dispelled. That's huge, and it applies a basic dispel once cast. Okay, very cool. Cool in a lot of ways. Cooldown reduction is really solid. 25-second window is plenty to still kill somebody that has the Satanic. The fact that it can't be dispelled anymore is massive because now you could use it to fight to the death against somebody, even if they have a nullifier or something like that. Dispelling Satanic just felt a little bit too good, I would argue. And the item wasn't good enough for it to feel valuable. So then, like, this is just like a good way to like completely remove. Like, you can still counter somebody that's Satanic, right? You disarm them, you stun them, you use them in the air so that they're not attacking. Like, you walk away from the hero that has Satanic on. Like, there are still plenty of solutions. You don't need to also have the ability that you can dispel it. And dispelling is pretty common right now, making this too big of a counter probably. So, and the fact that it also dispels you on cast means that now you could use Satanic rather than Manta Style, Eul Scepter, Lotus Orb. This gives you a lot of cool options actually to rush this as an item. If you don't need a BKB but you do really need a dispel because Storm has an Orchid, you could potentially rush a Satanic. Basically what I'm trying to say is the Mask of Madness, Deso into Satanic Sniper is now online. We're here. We're finally here. Looking forward to that. Battle Fury, mana regen reduced, and cleave damage reduced a little bit, down to 40%. Still, it's going to be valuable, most likely. Lifestealer's version of Manta? Nah. I mean, it'd be better on him than a Manta. Like, basically, yeah, okay, so look at it this way. Strength heroes is how you should say it. Strength heroes that want to dispel, but really don't want to buy Manta, you could argue Satanic is potentially great on them. That part's cool. I like that there's now a carry item solution against Silence that isn't Manta or BKB. I think that is cool, and it's going to make the game better. Because right now, Satanic is not a very good item, especially when you have to compare it to its other alternatives, which are all, like, Satanic gives you a lot of HP, and it gives you a lot of lifesteal. It's effectively a sustain slash HP item. So if you compare it with other items that are very similar, Scotty, really good when it got buffed to give anti-healing against enemies and really strong slow. So Scotty became more valuable. What else got buffed recently? Heart. Heart is actually pretty good right now. Gives you a ton of raw HP regen That's always on. Heart and Scotty, very good. Let's buff Satanic, but in a different way. We don't need to make it like raw survivability. It's now got some utility to it. It can't be dispelled, so it's just better at doing what it used to do, but it also gives you a dispel. So you could just buy Satanic to have some of those benefits, but now it also gives you a way to like remove silences without having to buy BKB. I think that's really cool. Pro players are going to use this much, much more often now. Yes, Satanic would be able to dispel silence or roots. So if you have a Satanic against a Treant Protector, it's really good now because you could BKB, take your fight. If he uses Overgrowth to root you through BKB, you press Satanic to remove it. You could use it against a lot of different heroes. There's a lot of spells that do damage over time. Silences are generally the best reason to have a dispel, almost always. But Juggernaut could buy Satanic, for example. That way, if he gets silenced, he can remove the silence and then use Omni Slash or Spin to protect himself. So instead of having to buy Manta, we're not gonna see people rush Satanic probably because Manta is almost always better. But maybe we'd see it on some strength heroes. Like a lot of agility heroes rush Manta anyways because it increases their farm speed, and like Anti-Mage is really good on him. Jugget's really good on him because the illusions get crit, and the stats are generally good. But you know, maybe we could see it on like a Drow Ranger or something. They pick up Satanic instead of Manta. Probably not, but maybe. Stuff like that. Sniper type heroes, Satanic is really good, actually, because Sniper is a hero that is countered by Gap Close. So your only solutions, if somebody is bad at escaping, like heroes that don't have mobility are really screwed right now by Gap Close heroes. And a lot of heroes have mobility right now, especially new heroes, as you can tell. So your options are run away, don't let them see you, and therefore Gap Close you. That one's really hard to always accomplish. Number 3 is just out heal them when they do Gap Close you. So sometimes when you're playing a hero like Sniper, having a Satanic is really nice because it's like they're going to get on top of you, but now I have a solution. I can just lifesteal through it, pop Satanic and fight to the death. And then they're like, well, I'm on top of you, but it isn't worth it, you know? So that's like a big dodo balance is like movement speed versus who has more damage than sustain. Sniper's other solution is his concussion grenade, but that costs money and it is countered by BKBs and stuff like that. But being able to push people away from you is a really good solution that could potentially compensate for things like that. So I think this is really cool. Meteor Hammer stun duration reduced by 0.25. I think that's fine. Building damage per second increase. So slightly worse is against heroes, but slightly better at doing hero damage. And I think this takes like 5 or 6 times, so it's fine. Abyssal Blade no longer has a blink effect, now melee ability. Oh, I know one person that has been waiting for this moment for a year and a half. So basically, and we could kind of predict this based on up above where it said we're reducing mobility. Mobility creep has been an issue. There's just a lot of, like, here's the issue. There's a shitload of heroes. Sorry, 1 second. Shut the fuck up. Don't bark. Don't bark. God. There's a lot of heroes that were designed a long time ago that didn't have mobility built into their toolkits, but it's more fun to play mobility heroes. So to compensate, what it seemed like is what they did was they gave heroes more mobility skills. Ursa's slow, for example, didn't used to have a leap in it. They added Abyssal Blade. They added the blink to Abyssal Blade. That way, heroes that didn't have good gap close could use Abyssal Blade as a way to gap close without having to buy a blink dagger. But then the problem became that like there was just so much mobility that in some ways like those heroes that still weren't mobile like Sniper still had just like way too many issues. It was like way too hard to play Sniper because so many heroes could gap close you. So removing the Abyssal and reducing the movement speed of a lot of other items is going to be good for the game probably to help compensate slightly. So no longer has a blink effect. Now it's a melee stun. The recipe cost is reduced. Total cost is 300 cheaper, so it's cheaper to buy Abyssal Blade, but you're not going to be able to blink gap close. This is going to hurt pro games a little bit in the sense that it's going to be way harder to blink Abyssal Blade unless you see your opponent. So it's going to be vision. Like normally what happens is like they have a swift blink. I'm high ground, but they don't have vision me, but they know about where I am. They just blink high ground and they click on the first person they see and they instantly blink stun you and they get to initiate a fight. Now, if they don't blink directly on top of me, I'm safe. Unless they already have like a blink strike built into their toolkit. So basically doing lazy initiations is going to be harder with Abyssal Blade now, even if they have a blink. It's also going to require a blink or other gap close just to even get the disable off in the first place. So if I'm worried about a Slark, he has to leap like right on me, which is difficult to do. Now it's so basically like for mediocre players, it's gonna be way harder to do like these stun initiations. Way harder. Which is a good thing. And it's gonna be harder for pro players who are very skilled anyways and will be able to do those leaps to do it in a lazy way, basically. It's going to be harder to do it like as a quick reaction unless you have like the right heroes. So I think this is ultimately really good. It's also a nerf to Shadow Fiend Arcane Blink, obviously, with Abyssal Blade because you won't be able to gap close with it. But I think that's fine. It's like one hero that's unfortunately getting like a big negative effect. I think Shadow Fiend is cool, but him losing this is ultimately worth it for the overall scope of the game. If you have Penna Edge Sword melee attack range buff, does that apply to Satanic? No. An item cast range is based on your cast range, not based on your attack range. So if you buy Aether Lens and you have Abyssal Blade, well, oh, I see what you mean. It says it's a melee ability. This could be confusing. This could be Valve wrote it as it's a melee ability, but really means it's a 150 cast range ability. Like if you have Abyssal Blade and you buy a Aether Lens for more cast range, you can do it from farther away. But because it says a melee ability, it does sound like it is based on your attack range as a melee hero. I would guess it just has a very short cast range of like 150. But we'd have to test it. If that's the case, Monkey King would be able to use it at a longer range than other heroes, for example. Which I don't know if that's fair or not, but it should probably just be consistent for all heroes, not be based on your attack range. But because there's neutral items that increase your cast melee attack range, it's kind of cool. If it did work like that. Tranquil Boots, less movement speed. Eul's Scepter. Oh, this is cast range. I was like, that's a lot. 25 less movement speed is insane. Obviously, it doesn't give you 500 movement speed, though. Cast range reduced by 25. So harder to Eul's enemies to set up. Here's the first patch. Valve messed something up. 10 less movement speed for Boots of Travel. 10 less for Boots of Travel 2, so it's 20 movement speed if you ever want to upgrade that. I basically never bought this in my life, so less than like 4 times, I think. Swift Blink no longer ignores movement speed limit, which is necessary. A lot of carries, this was just like insanely good late game. Aether Lens cast range bonus. I've always said that cast range and movement speed were very similar, so I'm cool to see these all in the same category. This reflects my theory about it. Because either you can cast from farther away, or you can be faster, therefore you can get closer to cast and therefore react faster. So very similar concepts, cast range and movement speed. They allow you to be out of position and to get in position or react at a quicker time. They're both very similar concepts. Sentry Ward cost reduced down to 50. That's a massive decrease. So going to be way easier to spam these. The true set radius is reduced a little bit. So a little bit harder to cover as much ground, but you can buy more to compensate. You tested Aether Lens does increase the distance that you can Abyssal. Okay, so thank you. I appreciate that. So it's based on cast range. This is misleading by Valve. It should say it has, like, I get it if they don't want to write, it's, the cast range is like a melee ability, 150 range or something. But their words are not always super consistent. But it's probably more readable and more obvious. Like, it's saying now a melee ability is more clear for 90% of Dota players than saying the cast range is 150. You know, that's like, I get it. This has a better effect, but it's not correct. It's not exactly precise, but that's fine. Okay, great. Melee illusions incoming damage reduced. So melee illusions from Manta will live longer. Ranged illusions are going to take less damage. Now they're the same for range and melee. Okay. Ranged illusions did die really fast before. And then the cooldown for range heroes reduced to be the same as melee. So Manta is the same as melee as ranged. Interesting. Yeah, this was changed a long time ago. Just because it was easier for ranged illusions to get like damage benefits. The ranged illusions are still going to deal less damage than melee. I think they do like 22. Melees do like 30, I think, something like that. But them dying less quickly is going to be helpful. Ranged, like Manta, just, it's good for farming creeps generally. Unless you're like Terrorblade or something and you have like insane base damage or Morphling, like your illusions just like, they die so easily that it's more for like dispelling and farming creeps, like pushing creep waves out. So this change sounds fine to make the item more versatile, especially with the fact that Manta is not going to be very unique as a dispel anymore, potentially, especially if there's other things that are going to be dispelling other than just like Satanic. So I think like if Manta was before like the perfect dispel item, buffing it to make the illusions last a little bit longer, which was a really weak point before, I think is a cool way to compensate for the fact that Satanic also does something similar. I thought I read Sentry. I read Sentry. Helm of Iron Will, armor increased by 1. Armlet armor increased by 1. Active health reduced. Okay. So Armlet's now going to give you 10 armor when you turn it on, I think, instead of 9. I think it gave 9 before when you turn it on. It giving you less health drain means that you could reasonably use it more often on strength heroes. You could potentially use it on other heroes as well, but it's probably not that great. It's been a long time since I saw an agility hero buy an armlet. It's like mediocre on other heroes typically, but it gives you like over 60 damage on strength heroes. So other heroes that give you like 40 damage, 25 attack speed, lots of armor, some attack speed, but the active health drain, I don't know. It's probably not worth it on any agility heroes. But I can't help but think that it's just way better on them if there's less health drain. If you had like built-in lifesteal, it'd be good. Armlet's probably amazing on that new hero. Actually, it's like insanely good on the new hero. You could turn on Armlet, do the spin, turn it off afterwards if you really wanted to. It's probably really good on that new hero, like insanely good. I don't see why you wouldn't buy it on the new hero at all. You've already got mobility on your base kit, so movement speed is not that bad. You just kind of want damage. You could farm with it. It's probably really good on her. All right, energy booster reduced by 100. Vitality booster reduced by 100. Heart is massively more expensive. Well, 300 more because 100 less for vitality booster minimum. We'll see if later on if the other components of heart are more expensive, but normally they'd say in parentheses overall a 300 cost increase to make it really clear, but I don't know, we'll see if they're sloppy later on. Aether Lens is more expensive to compensate, but so basically like Arcane Boots, this will make Soul Booster way cheaper actually. So Bloodstone and Octarine Core will be way cheaper by 200. Octarine will be 100 cheaper, but Bloodstone will be 200 cheaper, which is kind of a big deal. Bloodstone's really expensive right now, so that's probably really fair. Vanguard cheaper, Abyssal Blade cheaper, Spirit Vessel cheaper. Am I missing anything else? Anything else energy boost? Holy Locket, 100 cheaper, guys. Buy it. Buy it now. It's time to buy the Holy Locket. Black King Bar cooldown increase. See, this is why I don't buy BKB, because I'm like, I don't want to. 75 seconds. This is way too much. Why would I buy BKB? I knew it was going to be nerfed in this way. Oh, I like this. Oh, I like this a lot. No more 10-second BKB. 10 seconds is a long time. That 10-second BKB lasts freaking forever. But I also think that a 5-second BKB is garbage. It's really low. 5 seconds is no time at all. Decline. I don't even know who this is. I know. 5 seconds was really bad though, late game. So I like that it's going to have a smaller range. 6 to 9 is pretty reasonable. And the fact that it starts at 9 is great. That means like if you're playing against good players and they only use BKBs at like perfect times, it's not going to feel like insurmountable for like that like mid-game timing here where it's still at 8 and 7. It's going to be down to 6 a lot faster. Use it 3 times and you're down to 6? Thank you for the $10. Would you like to insult me? No? All right, that's fine. Clarity duration reduced by 5 seconds. So less mana, but it activates faster. So just a straight up nerf to clarity. Kind of. I mean, it's a nerf, right? It just gives you less mana. But you could better justify using it in the laning stage, arguably. Nah, not really. It's just worse. It just gives you less mana. Let's do the math. Calculator. 180 divided by 30 is 6 mana per second. 150 divided by 25 is 6 mana per second. So it's just straight up worse. Straight up just worse. I thought maybe if like it gave you more mana per second in a shorter period of time, that would be better for the laning stage, but they're just straight up nerfing the item. So basically using clarity to supplement your mana in the late game is just going to feel way worse than before. So finally, Slacks is about to be right just when we convince him to buy clarity potions. But this is just going to encourage like high mana usage heroes to justify buying items that have mana regen, which before has been a little bit of an afterthought the last couple patches. It makes things like Bloodstone a little bit better. It means just like making sure that you're buying mana regen items on the heroes that need it is just going to be more useful. Because sometimes if you're missing like 1,000 mana or something on an int hero, you bring out like 3 clarities. Before that would give you like what, 600 mana almost, 550 mana. Now it's only 450. It's like a pretty big difference. So yeah, definitely going to justify mana regen items a little bit more. Guys, you know what time it is? It's time to run ads. Tell you a story? $5. Thank you for the donation. Not everybody gets ads, guys. See, the way the ads work is Twitch approaches people and they say, hey, would you like to advertise on twitch.tv? And those old ass men who only watch football on Sunday and never play video games, they say, what's Twitch TV? So sometimes it's difficult to get them to run ads on Twitch TV. But these days is very good. But the problem is that like there aren't people in every single country that want to run ads on Twitch TV. I believe that is a 50 sub. Kagaro-chan giving me another 50 subs. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And then somebody else also, Wafa88 giving me 10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. So basically, there aren't ads, and then when they make this deal and finally shake each other's hands or whatever and say like, okay, yes, I promise that I'm going, or here's the money, please run my McDonald's ads to 3,000 people. Well, for example, if Admiral Bulldog comes along and he has a lot of people watching and like they're only going to play these 3,000 McDonald's ads to people in the US, maybe he has a lot of people in the US watching, and therefore with his big stream he presses the ad button and then they run out of those ads. Now those 3,000 ads have already been played. Twitch gets paid by McDonald's for the money. Admiral Bulldog gets a cut of that because he was the streamer that ran the ads and that got people to watch. And then what happens afterwards is now there's no more McDonald's ads to run, which paid high. And now you guys have to watch like Bitcoin and crappy ads that are sold by people that are not paying as much or something like that, you know, like whoever pays less. And then there's some countries that just don't have ad deals go through, or the stock isn't there, so they just don't get ads. So even though I press the ad button, not everybody gets the ads. That's how ad fills work. So even if H&R Block, yeah, you're going to see a lot of ads for that kind of thing. I think political ads are banned now on Twitch, if I'm not mistaken. But political ads on like YouTube and other websites are big cash cows for sure. Hell yeah, get Admiral Bulldog that McDonald's money, dude. Or you can just pay Purge directly by subbing to avoid ads. That's true. There are many options. Okay, the ads are done. I hope you all learned something. Let us continue. Yes, Slack's clarities are worse late game. They're worse at all stages of the game, but much worse late because they heal a smaller percentage of your mana pool, you could argue. But with that said, it's still probably better to use clarities if you only need a little bit of mana than it is for you to go back to Fountain and then therefore stop farming, stop pressuring the map, that kind of thing. Clarities buy you time to not have to go to the base, and that's usually more valuable. Bottle cost is increased by 50 to make it a little bit harder to rush. The mana regen is reduced by 10, and the HP and regen is reduced by a little bit. This is probably to compensate for the water runes, because now the water runes give you 100 health and some mana. So it's going to mean bottle is a little bit worse, but that's because you're basically guaranteed to get to bottle something. Rami now gifting 50 tier 1 subs. Thank you. God, I love patch days. Okay, bottle is, so yeah, more expensive, less benefits, and but still a very good item. Hedress now provides an extra 0.5 regen to the holder. Yeah, Hedress and Basie really fell off the map. That was like, those used to be like the support item in the laning stage, but They were pretty expensive. So Hedra's giving you a little bit extra regen is going to help compensate. I don't think that's going to make it better for cores, but maybe we'll see like mech type heroes buy these items more as like an offlane or a core, because you're going to be doing a little bit more for yourself. If the items doesn't like help you out, it's just not going to feel as good. Icer Joker with 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Yeah, it's stimmy checks, dude. I'm getting my stimmy check right now. Thank you, everybody. Ring of Basie, mana regen or reduced, but it gives you more. So individually, you could justify buying Ring of Basilius more for yourself, which I think is fine actually. The supports that typically buy Ring of Basilius do need a lot of mana regen, so the fact that it gives you extra to your hero and less to your allies, I think is totally fine. So like buying Ring of Basilius as a support item just feels better now, personally, is my viewpoint. Because a lot of people buy mana regen items like that to benefit themselves. Arcane Boots a little bit more for allies at times, but that's usually more of a noob viewpoint rather than like a good player viewpoint. You don't really buy Arcane Boots typically to help your allies get more mana, even though it's nice in the laning stage, for example. I don't think this half HP regen for Hedras is that big of a deal. I mean, 0.2 mana regen for Ring of Basilius is not that much, but, you know, just little buffs to the item I think are nice. Buckler now gives 1 extra armor to the holder, so now Buckler is a 3 armor item. I think Buckler is expensive, isn't it? Like 400 gold or some shit? It's like 350. It's pretty expensive. But 3 armor for 350 gold? That's a little bit better to buy in the early game. I kind of like that. JK, the recipe cost increased. So it's still bad. So it was 375. Now it is a 425 gold item, but it gives you 3 armor. I just buy a chainmail, which is 4. I guess it's not that much better. I mean, it's not terrible. I just don't see myself buying this early. But at least it gives 3, not 2. 2 felt bad. Nobody ever bought Buckler early unless you're buying Vlad's or something. It just was not an early game item you'd ever consider. And this just gives more early game variety. In fact, if you think about how the last like patches have gone the last couple of years, you basically had just like Wraith Bands and Bracers and stuff become insane with like 8 strength and 6 mana regen or whatever they gave. 8 magic resistance. They were like insanely good. Then they had to nerf those down like 8 times to make them, and they had to remove Aquila obviously. But because Aquila got removed, they had to give these other early game items some buffs. Those got too good, they nerfed them down. Then they buffed like Headdress and shit, but then they had to nerf those down. And now it's like people are just like really, pro players are really iffy about buying those super early game items. They're like, they just found that it just wasn't that worth it to like finish their Wraith Bands at times. They'll still buy Null Talismans because the mana regen's really good, but like Bracers and Wraith Bands became like a sometimes thing. And now they're buffing up early game items a little bit. I don't think we're going to see buffs to like Bracer, Wraith, Null, I would guess. But seeing these other early game items to give you some early game options, I think is good. Pipe of Insight, a little bit more regen. Mech, a little bit more regen. Veil, a little bit more regen. That's kind of nice little buff to Veil. 0.25 extra mana per second is not bad for whoever buys Basie, basically. And then if you go from Basie to Veil, it gives a lot more mana regen now. It goes from 1 to 1.75, so it could be pretty useful for some allies who are pushing type lineups. And then Vlad's mana, not that like mana is that hard to get these days, but mana regen or increased on Vlad's. Recipe cost reduced by 100. Yeah, Vlad's is way too expensive. But Buckler was more expensive, so this is only a net savings of 50 gold. So Vlad's still about the same. That's a really expensive item. 2,750. Damn, dude. Force Staff, Ring of Regen replaced with Fluffy Hats. Now it gives HP instead of regen. That's excellent. Thank you for the bits, Greenwich. Sorry about everybody's ears. Apologized. Sorry. Regen in the late game is not very good. So basically, Force Staff, like regen is most valuable in the very early game, unless you're buying a lot of regen and you're on a tanky hero. Thank you. $15 for an insult? All right, if anybody wants to insult me for $15, I'll take it. I will totally take it. So yeah, the force change is really cool. I think this is really good. Map is smaller, game is longer. Thank you, Gaben. Is the map smaller? I don't know. So yeah, regen more beneficial early game, but rushing Force Staff is almost always a bad thing. I don't think there's many heroes at all that will ever get Force Staff as like their first or early item because it's just not good. Force Staff is obviously very effective as a defensive item, but it has been nerfed enough in terms of other places that Blink is just a far better initiation item, for example. And you don't really need to rush a super defensive item unless like Like Glimmer just generally is better. So I think the fact that Force Staff gives HP is excellent because now it's going to make the item feel a little bit more diversifiable. Like the buildup on Force Staff was just garbage as well. It's like 10 int and 1.5 regen. It's like neither of those things are that incredible in the early game. So Force Staff just sucked. This also means that Hurricane Pike is just going to do more. It's going to have more health built in most likely. I would assume. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 200 health. And the intelligence increase. Hurricane Pike just kind of a garbage item, but raw 200 health, it makes this item a lot better, like way better, because now it's going to give you like 500 health or something, probably around there, instead of just like 300 health. That's like a huge difference actually for Hurricane Pike. That's a really big buff to Hurricane Pike, I think. Regen not good. Anybody that's buying a Hurricane Pike has probably got lifesteal or a lot of damage, so now they're also going to have more health. So this is a really cool change to both of these items, which really weren't seen as that good lately. Force Staff still has a cast range that's pretty crappy when using it on allies, so it makes it hard to use, but I'm really happy about this change. It could potentially justify you buying Force Staff on supports over Blink Dagger, or Force Staff on supports over Glimmer Cape as well, because now you just have built-in survivability, kind of similar to Glimmer having magic resistance. I think this is just overall going to make Force Staff way more appealing on supports like Lion, for example, because raw health is usually just better. Diffusal Blade mana break damage per mana burn increased to 100%, so instead of draining 50 mana and dealing 40 damage, it now deals 50 damage and drains 50. So little buff to PL. This is a 25% damage increase for Diffusal Blade damage, which is usually like 50% of his damage in the early game, so that's a pretty big deal. Mana break on melee illusions reduced though to compensate, so never mind. So instead of dealing, what's 80%? It's 1.6 times 8. That's probably an easier way I could do this, but so basically for PL, it's actually a nerf. So rather than dealing 12.8 damage from mana burn, and now it does 12. But on heroes that are not illusion heroes, all right, if you are a ranged illusion hero or you don't have illusions, Diffusal Blade is just better, which is fine. Diffusal Blade got a little too good for a while there. It was dealing like 50 damage. There's a lot of like ranged heroes that utilize Diffusal Blade a lot. Was it Mirana? This was a while ago, like 2 years probably. So Diffusal Blade hasn't been that common on ranged heroes in a while, but it's just going to be a little bit better on ranged heroes than it was before. Is Force Staff on Pudge still a thing? Not really. Pudge actually did use the regen pretty well, but yeah, Pudge usually wants like Blink Dagger instead and then defensive items. But Force Staff on Pudge absolutely could be useful. It's just not that precise or needed, but it could be good. Definitely, it giving raw health definitely makes it seem a little bit better, generally. Anyways, more agility by 4, and more int as well. So yeah, not bad. Illusion heroes will make up this like 0.6 damage here lost, but with the 24, usually they'll get like a fraction of that, which will put it pretty close to the same damage. Solar Crest, changed recipe. Medallion, Crown, Windlace, and a 900 gold recipe. That is insanely easier to build up. All right, what does it do? Because this is going to be clearly very different. If it's this much cheaper, it's going to be way different. Armor reduced by 2. The all stats reduced by 5. Shine active armor reduced by 2, and the attack speed. Oh, wow, this is still really good. This is still really, really good. So, I mean, Medallion's minus 5 armor and plus 5 armor. Solar Crest before was 8. So, this means that the armor is very, very mildly changed. It's only going from 5 to 6. So basically, it's not really like a better version of Medallion anymore. It is a Medallion that can give movement speed buff to your, or attack speed, and slow. Basically, adjust movement speed and attack speed for your allies is now what it is. It is an item that does that. And this actually makes it way more viable as a support item, without a doubt, because it is not really expensive. Solar Crest before was pretty exclusively bought by cores, similar to Lotus Orb, to buff up heroes that hit towers. Because they are in a dangerous situation, so making it easier for them to hit buildings was better. But the problem was that it required a Ultimate Orb, which is a 2,000 gold item. It was really difficult to build into that. So as supports, you just almost never bought it because there was just other items that you needed. But now if Medallion is a simple 1,200 gold and you buy Crown, basically a cheap bracer, and a Windlace, which they probably have on supports anyways, this is a super easy build up. You could absolutely rush into this Not that it's necessarily good, but you could get into this item pretty quickly as a support if you really wanted to, and then the 900 gold recipe is the only expensive part. So it being 1150 cheaper is so much better, because this is like 1200 gold. Thanks for the subs, Drew. I appreciate it. It's like 1200-ish gold. I don't remember exactly what it is. It's either 1000 to 1200, somewhere in there. Crown is 450. Windlace is 250. So that's 700. This is like a mid 2500 gold item. 2600 gold. Whereas before it was like, hi. Yeah, I heard you barking just now. Did I do that math right? It was pretty expensive before, for sure. So if I'm losing 15 attack speed and 2 armor on my ally, hell yes, this is worth buying. What a great build up. So I would say, I was going to say buff to Visage, but the minus armor is not that incredible. You're only getting 1 more minus armor, but the attack speed slow is good. You could definitely justify buying this. Basically, if you don't want to put the buff on somebody, you shouldn't buy this item. You shouldn't upgrade from the medallion. I would argue this is straight up a buff to Dazzle, actually. Solar Crest is pretty good on Dazzle. But the problem is that, thank you, Sloth, for the subs. The problem is that Dazzle doesn't use it very much, but it is actually quite good on him. The minus armor is still good, but it's really good if you are using it on enemy heroes that need to attack rapidly, that need to attack to do damage. So carries that right click, you could argue this is really good on Dazzle. Dazzle has cooldown built into his ulti. Hopefully they fucking reworked it down below in this patch, because Dazzle sucks ass. But you know, now that this is a lot cheaper, I could really justify buying this as like a support. Like if I get dove by a PA and I'm playing Dazzle, I'm going to use Solar Crest on the PA to reduce his attack speed by 65. That's a lot. That's a lot. So, and then because Dazzle has cooldown reduction in his ulti, you can use Solar Crest more often during a team fight. Oftentimes like on 2 different heroes, for example, to lower their movement speed and their attack speed. So I like this a lot. I think this gives you great options if you have carries that are right click heavy. Like if I'm playing Ogre, Solar Crest is actually pretty sick, because I'm probably picking Ogre to amplify some carry on my team anyways. If I can Bloodlust them and Solar Crest them and give them 65 attack speed and then another 60 attack speed, that's kind of insane for some carries. It's like basically turning a lot of supports into a Magnus at times, effectively, or an Ogre. So I think this is really cool. Very big fan. Vanguard block chance is going up by 10%. Oh, damn, Mike. You got me so good. For $15, totally worth it. Thank you. Block chance goes up on Vanguard. It blocks up to 70 for 50% chance, so it's 35. So now it is an extra 10 times 7. No. 10% times 6. 10% times 6. 10% of 70 times 6. 7 times 6 is what it is. So that's like 42. Damage blocks 42 on average for melee heroes instead of 35. So a little buff to Vanguard, basically. Yeah, you see, like I would show you where the dog is, but she's not there. Apologies, but thank you. You guys are getting a little... Now I don't know if you guys are just flaming me or if you're flaming me for the joke. It's getting a little weird. Abyssal Blade block chance goes up. I don't remember if Abyssal Blade block is that high, if it's the same. Basically, they're all just buffed. Little buffs to block. I look like I eat my mayo cold. Doesn't everybody? I mean, people cook with it, but this is some weird flaming. All right, slippers reduced to 140. That was needed, actually. Circlets were really cost efficient compared to slippers. They're like 155, and circlets are better than all of these, basically. Reduce the cost. Bracer regen increased by 0.25. This is kind of needed. Bracer was kind of a shitty HP regen item. And of the 3 items, it was certainly becoming the worst. Bracer was decent. It gives you 8 damage as a strength hero. But the HP regen was like so small that it didn't really feel that significant. And at later stages of the gaming, the regen was so inadequate, it just really didn't matter that it was there. Whereas like Wraithband gives you 10 attack speed, which can be good on heroes. And then Null Talismans are probably the best of the 3 consistently for like any mid hero that isn't. Okay. SNY attack speed reduced by 4. SNY is pretty good right now. Yashikaya is reduced by 4. So basically just nerfs to Yasha in terms of the attack speed it provides. As you can see, not many Sanj nerfs here. Kaya mana regen amp increased. Okay, this is kind of needed actually. because they nerfed clarities a lot, but I was thinking like, man, I mean, it feels like clarities are like really the stopgap that fixed a lot of item builds in terms of mana regen. So allowing people to fix it in other ways is really good. We're going to have to see a change to Bloodstone here, I feel like, because this just feels like... I mean, I guess this goes into Bloodstone. Thank you for the bits and the subs, guys. I appreciate it. But basically, Bloodstone increases your mana regen by 100%. So, and obviously Kaya goes into Bloodstone. At least it did in the last patch. I don't know if it does down below. But you could definitely fit a casual Kaya into your item build if you really have a lot of mana needs. It's not that expensive. It's a 2,000-ish gold item. So slapping a Kaya into your item build to pump out some more mana regen is not a terrible idea. I want to buy Kaya and Crystal Maiden, actually. I'm going to cast so many spells. Kaya Crystal Maiden with that Crystal Nova talent. I'm going to be getting like 20 mana per second or something without Bloodstone. Because like buying Bloodstone on CM is straight up bad. Like it's way too expensive. But a 2,000 gold item to increase your mana regen that you're getting from your aura by 50%, that's kind of cool. Then when you hit with them with your Nova is going to do like 255 damage instead of 250. It's going to be like a big damage increase, you know? All right, Kaya Sanj, mana regen amp. Thank you for destroying ears once again. I appreciate it. Same thing for the Kaya over here, or the Kaya over here, and then Yasha Kaya, similar thing. So mana regen amp being buffed here to help people become more independent of needing clarity potions. Dragonlance agility buff. Meepo's Rejoice, even though he's still probably going to be bad after this patch. But yeah, basically just buffing range carries a little bit. I guess that's a really good point. Melee carries seem to be like the thing lately. Range carries are just not quite the same. It's like if you don't have a Battle Fear or a Maelstrom potential on your hero, it's like your carry potential is just not quite the same. But 16 agi, quite a lot. Definitely, I mean, it's only 2 more agi, so it's not that different, but, you know, making a little difference here. Mechanism, mana cost reduced. This was actually really needed. I bought a mech recently. What hero was I playing? I was playing Safe Lane Venomancer, and I bought BOTs because Veno's really slow. And then I bought a mech because I needed raw HP and armor. So I was like, I'll buy a mech. It kind of covers both those bases. But 200 mana is like really freaking high. With that said, though, this makes mech look so much better for supports. 100 mana, like it's not expensive right now. It's just under 2,000 gold. It gives you 4 armor, and you can heal your whole team for like 275 HP. So 100 mana on that, that's amazing. That like really helps justify the item. The problem is that there's just so many good survivability items, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, things like that, that it's just generally better not to worry about heals. Heals usually don't save you. Mobility or positioning does, especially if there's like more than one hero killing you. So being able to buy mech against like a team fight lineup and justify the mana cost is pretty cool, actually. I like this. You know, let's say you're playing against a physical carry and you're playing Ogre. Buy a mech maybe instead of Glimmer Cape. That way when your team gets into some shit, your armor's really high, so you're actually pretty hard to kill. And you've got some mana pool to spare, so you mech your team. I think that's kind of a cool idea. And then obviously if you buy Greaves, the mech cost goes to 0, which ends up being a big advantage, obviously. But I think the problem is that it's just not very value ever to buy casual mech right now. And I think lowering the mana cost is the biggest solution to this, because there's a lot of heroes that have mana problems naturally, and adding 200 mana cost on top of that is just like way too much. But 100 makes it pretty justifiable. All right, Mage Slayer, recipe cost reduced. Yep, this item is bad. OG tried really hard to make it work, and it worked in the qualifiers a bit, but then they didn't qualify, so did it really work? Not really. On paper, it makes sense. If you reduce somebody's damage output by 40%, it's insane, but difficult to use in practice. So a little cheaper. Basically every time I bought Mage Slayer, it just felt bad. It felt not value over many other items. Blade Mail a little cheaper too. Which is fine. It's okay right now, not that incredible. Echo Saber strength increase, so buffing Echo Saber to be a strength item over agility. Obviously HP for agility heroes is not bad either, but you know, a little bit of strength increase is going to make it stronger. Echo Saber generally is good on strength heroes, because strength heroes lack as much agility gain as agility heroes. Slark is one of the few agility heroes to buy Echo Saber, because usually you can just buy agility items to give you attack speed. Strength heroes need Echo Saber a little bit more. Because of their bad agility, and so thus increasing its strength will make it stronger on strength heroes. and maybe allow strength heroes to be a little bit more effective. Helm of the Dominator bounty reduced by 100, so the creep that you control won't give people as much gold. Renamed from Helm of the Dominator to... Shouldn't this... Oh, okay. They just fucked up. This is what that patch was before. Renamed from Helm of the Dominator 2 to Helm of the Overlord, and added to the shop UI as an independent item. Congratulations, Valve. It only took 3 months. Can now dominate up to 2 units. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, that's cool. So the bounty's higher, but you can control 2 units. You could actually... This is actually kind of insane, if you think about it. Like, 1 creep pushing a lane, that's one thing. But if you get, like, 2 Satyr creeps or something, and you do 2 Hadokens, that's like 300 AoE damage on a creep wave. You could very easily split push 2 waves. Or push a wave with these neutral creeps. Like, a lot better than before. I'm bad. That's true. You probably watched my games last night. Oh, you're right. This is for Ancients, isn't it? I forgot that you could take Ancients with this. I was thinking regular creeps. Yes, you could basically... Poor Chen, dude. It's like, why buy Chen eggs and get up to 3 of these when you could just buy a Helm of the Overlord? And, like, this is pretty sick, actually. I forgot about the Ancients. Okay. Granite Golems increase your HP by 15%, you and all of your allies. That's insane for pushing. If you got 4,000 HP... All right, let's be more reasonable. If you have 3,000 HP, that's an extra 450 HP to yourself, which is a lot. The Dragon gives +2 armor. Don't these auras stack? Some of them do. The HP one, I believe, doesn't. If it does stack, that's insane. That'd be like way too good. But the Dragon ones do stack, I believe. So you could have +4 armor aura. The Thunder Lizards do a 15% damage and attack speed aura, which is really solid. Am I missing anything else? Slacks, I appreciate that. Is that actually Slacks, though? Or is it somebody pretending? Oh, so you just gave me $3. I understand. You gave me $3 because... But if you had $15 in your wallet, you definitely would have insulted me. I get it. You're just poor. Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, that makes it a lot better to just buy it as an item that can just be used simply to push side lanes. To give you some split push potential, some counter split push, or to just help go high ground with stronger creep stuff. Is anybody going to buy this item still? Probably not. But it's actually pretty sick on like Beastmaster type heroes, actually. Now that Necro's gone, I feel like people just go back to Helm of the Dominator right away. I'd have to double check how good Helm of the Dominator is. Let's remember where we are. I don't want to spoil myself on something here, but I'm probably going to. No, I don't see any new items. We're good. Helm of the Dominator. There it is. So, 25 base attack damage, 12 regen, 4 mana regen, and 4 armor. This is still pretty good on Beastmaster. Beastmaster could definitely still justify buying this item. Obviously, his creeps are going to have more damage, and they have an aura. So Helm of the Dominator is still going to be good. Helm of the Dominator is still... Basically, anybody that buys Necro is going to go back to Helm of the Dominator right now. Lycan, for example. Helm of the Dominator is still good on that hero. It's just Necro 3 was better. So Helm of the Dominator will come back for any hero that really loved auras, such as Beastmaster or Lycan, most likely. And then now they just have a potential to upgrade to Helm of the Overlord to get a second creep, which is another way to make your stuff stronger. They don't do a lot more damage, but the fact that you get 2 creeps definitely makes it feel a lot better, because then you will have a lot more of an army. So I like this. I think this is really cool. Yeah, it's a lot of gold by all means, but it does give you attributes as well, plus 14 all attributes. Like, it's a lot. It definitely is, because you're basically effectively spending 400 gold, 4,000, almost 4,000 gold, 3,700 gold for 12 attributes, 14 attributes. It's a really expensive ultimate orb, but with the right hero and the fact that they give auras, that's pretty sick. Like, think how much you guys pay for Vlad's, right? Some people buy Vlad's. Like, look at this. All right, this is a perfect example. Vlad's, let's say for a second we don't care that much about the lifesteal. Vlad's gives you 18% bonus damage and 3 armor. The mana regen, whatever, not that important. The lifesteal may be important. But if I'm spending almost 3,000 gold for 3 armor and 18% bonus damage, and I already have a Helm of the Dominator, I could justify spending an extra 1,000 gold to upgrade to Helm of the Overlord and getting 2 other auras that are really good. I can get a 2 armor aura. Maybe it's more. Maybe it's 3. I don't remember. The Black Dragon. It might be 3. And I can get a 15% damage, 15% attack speed aura, which is semi-comparable to Vlad's. So, not to mention the fact that you have creeps on the map pushing and using their abilities. So, like, if you micro correctly, like, you could justify comparing these auras. Absolutely. That is the power of creeps in a lot of cases, especially when you're playing a hero like Chen. It's the auras that affect you and all of your allies. I think we're, like, here. Why can't I scroll? Has it always been like this? I swear to God my mouse worked before. Alright, it's broken. Okay, there it works now. Just had to click one of these arrows, of course. Alright. Who buys Vlad's? Nobody. It's really expensive right now. But there's times that it was good. Alright. You could probably justify buying, like, if the enemy team has a lot of armor reducers, like, you could probably justify buying Buckler a lot more, actually. Like, if I'm against, like, a Slardar or other heroes like that. Buying a Buckler now is going to really help in some of those team fights. 3 armor to you, but 2 to everybody else as well. That's pretty good. Cooldown reduced on Shadow Blade. Mana regen increased up to 4 for Silver Edge. That's a lot of mana regen. And the info bonus increase. So it's going to make Silver Edge better on int heroes. I got to look at that item. They changed it, but it became kind of weird. It has a Oblivion Staff. I remember that. 40 damage, 15 int, 45 attack speed, 4 mana regen. It's basically Orchid, but expensive. It's really expensive. Damage, attack speed, int. So for int hero deals, it deals 55 damage, which is okay. It got 5 more int, 1 more mana regen. But I mean, Orchid's way cheaper. Orchid gives 50 damage, 25 attack speed, 4 mana regen. Very similar. It's like actually so similar to Orchid in terms of passive benefit. So fucking similar. Int, damage, attack speed, mana regen. Damage, attack speed, int, mana regen, of course. 25 damage, 35 attack speed. I mean, the invis is obviously the important thing. And it does break and stuff. For 4 seconds, 175 bonus damage. I mean, it's fine. They're changing it. It does have mana needs. It's actually not that bad for, like, there's a lot of carries that could really use this mana regen in the late game that sometimes struggle with it a bit. So that part's kind of cool. That it can be, like, if you have a Shadow Blade and you have mana issues in the late game, it can solve some of them. I think that's a kind of a nice addition. Oh, God. Yeah, that is not where we were. Thank you. I figured it out. Okay, Divine Rapier no longer provides True Strike. The damage increased by 50. Keep in mind, True Strike, MKB got dumpster in the last patch, so I'm sure we'll see some buffs to it. But this looks fine. Doesn't bother me. It's going to make itemizing a little bit harder for carries in the ultra late game, not now losing True Strike on Divine Rapier, but there's a lot of damage. MKB proc chance increased by 5. All right, guys. Take this to your grave. Monkey King Bar is still really bad. It's still really bad. Don't buy MKB, guys. It's still terrible. It's really, really bad. It's so bad. Get this. Here's how much damage Maelstrom does, for example. Oh God, I don't remember. I think it's like 170 or something. I'm going to check just to make sure. I don't want to get this wrong. 140. Maelstrom has a 30% chance to proc. And when it procs, it does 140 damage. Let's see how much damage it does on average per attack. It's 42. Maelstrom, an item that gives you 24 damage, will do 42 magic damage per attack on average. Okay, let's calculate MKB really quick for what it was. It was 0.75 times, that's right, 70 damage. It got reduced. Here we are, MKB compared to Maelstrom. There, MKB, a 5,000 gold item on Wind Ranger with Focus Fire, 52.5 damage. If you buy a Maelstrom, it does 42. It's probably better. It's probably more cost efficient to buy 2 Maelstroms on Wind Ranger than it is to buy an MKB than to buy 1 MKB. It probably does more damage, I would guess. And the True Strike, you guys want, this is the best part. You're probably like, hey, why don't people buy MKB versus PA? It's because it's bad, right? If PA has 50% evasion, the amount of times that you're going to hit through with Maelstrom is 15%. Like 15% of evasion goes away, basically. All right, the better way to figure this out, actually, is to compare the True Strike of Maelstrom to MKB. 0.3 divided by 0.75. How much of True Strike does Maelstrom give compared to MKB? Maelstrom is a 0.4 MKB. It gives you 40% of the accuracy that MKB does. So not only does it do almost the same damage, obviously MKB gives you plus 40 damage and 35 attack speed. So it's just terrible. Like, yeah, MKB gives you some attack speed, and it gives you a little bit more damage, like 16 more. But like the proc damage is not even good on MKB, and Maelstrom gives you 40% of the True Strike that MKB does at a cost of 2750 gold or something like that. Yeah, 2700 gold here for Maelstrom. MKB is 4975. MKB is bad. So let's compare these numbers again really quick here. We're now doing 0.80 times 70. Let's see what the damage is up to now. Wow, 56 damage per attack on MKB from procs instead of 52.5. Do I still want to buy Maelstrom in comparison? Do I still want to buy MKB instead of Maelstrom? Not really. It's 3.5 extra damage per proc. Yes, it's going to have slightly more True Strike by 5%, but the numbers are so small, MKB is still a garbage item. It does make Maelstrom a little bit worse, but like buying MKB on Wind Ranger, for example, is just not good. Wind Ranger used to deal 75 magic damage per attack with MKB because it used to do 75% chance to proc for 100 magic damage. And now it's down to 70. It was a massive nerf. That's one of the reasons that Wind Ranger is just not as good as a core right now, is because you can't just get MKB and do like an absolute shitload of damage. You get Maelstrom and do a good amount of damage, but not in an absolute shitload. All right, anyways, just wanted to spend some time on that. God, fucking Valve. Quit ruining this. Okay. Hey, look, they buffed chain lightning damage from Mjolnir, which is probably needed. People almost never upgrade to Mjolnir. It just wasn't worthwhile. Because it just was a lot of gold. The proc, somebody licking their paw? I think so. The it would go from 140 damage to 170. Now it's 140 to 180. I forget about that a lot. I think about Mjolnir just as a attack speed item. Like it's an attack speed upgrade and you get the charge, the static charge. But this is actually becoming kind of significant. It's a lot more damage. In fact, if we open the calculator and once again do this 0.3 times 180, so it's 54. One second, guys. Let me just double check this. So if I'm playing Wind Ranger, I could buy a Mjolnir, a 5,600 gold item, have 40% of the True Strike that MKB gives me, and my damage procs on average deal only 2 less as a Mjolnir, except it's AoE. All right, you heard it here. The new item to buy in Wind Ranger is Mjolnir, guys. Do it in your pubs right now. If you really want damage, on Wind Ranger, you buy Mjolnir. You do not buy MKB anymore. Yes, you need BKB. You should go Maelstrom into BKB, or if you're having a really good game, you go Mjolnir into BKB. And then you buy Ags after. That's the combo. The reason this is just going to be way better on Wind Ranger is because Maelstrom is already cool on Wind Ranger because of the damage procs. The radius is still the same, but it bounces up to 12 targets and it does way more damage. So if you like focus fire the really tanky guy, you're going to do a shitload of damage with Mjolnir now. Mjolnir is the item, without a doubt. There's no doubt in my mind now. The MKB damage is just so bad that, yeah, you get more True Strike, but like it's just going to be better for Mjolnir for almost all other circumstances. If you're playing against a PA, yeah, you're going to probably want to buy MKB. But against everyone else, Mjolnir is just probably better. because now you're just going to start proccing damage that just does a lot more, right? And then just to double check the calculator numbers, we do 54 with Mjolnir, and we do 42 with Maelstrom. So it's a decent upgrade. Now the only downside is that you could argue that attack speed on Wind Ranger isn't very useful, but I would argue that if you're just attacking creeps and stuff, you're actually going to push and farm way faster with Mjolnir than before. Power Shot's obviously good for farming, but Mjolnir's going to make your farm speed a lot higher. And then you can put the static charge on either an ally or yourself. You can push creep waves with it, and a little bit of extra attack speed is actually useful during focus fire. I believe you are not attack speed capped on when you use focus fire right now. You can actually attack a little bit faster to do more damage. So a little bit of attack speed purchase is probably not bad. Okay. Can you guys see Tango? I can see her. Too far. All right, Soul Ring cost reduced. Can Slacks buy this at the start of the game? Probably not. It's still a lot of money. 225 is quite a lot. Why does nobody buy Basher on Wind Ranger? Well, it's pretty straightforward. Basher has a 10% proc chance on ranged heroes instead of 25. So, yeah, you could get a bash sometimes, but you're losing damage and you're losing stun duration because of that. So it's just not that worth it. All right, Quelling Blade, bonus damage reduced by 1. Okay, so little disadvantage. This is unclear. Valve has made a massive mistake here. What this should say is bonus damage for melee heroes reduced from 13 to 12. That's what it should say. So small, they're trying to like buff range heroes a little bit in this and other ways. Witchblade, poison attack now has true strike. Okay, that's cool. Another reason not to buy MKB ever. I think that's really cool because Witchblade, to justify it, like you have to get that first attack in. So if you get unlucky and miss it, it's a huge pain in the ass because it's effectively a slow, right? It should hit. So I think this is a really nice change. Witchblade is a very selectively good item. It's good on some heroes, usually ones that already have built-in mobility. On other heroes, not so good. Generally seen as bad. Usually like silencers and stuff that buy it, it's not a good time. Oh, I need to buy Witchblade on Skywrath Mage. That sounds fun. It kind of makes sense. He's got no armor. His agility gain's terrible. It does magic damage based on int. Obviously, an item like Atos would be better served because then you get kills. But the Witchblade cooldown, I think it's like 8 seconds, 6 seconds, somewhere in there. It's pretty low. Shiva's Guard cooldown reduced by a little baby amount. Urn of Shadows mana regen reduced a little. Yeah, this item was just like way too good for mana regen. Slacks, I know you just realized that you should buy Urn of Shadows yesterday, but it's over. Don't buy it anymore. Never buy Urn of Shadows now, okay? Basilius, Ring of Basilius is your new favorite friend. One of the two. Urn of Shadows or Ring of Basilius will be really good for mana regen. All right, Side of the Vice cooldown reduced a little bit more. Generally seen as a weaker item. It does give you a lot of mana regen. I think it's like 9, so Side of the Vice plus Kaya, guys, you'll have all the mana you would ever need. That'd give you like minimum 15 mana regen with those two items. Talisman of Evasion reduced cost. That's Butterfly and Halberd. I think that's it. Veil of Discord, cast range increased. I like this. Cooldown reduced quite a lot too. I've definitely noticed the cast range being a little annoying at times, but you should be able to land this on heroes better. FNG is really happy because he buys Veil on a lot of 5-position heroes. And I don't see a lot of other heroes buy Veil necessarily, but this is great. Really nice change. Holy Locket, passive charge regeneration time. Reduced from 15 to 10. What the fuck does this mean? Oh, that's right. I forgot when you buy it, it just gives you charges. I totally forgot about that change. Basically, it means you pretty much will always have a 20 charge stick. All right, we're going to have to mess up our place again. Still pretty expensive. Oh, but they buffed these other things too, actually. This is not that bad. This is definitely getting better. Cost got reduced by 100. Headdress got increased regen. So every 10 seconds you get a charge. So if that happens 20 times, that is what, 200 seconds or something? Assuming no spells are used. So every minute you're getting 6 charges. So it should be a lot easier to get up to 20 stick charges. And the other important thing to remember is that your heals are amplified by 35 anyways. So it's actually a pretty sick heal. 20 charges and 30% higher. So it's 300 HP plus 35%. So it's like 400 HP heal when you Holy Lock it yourself. Obviously still a lot of money. But if you disassemble your arcane boots, it's not too bad. But I still am adamant that the main issue with Holy Locket is the energy booster, without a doubt. This is the issue with this item that makes it unappealing to buy. If Holy Locket did not have an energy booster in it, I would buy it way more, without a doubt. You could justify buying it and giving up Tranquils on some heroes. But the energy booster being in it makes it weird. This is the issue. But maybe there are like some offlane situations. Maybe some kind of... I'm saying offlane because offlane heroes are often strength who don't have much mana. Like you basically need to have an increased mana pool. And ideally you also have heals for that to feel good. But... Abba maybe? Yeah. Yeah, it's not that bad on Abba for sure. Would be good for Necro? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it could be. If you get like Holy Locket and you get your shard or something, you can do a lot of AoE heal there. That's definitely true. But plus mech, with mech being cheaper too on mana cost. Mech Holy Locket rush now on Necro. Oop, not to heroes yet, guys. Slow down. Oop, okay, there we go. Fuse raindrops minimum damage threshold increased up to 75. Okay. I like that. There's a lot of... This is pretty nice. There's a lot of damage over time abilities that end up shredding you sometimes. So, just going to make the item a little bit more valuable. That's cool. Wind Waker cooldown reduced by 5. I haven't bought this item yet. I've seen it a couple times, but it's super rare. It's so expensive. Dagon cast range increase. 700 base is nice. I like this. It'll make it a little bit safer to do it from farther away. Makes it better on heroes like Pugna. And the recipe costs reduced slightly, so a little bit cheaper to go like all the way into like a Dagon 5. But yeah, better on Pugna, better on Necro. Slack should be happy if you want to buy a Dagon on Necro. Like if you go like Dagon and Shard on Necro, you could actually probably do a lot of damage pretty quickly to somebody from range. Probably not too bad. Rod of Atos, projectile speed increase. This is pretty nice actually. It's pretty easy to dodge Atos right now. Gleipnir, projectile speed increase as well. That's fine, doesn't bother me. Bloodthorn cheaper by 200. Haven't seen people buy Bloodthorn in a while, actually. They changed it to attack speed, but yeah, nobody really bought it still. Mango can now be sold. Beautiful. You probably can't sell the ones that you buy in Fountain. God, if only Mango Tree still existed. Holy shit. And you like find the enemy's Mango Tree. You can make so much money. Who's going to want to buy a used mango that's been in somebody's pocket, though? That's kind of weird. Smoke of Deceit dispelled by Fountain. You can't grab enemy gems anymore out of the enemy base or neutral items or whatever's in there. But that's pretty rare, so that's fine, I think. Nerf the techies, you could argue. But yeah, nobody buys Bloodthorn that much right now. Some heroes do, but... Thank you, Fire Shark. No, not the jelly. I liked the jelly. Jelly was really good. I'm sad. Royal Jelly was good. Broom Handle damage increase. This was needed. Broom Handle was kind of crappy. They buffed the Ocean Heart regen. Chip S really buffed in regen. Wow. Up to 5. The damage numbers are fine. 3.5 was a little low, but it was nice. But 5 is so much. This is like a really nice addition. There's definitely times where I love getting Chip Vest or Ocean Heart because I'm playing some hero that like doesn't really buy any regen items, and I'm in that weird position where I'm like, I feel like I need to buy a set of Tangos at like 8 minutes in the game because I don't want to run back to base even though I've got like 60% of my HP. Like buying a Chip Vest or an Ocean Heart or getting an Ocean Heart on those heroes just feels really good because now it stabilizes your jungling or laning stage really well. So I like the regen from these neutral items, and removing Royal Jelly is probably the good way to compensate, because before if you had Jelly and Chip Vest, your regen was insane. But now that Jelly's gone, those heroes that typically do need to get a lot of regen, offlaners or carries for example, having something like a chip vest is to offset it is going to feel a lot better. So I'm pretty into this. I like this. It also makes the item feel better longer too, because there are some heroes like Axe or Legion that feel pretty cool about chip vest because of the whole damage return thing. So I think this is great. Timber's happy. Basically, there's a lot of heroes that are pretty happy. Shovel now drops an Enchanted Mango instead of a TP scroll, which you can sell. So, okay. So you can't drop a TP scroll, which would give you 100 gold. Now it's a mango. I actually like this better. Technically, mangoes are cheaper, so this is a net money decrease from the shovel. But dropping TP scrolls almost always doesn't feel good. You're like, oh, I got a TP scroll, fine. But you don't think about it generally. Like, I don't even look to see, I pretty much never look to see how many TP scrolls I have unless I just have one, like when I'm leaving the base. And I know sometimes I'll get up to like 5 TP scrolls, but I just don't think about it for the rest of the game. But now it's like, oh, I dropped a mango, I've got more mana. That's cool, I think. Or I could sell it for, what, 35 gold? Which is not terrible. And they stack too. Buried mangoes, that's a really good point. They've been in the dirt for God knows how long. If a mango grows in the ground, is it now a potato? Enchanted potato? I don't know if I want to eat a enchanted potato. It sounds kind of like a really shitty children's story or something like that. Can't sell any shovel generated things? Dang it. Tell me you got to eat it? You have to eat the enchanted potato? All right, if I have to. Still probably feels better than a TP scroll, though. It's a regen item, effectively. Now, if you like grab a mango and you really need a salve or something, it doesn't feel as bad. That's kind of cool. You can also sell the extra mango when you ran out. I'm sure that's going to be changed. Because you can't sell the Fairy Fire. They'll fix that. Imp Claw damage increased by 2. Yeah, Imp Claw felt a little bit weak, frankly. GPM increased for Philosopher's Stone. People's Gift buffed. They're buffing a lot of the tier 2 items. Grow Bow is way better, 3%. That's a big mana magic resistance reduction increase. Bullwhip nerfed a little. Cooldown reduced, though, and the mana regen reduced a little. Yeah, 3 mana regen was kind of a lot. But Little Baby nerfed a Bullwhip. Quicksilver Amulet was still too good. It's like, this thing got carried into passed through tier 3 items not uncommonly. So less movement speed now only gives 8% instead of 10. And then the active attack speed increased by 5 though. So it loses a little bit of movement speed but gets more attack speed. It is magic. A magic little mango. So 5 more attack speed. What did the passive give? I think the passive attack speed I believe is 10. So if you use a spell, you're getting 5 more now. So now it goes back up to 30 attack speed. I think it was 30 attack speed at start. So 30 attack speed, 8% movement speed. You know what that reminds me of, guys? Elven Tunic, literally the same item. And then projectile and attack animation increased by 10% as well. So yeah. Hey, did I say you could bark in here? Go bark upstairs. Still very good, but a little bit worse on movement speed, where it was quite good. I know the proc chance for multiple maelstroms does not stack. Yeah, of course. I just think MKB is so freaking bad that it might be more efficient to buy 2 maelstroms, which are only marginally more expensive. It's probably better. It is legitimately more damage probably to have 2 maelstroms than it is to have an MKB. I'm pretty sure. If I did the math, it'd probably be really close. Obviously, you get a lot of attack speed from MKB. That aspect would be weak. But if you're playing Wind Ranger, it's probably better to have 2 Maelstroms than it is to have an MKB. All right, Mindbreaker Silence Duration increased. Yeah, 1.5 was pretty low. Cooldown reduced to 12. I think that's fine. Mindbreaker didn't feel as good lately. This needed to increase. The Psychic Headband percentage intelligence was so bad. 12% is so bad. It's so freaking bad. Like, if you are a support here, this is useless. You have like 70 int. You're like, wow, it gives me 7 intelligence. I could have gotten then a tier 1 item. Obviously, the cast range and the push thing were good, but a little buff here I think is definitely needed, and it'll make it a little bit better as like a potential int carry item, you know, if you do have a lot of int. Obviously, it's still very good on heroes like OD and Silencer. And now will be even better on those heroes. Elven Tunic reduced movement speed, so now Quicksilver Amulet is just straight up better than Elven Tunic. Right? Am I missing anything here? Elven Tunic gives you some evasion. Does anybody give a shit? This is a tier 3 neutral item. Quicksilver Amulet's just better, basically. Other than that, Elven Tunic's always on, obviously. Whereas you have to cast a spell with Quicksilver, but with like most heroes, they will have a spell to cast. So that's kind of weird. Spiderleg's active movement speed is reduced. That's when you are legging. When you're legging somewhere, it's a little bit worse. And Paladin now provides 8% spell life steal. I'm really glad they did this. Because I think there was generally just a little bit of a lack. Like, spell lifesteal is kind of difficult to get on most heroes. Obviously, you could buy that 800, 900 gold item that nobody buys unless they're building Bloodstone or that other headband, but it feels pretty rare right now. And there's a lot of heroes that really do benefit from spell lifesteal. And there's a lot of like spell lifesteal amplifiers, right? Buying Assange, is it, or Akaya? I think it's Akaya. Akaya gives you spell lifesteal amplification. No, I think it's Sanj. Let's mess up this again. Nope, it is Kaya. Spell lifesteal amplification. But the problem is that it's kind of hard to get spell lifesteal, other than the fact that you could, again, literally just spend your money to buy a Voodoo Mask. 700. They nerfed it. It's way cheaper. It used to be 900, and everybody's like, I don't want this. This is pretty good. I can't help but think that this is pretty sick on Pudge. Not that Pudge carries. It's really sick on like Death Prophet, actually. Spell lifesteal on Death Prophet's pretty good, but 10 is kind of low. Makes your Spirit Siphons 10 better. You get like 30 HP per hero you hit with Crypt Swarm. You get 10% from your ulti, though. I still think Bloodstone is like amazing on Death Prophet. All right, let's fix. Always sends me to the same spot. We're into neutral items. Okay, Telescope, a little bit. Baby nerfs. Illusionist Cape Illusion, bonus damage reduced again down to 6. Spell Prism, all stats. Yeah, Spell Prism's so good. 12 all stats, 18% cooldown reduction, and it gave you like 4 mana per second. It's such a beautiful item. So lowering the stats is super fair. Flicker movement speed reduced, that's fine. It was really good. Now always goes in a random forward direction with a random distance between 200 and 600. Okay, so make it more consistent. Yeah, that part was a little bit... I'm going to use this all the time now. Because before, it's like... You can basically use this to abuse a lot of heroes. Like, the problem is that, like, if I get gone on as a support... Like, I literally had this problem yesterday. I played against a Slark. I didn't have good protection. He would nullify me. I was playing Pugnacore. And we did have a Flicker available, and I probably should have bought and kept it and used it a lot. But, like, I felt like if I'm in melee range and I'm Pounce and I Flicker, I'm probably still dead. But now if I can basically mini Force Staff with it, that's still pretty amazing, I feel like. Can you Flicker through Root? You should be able to because it dispels, but I don't know about leash type stuff. But if it basically is a Force Staff, absolutely Flicker is amazing now. Because now you can choose which direction to go. The only downside I can think of is that if I'm chasing enemies and I want to use Flicker, I'm always like... What if, like, I don't want to move forward and I want to use Flicker? I basically have to, like, specifically turn rather than it being like a 50-50, like, which I guess is like a pretty small complaint. It's fine. More control is not bad. This, like, makes Flicker insanely better. Like, insanely better. Leveler now grants 5 armor and gives you 10 less attack speed. I think that's a cool change. 5 armor, 50 attack speed. That's a great item. It did have a lot of competition, for sure. Especially when you compare it to something like Elven Tunic that gives 30 attack speed and gives you evasion, which you could argue is armor. But 5 armor with attack speed. And another thing that's actually pretty cool about this is that, like, it actually... If you have a team that just doesn't want to attack that fast... And obviously, like, one carry should probably use it. But what if the carry chooses to use Ninja Gear? And now there's just a leveler sitting in your neutral items, and everybody else on your team is like, can't use that. It's literally only good for right clickers. Now you could be like, well, it gives me 5 armor, and I'm going to use it to D-ward. Like, at least there's that option. Or you could say, like, I'm going to use it for armor, and I'm going to use it to hit, like, Phoenix Egg or something. I think that's cool. I think that's really cool. I'm glad that that's why most items should be multi-purpose, because then covers more bases and allows more versatility and usefulness. And for neutral items, that's probably important because they are items that literally any team can drop. So I think that's cool. Trickster Cloak no longer interrupts channeling abilities. I found that out the hard way, teleporting one time. The active can now be dispelled. That was the only solution against Nullifier. Invisibility now provides phased movement, and it has a fade time now too. That's fine. I think this is all fair. Still a really good item. 20 evasion, 20 magic resistance with ability to go invis is great. Pen Edge Sword, more attack range, and maim chance increased by a little bit. Okay. Before we get to tier 5s, it is time. Force of no, not math. Ads. Missed Ninja Gear? I did. 5 less movement speed. 4 more agility. All right. Better for agility heroes for damage. Ads again. I know it's been 60 minutes of me giving you free content, but believe it or not, trying to make money. Trying to make Amazon money. Amazon does need more money, guys. Don't forget. Ads are sad. Good question. Which ads? Any possible ads they will run. Yes, very excited for DPC. Excited for that. It'll be good. I like the new map. Yeah, I think the new map looks good. I like the tower changes. Changing the map does change a lot about how and where you should play on the map. It changes warding and dewarding a lot, so I think it's good. I'm pretty excited about it. Not everybody gets ads, guys. Doesn't spamming flicker off cooldown effectively give you movement speed? Yeah, you're right. It would effectively give you movement speed. Yeah. You could certainly argue that as a movement speed item, it's really, really, really good. They might have to increase the cooldown or something. Oh, but it's a random forward direction though. It's not. It doesn't necessarily mean straight. It's going to be like a cone probably. It could be like 180 degrees, but the forward half is probably what it is. So it'll be like kind of like, you know how like Mars's shield is? It's going to be like that. Anywhere in there, it could blink into there, but it isn't necessarily straightforward. So it's still going to be kind of random, probably. Test it. I'm good. I like to make statements based on my guesses and not on actual fact, which takes time and patient work. Still got 40 seconds left for ads to finish. Does buying 2 Maelstrom mean you're rolling for 30% twice? Yes, but the way it works is this. All right, so first Maelstrom gets rolled. Let's say it hits. Then you have a Maelstrom proc. If second Maelstrom rolls and it hits, you still only get 1 Maelstrom proc. So 30% times 30% of the time you are wasting your Maelstrom. Is how the math works. So if we do that really quick, 0.3 times 0.3. So the times that they both proc, you're wasting your second Maelstrom. So 9% of your second Maelstrom is a waste. So that means that your chance to Maelstrom proc is 0.3 plus 0.21. So with 2 Maelstroms, your chance to proc is 51% instead of 30. So half of the time that you attack, you will get a Maelstrom proc. It's the same for critical strike. If you have 2 crits that are exact same rate, if they both proc, you don't get a double proc. You just get 1 proc. So it's not going to be perfect. I think Daedalus is around 30%, so it's probably similar. It's basically a similar number. 2 Daedalus will give you a 51% chance to proc instead of a 30, for example. If you have a lesser crit and a higher crit, let's say you have a Crystallis and a Daedalus, and both of them proc, the Daedalus, the higher damage, will be the one that deals damage. So basically means that the Crystallis is a little weaker. You just tried to close my calculator. That's funny. All right, ads are done. All right, tier 5 items. Cooldown reduced on Ex Machina by 5. Force Brutes now provide you 30 HP regen. Pretty good. Seer Stone. God, I can't remember all the recent changes of these. Ex Machina gives you 25 armor right now, and it resets all of your items. Force Boots allows you to dispel. It's pretty low cooldown, a lot of movement speed. So 30 extra regen is good. Oh, remember those tree boots? Windwalker boot? What are they called? Wood something boots? I think they removed them, right? I haven't seen them in a while. Seer Stone, reveal cooldown reduced. Reveal now grants True Sight. Ooh, that's really good. And the reveal duration increased by 1. Woodland Striders, thank you, thank you. Don't get Mjolnir or MKB, get Daedalus on Wind Ranger. That's probably not a bad idea either. But then the downside is that until you're like level 20, your ulti is just not going to do that much damage. But you're not wrong. Like the old build used to be Ags, which increased your single target damage with Daedalus. That was the what was his name? I can't remember, the Danish guy that used to make videos. That was his build initially, and it actually ended up being good. A slasher, yeah, slasher, that's right. That was Slasher's build, I think, originally. Anyways, yeah, True Sight every 60 seconds is really cool. Reveal duration is up to 6 seconds. You can check for wards and stuff, or whatever else. Book of the Dead, cooldown reduce. Oh, shit. You can still get Necros, guys. This is what... Okay, somebody was spamming this earlier, and I was very confused. I was like, what the fuck is Book of the Dead? He's trying to spoil me that there's a new book item that's invented that I've never seen before. Yeah, lower cooldown, unit damage increased. Cool. Necros are alive and well. So now it's going to feel like a treat to get a Book of the Dead if you're playing Beastmaster or like, and you're going to be like, oh my god, haven't felt this power in so long. And actually, it's kind of really strong because now it's unique, right? And which is kind of an amazing thing. It's like, before I was like, Book of the Dead, eh. But now I'm like, oh shit, you can get a mobile True Strike creature to find all the wards, which now this is the only way to do it. It's going to feel like special. You're going to be like, wow, I'm just clearing the whole map with my Book of the Dead. Obviously, it's like 60 minutes and on, so it's like pretty delayed, but keep Book of the Dead in the game. I'm down with this. Doesn't bother me. It's a 60-minute item. What's the worst thing that can happen? Cooldown on Book of the Shadows reduced by 7 down to 8 seconds. It's pretty low. I think it has like a 3 or 4 second duration, so... But item is the problem with Book of Shadows is like it's a really specific utility that is like not super commonly gotten. And when you get items like this in an ultra late game scenario, you're going to mess it up or not use it competently. So I feel like the problem, and then it happens so rarely because it's 60 minutes that people don't get the practice in to use it effectively and to practice it. So I like this idea as an item because it's basically a save item and there are not a lot of save items. It being a neutral is super rare and cool. But it's like one of those things that just is easy probably to mess up, I feel like. I think it like disarms and stuff like that. It like basically makes somebody invulnerable, untargetable, but also disarms them. It's kind of weird. Anyways, yeah, I can't help but think that this is just going to get removed like a year from now and there will be like 4 games on record where it was used effectively, tops, and none of them are really exciting. So that's kind of what I feel about Book of Shadows, but maybe hopefully I'm wrong. Hero updates. More base regen for Abaddon. Shard upgrade now also reduces Mistcoil and Aphotic Shield cooldowns by 1 second. The Shard is okay. It applies Curse of Avernus charges on people when they get hit by either Mistcoil or Aphotic Shield. Reducing their other abilities by a little bit is great. I think Mistcoil is like a 5 second cooldown. Aphotic Shield is 6, I think, at max level. So reducing those by 1 second is pretty darn good. Reducing backswings again, you know, for all them League players that are upset about it. Backswing is after the spell is cast. If you are bad, you are waiting for your hero to stop swinging their arm rather than right-clicking the ground and interrupting that backswing animation. So for bad players, this is going to be a buff to them. It's going to make the heroes feel faster. So yeah, backswing reductions are just good for... Oh, we back? I did see a brief black screen. I think we're back, though. I think we're back. Okay, cool. So basically, backswing reductions are just going to make the game feel a little bit easier to play. With that said, though, the numbers on Mistcoil are changed. Still black screen? You should just restart. It looks fine for me. Yeah. If the screen is black, refresh, please. I just had a brief moment where I dropped some frames. And therefore, it, like, exploded the stream briefly. Oh, wow. This is very good, actually. Big buff to Mistcoil. Insane buff. Does less damage, but the self-damage is only 50% of the values instead of fixed numbers. So this means like going to lane as Abaddon and spamming Mistcoil is going to be really good. And he is base health regen got buff, so I think Abaddon as a support is instantly back here. Because now you can basically buff your ally, or you can just go to lane and spam Mistcoil on an opponent at an advantage of you're dealing slightly more damage to them than you're taking, whereas before you would take about as much damage as they were taking, if not more. So yeah, Mistcoil may be back on the menu. That's pretty good. Aphotic Shield mana cost is increased, especially at later levels, so maxing out Aphotic Shield to spam is going to hurt a little bit more, but for core, probably not a big deal. And then Scepter duration has been increased for borrowed time by an extra second. It already did increase it by 9 seconds is actually insane. That's so much time. I think it lasts like what? Top 6 seconds at level 3 or something like that. So this is a pretty big duration increase. But keep in mind what this does. When this is active, anybody that takes like 300 damage or something gets Mistcoiled. Any of your allies. So if this lasts for like 9 seconds of a team fight, you're going to see a lot of Mistcoils come out. Oh, the only downside to this Mistcoil change is that when you ulti, your the amount of heal that you get from using a Mistcoil is going to be a lot less, which I think is fine because ultimately there's a trade-off, right? Yes, I can't heal as much when I use borrowed time, but I can in the laning stage, it's going to feel way better to spam this, even as a core. Like if you got like a fast regen item as like a core Abaddon, you could genuinely justify having like you probably need to get at least one Aphotic Shield, obviously. But like, what if you like maxed Mistcoil as an offlaning and bought like Vanguard or something? I'm putting that on a notepad. Abba 3 with regen and maxed out Mistcoil. Hit creeps, get a fast Vanguard, spam Mistcoil on my enemy laners, make them leave the lane, zone them out of the lane with Mistcoil spam, and then get the other shit later. That sounds kind of fun. And yeah, the talent at 55 is going to hurt. Anyways, so when you have Ags active, you'll take less damage from this anyways, which means you won't heal as much, but that's really not a big deal, I guess, because you should be shooting out a lot of Mistcoils. But I could see that be pretty good, like Abba 3, lots of regen by Ags or something like that to heal your team. And then you got AoE Mistcoil at 25, 9 armor at 20. Become some kind of like heal bot, maybe like mech or something. That could be pretty good. Go like mech, maybe a Vanguard. Do like heal type stuff. Show up to lots of fights if possible. Maybe a BOTs. No, probably not BOTs if you want to buy mechs. You kind of want Greaves. But you don't have to buy Greaves these days. Holy Locket. Ooh, you guys are so fucking right. Putting that on the list. Holy Locket. Did I not say Abba earlier when I talked about Holy Locket? All right. Holy Locket, mech Abaddon into Aghanim Scepter. How will your team ever fucking die? That's it. That's the build. Okay, moving on. Alchemist, Grievel's Greed, gold bonus cap reduced. Nerf again to Alchemist. This used to be like 30. I mean, it's still good, but obviously nerfed again. There are less bounty runes, but I think they give more, right? So Alch just won't farm nearly as fast for between bounties and this. Unless you always lose when you play Alchemist, then you'll get more gold because you get a little bit of passive GPM. So even though you don't get any bounties, it doesn't matter because you can get them anyways, Ancient Apparition, Ice Vortex, mana cost reduced. Again, cooldown reduced to scale better. I think this is a really good trade-off. This doesn't bother me in the slightest. Level 1 Ice Vortex is very low mana cost at 40. It being 4-second cooldown is fine, but primarily the first Ice Vortex is the one that matters. Yes, A is not going to be as mana independent in those mid-game stages if Vortex is not maxed out, and you might want to be able to throw more Vortexes. It's not uncommon to put down 2 Vortexes in one engagement, but I think this is a really good fair way to balance it. It's not going to kill you as bad late game once it's maxed out because you're not losing 15 extra mana. Like this used to be like 100 mana per use or something. It was a lot to put down multiple Ice Vortex. You struggled mana hard on A. But I think this is a great trade-off. Yes, it's just straight up worse with 1 skill point, but it's a lot less at level 4. And I like maxing this out second usually anyways. So this is great. Scepter now reduces mana cost by 50% on Chilling Touch. That's going to make that a lot better as well. Because you just ran out of mana too fast and it wasn't worth it. I think AA as an Ag's potential hero is looking better. Because not only are the mana costs going down on both of these things, especially the Chilling Touch Ags, which nobody buys, but Ag Shard on AA is really good. I played an AA3 recently. That felt really good. I didn't go Ags. I've never bought Ags on AA. But you could probably get closer to justifying it now with just a Kaya is the other thing. Because with Kaya, it's going to increase your mana regen by 50%. You obviously don't want to buy a Bloodstone on AA because that's like way too much money just to solve the mana problem on AA, which is not something you want to solve. Like the other stuff Bloodstone does is just not that good on AA. The spell, lifesteal, whatever. The raw HP is fine, but really you want like disable, mobility, and survivability, and mana regen. But like Bloodstone just gives you like a little bit of survivability, but not enough because you don't have any mobility, and it gives you tons of mana regen. But it like doesn't solve these other two problems, the disable thing. So if you just buy a Kaya, it's like it gives you damage, which is great, gives you lots more mana regen, and then you can start solving those other problems better. Maybe get a 4-staff on a mid, for example. Lich mid 4-staff with HP. Is this the new way? This might be the new way. 4-staff on interiors that have no business being cores. What does this hand do exactly? Why am I getting a hand on Ancient Apparition? I clicked it. It takes me to his page. But now I've hurt myself. The next hero. I regret clicking it. Uh-oh. Oh, thank God. Thought I was going to have to restart my client. Oh, that's right. We're sorry, guys. We're still on the A's. Really quick. 1 second. All right. What does the hand do exactly? Anti-Mage reworked shard upgrade. Now causes Blink to have plus 300 range and reduces cooldown by 2. Does that mean they reduced this one? Yes. So, okay. I kind of like that. Rather than it being talents, basically everybody would always get the Blink cast range and the Blink cooldown so they can move around the map a little bit more. But now it's going to allow him to be more diversified in his talents, which I think is good. And then if he really wants to have, if he's playing against a Bloodseeker and needs Blink range, or if the enemy team is really good at catching him, he could buy the shard to lower the Blink cooldown down to 4 seconds instead of 6. Mana cost for Mana Void is more rounded, better early game. Blink, Fragment, Scepter, Illusion. Incoming damage reduced. Oh God, this is Ag Scepter. I don't even remember what this does. All right, I shouldn't click the hand. If it didn't take me legitimately like 8 seconds to get back to this position, I'm just gonna fucking do it. But like,
the magic ends.
Blinks an illusion at that target enemy or location and attack them for 7 seconds. Counterspell is replicated on the Blink Fragment illusion. I've never seen somebody buy this yet. It's probably bad. Why would you buy this for 4,000 gold when you could buy an item that actually helps you get kills? This is like a trick people item or a scout uphill item. It's not good, probably. I mean, he does need stats or whatever, but why does my back button not function? Why? Oops, sorry guys, still on the A's. Anyways, the damage it takes is reduced. The damage it does, 75% damage. That's a lot. That's a really good illusion. All right, buy Ags, guys. This is a lot of damage. 75% of your base. The only downside is that Anti-Mage does not buy a lot of stat items. He buys Manta. And that's basically it until you get like maybe a Butterfly or a Scotty. So like your raw damage is not that high. With that said, you still get the mana burn, which is still a lot. And this could be really good to like throw in some supports on a backline or to like throw in some trees to try to find a hero. But for 4,000 gold, I don't know. What? What is it? Is it 6 o'clock and you're hungry? Is that what this is? All right, Tango, next break. I'm going to get you some food, okay? 15 minutes, is that okay? Okay, great. Glad we agree. So, bigger max percentage mana burn at 15 that you could get. God, I wish I could just open another tab with Anti-Mage. Level 20 talent change from -2 blink to plus 1 second mana void stun. That's kind of a big stun duration. Okay, Arc Warden, Shard, Magnetic. Oh, I forgot this gave you magic resistance. Increased from 20 to 40. 40% magic resistance is huge. Shard now also slows enemies by 20. I like that. That's cool. And then that'll be really good for pushing against the right heroes, actually. You could use this to counter a lot of things like Enigma, Black Hole, Midnight Pulse. Reduce that magic resistance by 40%. That's huge. Good against Pugna, Lotta, Skywrath Mage. There's a couple of heroes this is really good at protecting. Don't really see it being used that way, but like there's probably some support. Like you could possibly justify this on supports. But Arcwarden just, I don't know, he's really slow. It'd be fun to make him work as a support, but I don't know if they're there yet. Not sure. Pulse is magic. Yeah, Midnight Pulse is magic. Your Black Hole is pure. If you buy Ags on Enigma, then all of it becomes pure and it goes through Black Hole. And it does damage through magic immunity as well, I found out the other day. Okay. Level 10 talent reduced cast range and more health to buff the health and reduce the one that people are using. Axe's attack point is reduced, so a little easier to last hit. Scepter upgrade cooldown reduction increased from 2 to 3. Shard also increases your proc chance by 10%. Shard's looking pretty good on Axe. It's one that increases your attack speed and allows you to proc upon attacking. That's a big change, actually. Because I think Axe's proc chance is like low 20s, 22 or something like that. If I'm looking for carries, he's not there. Like 20% chance. So you can up that to 30. That's a big deal. That's like 18 pure damage on hit. So they basically just increased the Ag Shard by 18 more pure damage. Not to mention it's just better for spinning defensively. So 30% chance to spin. That's pretty sick. It's starting to become very good. I think I bought it one game where I was having a really good game. It was a long time ago. It was like towards the start of the patch. So it's probably not very viable now, but I mean, it's certainly a lot more damage potential. Especially, yeah, that's right. It gives you 35 attack speed. So you can't get that here. I wouldn't want to ever buy treads on Axe. I think phase is probably just way too good for your ability to gap close and land calls and stuff and chase people down. But if you want like treads with counter helix shard or something, you could farm pretty quick. Obviously, it's at 20 minutes. So, all right, let's go back to where we were. Oh, that was a little bit faster, I feel like. Oh, we're getting closer. It's messing up less with time. Thank you for the bits. And less mana regen. Oh, there was an attack speed talent at 10? Okay, so there was an attack speed talent and the shard. Now it's back to strength, which on average is going to be better for Axe, but this makes me sad because I think last time I did it, I probably got attack speed here and I got the shard, so I had like 50 attack speed. But strength is probably just a lot safer. Increase your HP. This is fine. It's probably still fine. Bane. His shard was... Fuck. Sorry for any children watching. Bane's shard was buggy and kind of cool in theory, but a little expensive for what it did. So changing it. Causes Brain Sap to become a 550 target AoE spell. Secondary units heal for 25. So it'll probably click like liches. And then, so basically, this solves Bane's AoE problem, much like Bane has AoE problems. If you don't go like Meteor Hammer, you have no AoE, so you cannot farm or push waves. If you buy Shard now, you can at least do a Brain Sap in an AoE, which would allow you to push waves, which is pretty necessary and will help compensate the hero a bit. Not to mention the fact that you can now Brain Sap an entire enemy team. Brain Sap does a pretty good amount of damage. I think it's pure right now. Yeah, I think it's pure. So 300 pure damage AoE, pretty good. And then you get even more heal because you're sapping all the brains. Scepter upgrade. What do they even change it to? Brain Sap low cooldown. Was that what it was? Nobody used that. I wanted to, never did. It was a single target. It would have been busted with Shard, so I guess they changed it. Reduces Fiend's Grip cooldown by 45 seconds and causes Fiend's Grip to create 2 uncontrollable illusions that channel Fiend's Grip. So it's basically like a better version of the Shard, but it creates 2, and it lowers your cooldown by a lot. Illusions take a ton of damage, but I think this is pretty cool. It creating 2 is already a nice benefit. Because then it's much harder for them to catch it or to spend stuns to catch them all, especially if they're spawned on either side of you instead of like in a clump. That means stunning all of them is harder. Lowering your cooldown by 45 seconds is a lot, but 4,000 gold is a crap load. So I get why it's kind of dangerous. I think grip is like 120 seconds right now or something. I gotta go check.
The true path.
Oh, so it does go down to 100. Okay. So that put it down to a 55 second cooldown, which is really low. Also going Aether Lens into Octarine is not difficult right now. And you do buy Aether Lens on Bane, so you could get this ulti. I mean, no 5 position Bane is ever going to have Octarine in any real game. But for pubs, you know, have a really good Bane game. Maybe core Bane is more viable too. Maybe you could play 3 Bane, kind of like AA. It does do pure damage 300. Spell Amp is really good here too because it's pure. It's effectively a 400 damage nuke. I don't know. Bane core is not really... It's not viable, but I don't know, maybe it's slightly better. We should read the rest of it first, though. Bane. All right, what else we got? Enfeeble chain. Enfeeble's bad, guys. It sucks, but Enfeeble is just bad. I've tried to... like, whenever I cast it, I'm just like, why did I bother? It just doesn't feel like it does anything. Now it does a... Valve typos here. They buff the percentage... But this was not a raw. It used to be raw numbers back in the day. Now it's not. It's percentage. So a level 1 Enfeeble does way more percentage. They probably had to do this because of attributes. Enfeeble is a perfect skill of an ability that people would just never skill on Bane because they're like, why do I want that? So making it more valuable with 1 skill point is necessary. Otherwise, people just would never max this out. They'd be like, why would I even get this? I'm going to get 1 point. It's going to be 25, and I'm going to feel the need to max it out. It's going to take 4 skill points. Now it's like you can get 1 skill point. That's almost as good as it was before. They did reduce the cast range at level 1 to make it a little bit weaker as a level 1 skill, and the cooldown's pretty long, but 45% damage reduction and 45% heal reduction with 1 skill point is pretty magical, I gotta say. That's pretty freaking sick. Pretty freaking sick to use against tanky guys. So, I don't know, this feels good for Bane. Basically, if you want to play Bane to reduce healing, like, if I'm a Bane and I'm playing against a Morphling, I'm probably getting Enfeeble at a reasonably early point. I'll make Nightmare slightly more delayed just to get 1 Enfeeble so that I can slap a 45 heal counter on an Io or a Morphling or something. That's pretty sick, actually, for 1 skill point. That justifies it a lot better. 25%, too garbage. But, like, you can even use this in the laning stage, actually. The cooldown's bad, though. It's 28, so you wouldn't use it often, but like, you know, if you're fighting somebody to death and you can reduce their 70 damage by 45%, it's kind of good. But yeah, the cooldown's bad, and the cast range is amazing still. Not as good like late game, but laning stage early game still amazing. So, and then duration scales from 8 to 11, so it's pretty good. It's a pretty good level 1 point skill. Getting stats still might be better, but it looks kind of good. This is just like one of these like skills that just feels like it looks so fucking good on paper, but it's probably not very good. Like these numbers are just terrible. 5% extra per level. So bad. But the cooldown goes down in the cast rate, and this is the only really good thing about it is the cooldown going down. Cast range is good. Duration is fine. But like really you're skilling this for this. Is it? Extra duration is good. It's fine, but it's like only a couple seconds. And the problem is that like the issue is that like if you don't want to put that many points in Enfeeble early because it sucked, and then by the time you have levels into it, it's literally like 30 minutes in the game and every carry has a BKB or a Dispel. So it's like it just felt bad. So if it is usable early game with 45%, yes, now it is actually a viable skill. But you probably wouldn't want to go hard into points on this, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Bane players at the pro level leave it at 1 skill point, unless like there is a major heal problem that they need to keep solving. So, Spell Amp talent, never took it, always wanted to, but there's cast range, so I always took cast range, but now that's removed. So -3 Brain Sap cooldown would be very good if you have the shard. I think the cooldown's like, it was classically like 11 seconds, but I think it scales. I can't remember what it is now. All right, we got to go look because I like this hero a lot. Yeah, it's 11 seconds max level, so that put it down to 8. And then that could be an AoE. So that's pretty good. Tango, it's almost time, I promise. It's almost time, little dog. And then the other one is 5% Fiend's Grip max mana drain. All right, let's go back, find out what that is. It's 5%, so that would go up to 10. So you could drain up to 60% of somebody's mana with a full Fiend's Grip instead of 30. Did I say that? No, it's 60%, sorry. You could drain 60% instead of 30. Which is kind of a shitload against certain heroes. Storm Spirit, etc. So I think that's a cool little addition. I'm probably not going to skill it. Well, honestly, if I have a shard, obviously I'm taking Brain Sap cooldown. So I can do AoE Brain Sap every 8 seconds and stay alive or whatever. Or just deal damage. But an extra 5% mana drain, you know, that's not bad. If somebody's got 1,000 mana, you take away 600 mana instead of 300 against a Dusa. It's obviously incredible if you can ulti her before she gets her ulti off. It's incredible, but yeah. Oh, what's this hand do? All right, we're going to do Bat Rider, and then I'm going to go get food for my dog, and that'll take a little bit of time. Ben X has a bug. I'm not surprised. The old shard one had a bug too. If you had cast range from a neutral item, it would instantly kill your illusions. If it was from your items, it was fine. But if it was from neutral items and it spawned too far away to get the grip off, it would cancel it right away. Hopefully they fix that. Fingers crossed. Bat Rider. Rework Shard now causes Flame Break to have 2 charges. And apply a Sticky Napalm charge on impact. Okay. Alright. What did the Shard do before? Lasso your teammate or something? I think it was the Lasso teammate one. Did anybody do that in the history of Bat Rider? Probably not. It just... kind of a cool idea, but nobody was going to play Bat Rider that way or pick him specifically for that. I feel like it's just a cool idea, but like almost always you're just going to dive the enemy hero instead, you know. 2 charge Flame Break, apply Sticky Napalm, sure. Slap Napalm down, launch a Flame Break. Oh, but you could throw 2 Flame Breaks then. That's pretty cool. You could probably do a shitload of damage with this, actually. The only downside is you're like blasting everybody away twice, which is kind of bad, but backswing reduced, range reduced, debuff no longer stacks with multiple instances, but instead adds the duration. Okay, that's how it would work. So it'll just do a lot of damage, but you know, more Sticky Napalm is kind of good. Backswing reduced, damage per second increased, level 10 talent, more armor, level 20 talent. They remove Flame Bank from there, and then 20 magic was okay. All right, let's run ads. I'm gonna go grab my dog some food, and then you can watch her eat it, possibly. I'll be right back. Come on. Guys want to see this sexy food? Isn't it appealing? Doesn't that look good? Oh my god, that looks so good. Okay. And some dessert too. I know it's rude to like show people what kind of food exists when they're probably hungry too, but you know, have fun, Tango. Okay, ads for 30 seconds. On your client, when you click the arrow to go back, it takes you to the same spot on patch notes. Maybe restart the client. Don't put the plate on her bed. I wanted to do that so you guys could see. Okay, fine. Fine. Come. Come here. Too late. Now she thinks I'm pressuring her, so she will eat when I ask her to come to me. It's fine. She'll eat. She's been good at eating. She doesn't always eat right away. It's fine. Restart client. Okay, let's do it. That is a pretty annoying issue. Restarting. Updating. I don't think the bowl's going to tip over. If it does, it's fine. It's just some dry food covered in a little bit of oil for her coat. Still updating. 150 meg. Yes. Perfectly framed eating. Perfectly framed. Lots of new heroes are going to have low win rate right at the start, guys. Dawnbringer's probably strong, but a lot of people will swarm in. Like basically everybody in your grandma will jump in to try to play the hero. But you got to remember that a lot of players have no fucking idea how to make item decisions. So they wait until other people that actually understand items will play the hero. And then once the best item build becomes known, they will start abusing the hero correctly. Hey, there we go. Ah. Oh, it's way faster now. All right, here we are. Boop. All right, cool. Okay. How is a healer a carry? Well, you see, generally it's good to make heroes in almost all games multi-purpose. If all your character does is heal, for example, it makes their playstyle way too one-dimensional and less fun. Anyways, rather than talk about other games that I slightly know about but don't really know about, I'm going to continue going. Beastmaster base armor increased by 1. Dive Bomb Shard no longer grants free hawk control. It now has a 1200 cast range. Dive Bomb Shard stun duration increased to 2 seconds. And the damage increased by a lot. It can now target couriers. Hawk Shard will also lower the cooldown by 15 seconds. Okay. You mean Dive Bomb Shard? Is that what you mean? Dive Bomb Shard now lowers your Hawk cooldown by 15 seconds. Not super clear. The Dive Bomb... Hey! Not in here. That's better. Keep it down. Thank you. Okay, so basically the Hawks won't move, but you can dive bomb from 1,200 units away, which is pretty huge. This seems decent. 2-second stun is a lot. You might see it coming. I don't remember what the speed of the Hawk going into Suicide is, but hey, if a Hawk can stun a literal god for 2 seconds, that's pretty sick. And okay damage, stunning couriers. I assume it can one-shot couriers, but not 100%. If it can one-shot couriers, that's pretty cool. You could definitely just like place it over by a secret shop and just one-shot couriers with it. It'd be really easy, actually. If you can one-shot couriers, then killing couriers with it would definitely get your money. You would legit. I know. Yeah, reduce the call the Wild Hawk by 15. Yeah, that's I understood that. It's just not written clearly. Why does it say Dive Bomb Shard here 6 times and then it says Hawk Shard? It's like it should say Shard. The shard Beastmaster Shard no longer grants free Hawk control. Beastmaster Shard, Ag Shard now has 1200 cash. You see what I mean? It's just like a little bit of a rush job thing that they probably did to get it down in time. It makes sense, but it's just not super consistent. And the patch has always been like that, and that's fine. Because either they could have gone through here and fixed all these problems, or they could have released the patch 2 hours later. You know what I mean? So it's fine. I just like to point it out because I'm very critical about talking about the changes, and sometimes it's not super clear. Okay, where are we at? Wild Axe's Scepter now also increases damage by 40. Okay, so the Axis. So basically, if you buy Ags way before those other Scepter talents, or sorry, Axe talents, which was at 20. They removed this. Looks like it's over here now, but yeah, basically buying Ags. Oh, this is actually pretty sick. So you could actually rush Ags on Beastmaster right now, and you'd get 40 bonus damage, which is what you'd get at the 20 talent. So basically, you can now realistically buy Ags. I'm going to try like Beastmaster mid or something. Beastmaster mid with Ags is probably viable. Because if you instantly get this damage increase, like, why not get Ags earlier? You could very likely jungle with it. The only downside is that your damage is not that high outside of the axes, but the axes are still pretty strong individually. I think they do magic damage right now. I bet like Veil could be good on you too with it, because then you'd be amplifying and amplifying. I don't think I would want to buy a Dagon probably, but I imagine that something like Veil Ags could be good, or just Ags Rush. Probably Ags Rush is just better, even if it was like Brown Boots into Ags. I can't imagine that would be bad. So anyways, mana cost reduced as well. Just all over the board. 65 mana per axe throw. Like, that's insanely cheap. Okay. Movement speed duration increased for Roar. That's fine. And then damage buffed here. The other one's movement speed. No more armor. It's plus 300 health for Beastmaster controlled. That's really good, actually. Against AoE type heroes. Thank you. She's quiet. We're good. Are you talking about Beastmaster? I'm confused. Anyways, see, we're in a weird place where like the joke is to flame me, and now people who are nice are trying to say rude things, but it just comes off as weird. So it's just the negative of this. Guys, it's fine. It was just a weird joke. It's fine. Let's move on. Minus 35 Primal Roar is pretty cool. I think the cooldown's like 70-ish or something like that. So lowering the cooldown by a lot is pretty good. But yeah, against AoE heroes, extra health for Hawk or Boar is really valuable to help keep them alive in team fights. I like this. And then more Inner Beast Aura at 25. And then here's that other Beastmaster. Wow, that's funny. It used to be a 25 talent, now it got to move to a 15. And then, or the option is plus 4% Wild Axe damage amp per stack, meaning that anybody that hits by, that's like 8% more damage from your Wild Axes. But that's pretty late in the game. But still is good, because that could amplify the damage that your spawns take, or your right clicks, or whatever. Blood Rage backswing reduced for all them bad players. Eruption deals 10% of target's current health as damage on cast. Oh, that's cool. I like that. So basically, you can use it instantly to interrupt a Blink Dagger. Counterspell, thank you. Well done. That's how that works. And so if they have like 4,000 health, it does 400 damage. That's cool. I like that. And then the damage it deals is just slightly reduced to compensate for that. So I like that. Interrupt Blink Daggers, interrupt healing, like salves and stuff like that. Seems fair. And then a little bit more armor at the 10 talent. That's one people don't get. And then a little bit more blood rate damage. Totally fine. Bounty Hunter Shard reworked. It used to give vision on people that you tracked. And I think half movement speed for your allies from track. Shadow Walk now grants you 40% reduced incoming damage while invisible. Attacking out of invisibility stuns a target for 1 second. Lowers the cooldown by 5. This is sick. Oh, man. People are going to hate Bounty Hunter way more now. That's really cool. I like this. This seems very useful. Because there's those games sometimes where you're playing Bounty and your team's not doing fucking anything at all. They're not pushing lanes. They're not, like, playing with you. So you're, like, running around to, like, look for people. But if the enemy team just 5-mans and your team's inefficient, it just feels awful because you run into, like, 5 heroes and your team's just, like, off jungling by themselves, not pressuring the map. So therefore Bounty feels bad. And you can't push lanes fast, so you got to look for heroes, right? Now I can buy this shard with the other really tanky items that I get, and I just take 40% reduced damage. You know how much damage that is, guys? That's being Bristleback. You can buy a shard in Bounty Hunter is literally Bristleback while invisible. That's sick. And you stun targets for 1 second, and it lowers the cooldown by 5. Like, that's pretty baller, I gotta say. Oh, God. That just... I was like, what is this? This is not an offlane hero. That's way too bright. They need to change this. This is, like, way too bright. I need darkness in my heroes. This one just sticks out too weird. And I don't know. Maybe I don't know if she's offlane. Ugh. All right, where's Bounty Hunter? Bounty. I found him.
Bounty Hunter.
15 seconds. So go down to 10. But duration is 35. That's a long time. Bopu Hunter. Oh my god, it works. It's beautiful. Okay, and then Shadow Walk slow no longer pierces spell immunity. To compensate, totally fine. Just basically because, probably because otherwise you could stun people through immunity, which would be too good. But this is super, super reasonable. I like this a huge amount. Really cool shard. 40%. If you have like a decent amount of HP and like a hood or something, and Zeus finds you, or you walk into a sentry, so much lower chance that you die. This is one of the reasons that somebody like Bounty Hunter is just way worse than like Nyx. If Nyx runs into a sentry, he has options, right? He's running fast, and he can spike Carapace to defend himself. Bounty Hunter is just like screwed. It's like, yeah, you can have defensive items, but like 2 or 3 heroes that are close to you or on top of you will destroy you, and you have no survivability, basically, unless you like track one and somehow outrun them if they don't have disables, but that's like rare. So this will give you some options, even though it does cost gold. I think this is great. Also means that if you get into some shit, you just turn your invis on, and also justifies leveling up your Shadow Walk faster. The more points in Shadow Walk you have, the faster your fade time is. It starts at 1 second, it goes down to 0.25 seconds. So if you get into some shit, you turn your Shadow Walk on, and that means faster time before you start reducing damage, which could be really valuable. Stop being TPs? I mean, you already can with Shuriken, but yeah, you're right. You could stop TPs with it. All right, we got to test something. You might be able to abuse the fade trick with this as well. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I was just checking. You can still... So before, you used to... This was like absolutely core to Bounty in the past. But you used to be able to... Shadow Walk used to give you bonus damage. So what you would do, instead of slow, is you would use Shadow Walk, and while you're going invis, you're going to hit somebody. So maybe I should... Oh, he actually does have movement speed, so watch. Oops. Not, don't close your eyes. You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything, watch. So see, his movement speed is lowered, but I did it while I was going invis, so I got a free hit in, and now I can do it a second time. So with one Shadow Walk, I got to slow twice. So what we want to see is, can I double stun with this? We'll never know. Okay, nope, you can't do it. Just one. So you can't abuse it. That would have been insane. So they left this double slow in if you want to use it, but you can't double stun. It would have been freaking insane. The downside is that like after like 2 points or 3 points of Shadow Walk, you need a lot of attack speed to be able to get the double hit in, because what you basically have to do is cast it and like instantly right click. So if you got 2 stuns, 2 1-second stuns out of this, it'd be like way too good for like good players or pro players and not good enough for like the average person. So I think balancing it this way is super reasonable.
My blades will do the talking.
Oh man, I'm so glad I restarted the client. That actually just saved. Legitimately just saved 15 minutes of my life. Try Echo Sable on Bounty Hunter. No. Why? It's not going to work. I don't understand why you think it's special. You can get a double stun because the cooldown is so low. I mean, you're right that I could... Yeah, you're right. I could have used Shadow Walk earlier. I can break Invis and hit somebody to stun them, throw Shuriken, slap once or twice, use Shadow Walk again a second later, and stun again. You're definitely right. That's a good point. But you can't abuse one Shadow Walk to get 2 stuns anymore. You can just use it to get 2 slows and 1 stun. But the damage reduction thing seems good. Pretty into that. At like a mid-game stage, especially if they have a lot of burst damage. Base movement speed for Brew getting buffed by 5. Passive evasion. God, I forgot about Drunken Brawler, dude. I forgot I just gave you. For some reason, I just haven't touched Brewmaster much in the last couple months. I played him a lot, like at the end of last year. But when the new patch came out, I don't know why I just stopped playing him. Not sure. But Drunken Brawler did get buffed. Let's read through this and I'll go double check how Drunken Brawler works. Primal Split, reduced time. Oh, that's the time to split is lower. The Storm Health is higher late game. Fire Health scales up. Earth Health scales up a little bit more. Void Health, which is garbage, scales up a little bit. Shard cooldown for Astral Pulse reduced down to 12. Thank God, it was so bad. 20 seconds, like use it one time. It was so bad. The Shard was like so bad. I used it like once or twice and I was like, oh God, this is bad. Shard Void, Astral Pulse cast point is reduced a little bit too. So the problem before is it would do like an AoE disarm, but it was only like 3 seconds and it was a 20-second cooldown. So you'd use it like once and then you're like, okay, there it was. That was it. And then level 10 talent change from 1 second Thunder Capsule to more AoE. I love that. Or more damage. Okay, so let's go double check how Drunken Brawler works. And then maybe we can actually play Brewmaster at some point. So it gives you a passive dodge chance and a passive critical chance. And when you activate it, your chances to dodge and crit are tripled, I believe. And makes you run faster. Yeah, 3 times higher. So 10% passive chance to dodge, 10% chance to crit. So it's like a 4.5% damage increase with 1 skill point. So yeah, not terrible. 10% estimated HP increase with 1 skill point. When you activate it, that would give you 30% dodge chance with 1 skill point, which is pretty sick actually. And like a 72% chance to crit. So it's like a 10% damage increase. It's not great to get at like level 1 or something, but it's not a terrible skill. Let's check the AoE. It's going to be huge. The clap AoE sounds really, really good. Ags no longer gives you clap and split. So here's your AoE. So I can just skill this at any point. Okay, you can. That was not super clear. This is pretty good, I gotta say. 55 attack and movement speed slow. Like, this is really big. Like, I can't help but think that Support Brew is just, like, even better now. Support Brew struggles with mobility because you're less likely to be tanky enough to get into close or to be able to afford something like a Blink Dagger. So you have to play more on the edges of the fight, usually relying on, like, Cinder Brew, basically, and an Urn, usually, to do some shit like Cinder Brew Urn a guy, and then he takes damage, and then to walk in and, like, clap. But if this AoE is truly this big, this is pretty sick for being able to just affect way more in the team fight without having to be super out of position to do so. So I think that's really cool. It's 200 bonus radius, not diameter. You're right, so that is more, actually. Well, radius is always... Usually AoEs that center on you are described as a radius, not a diameter, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you're right. It's a lot of AoE. I think they're almost always described as radius. Am I crazy? So, Support Brew better. Core Brew probably better too. The AoE is just way better than the slow duration. I almost always got slow duration, but like anybody that has Dispels or BKB, it's kind of useless. But you can farm better with this. You can hit more heroes, just deal more damage in team fights. So this is great. And then the passive bonus is just good. I can't imagine I'd be worth passing up a Drunken Brawler skill point in the laning stage anymore. I almost always did, but I just don't think it'd be good anymore. So 10% is just pretty value. So, and more base movement speed too. It's pretty solid. Brew support, probably Brew 5 or something is probably pretty solid. Bristleback base mana regen increased. He had 0. So whatever he had from int was all he got. I didn't know that. Okay, Quill Spray base damage is buffed. You can last hit with it a little bit better, 25, but it scales a little bit less well when stacking, but that's fine. It should make Bristleback's level 1 a little stronger. And then Nasal Goo, armor loss per stack increased. Scepter removes cast time of Goo, which is a big buff. I think Bristle Scepter is at times good. If you're playing against a lot of melee heroes, it's excellent. If your team has weaker lockdown, it's excellent. So reducing the cast time is really good. You have to spend a lot of time casting Nasal Goo, but that's why Ags is pretty good, is because now you don't have to like cast it on every person individually. It's just like you just cast it constantly. And the fact that it doesn't have a cast time means that that's more time right clicking, and you are going to cast it faster, which means that you will get slightly more stacks than before. This can actually be a really big deal. But basically nobody touches Ags on Bristle, but maybe with less mobility it'll feel a little bit better. More movement speed at 10, less mana regen at 10. I usually like the movement speed personally. And then more attack speed at 15. 20 attack speed here. Such a little baby attack speed for 15. The other one is health. Health is almost always better, but you can do a lot of damage with Bristleback. But I don't know if I would justify 20 attack speed at 15 minutes or level 15 into the game. I feel like 250 health is still too good. But kind of depends on the game. Maybe with the right items it could be justified. Where are we at? Okay. Close to ads again. Agility increased by 4. Brood's better. Incap Bite has been removed. That's your third passive that slows people and gives them mischance. Probably good for ability draft. Spawn Spiderling debuff duration increased by 15 seconds. That's where the Spiderlings can spawn. Yeah, it's not the Spider Bite. It's when you cast your nuke on people. So if they die within 20 seconds, you get spiders. The debuff stacks. Multiple instances of spiders will come out, so I can just fill your body up with spiders before I kill you. And then rework Shard. The Silicon Bow, totally forgot about that. Now causes it to be a 550 AoE spell, increases the miss rate to 80%. Doesn't it do like a root or something? Isn't it like an Atos that does damage? No, it's just like a giant AoE. Count and charge is increased by 1. 3 at early game is honestly kind of needed, because with only 2 it like really limited where you could lane. It was fine for mid, but for off lane 2 nets was not enough, because like you could put 3, like if you're playing dire off lane you need like 3 just to like cover all of the lane. 2 would cover some of it, and if the wave would like push on your tower you'd lose a web and it costs you more mana. So I think this is actually good for making Brood more viable in other lanes. Maybe he could function as a solo, or she could function as a solo laner, you know. Movement speed reduced for the percent bonus. Obviously still very good when you get Ags, I'm sure, but replenish time improved as well. So it just makes webs less effective initially movement speed, but you have more, so it's probably fine. Insatiable Hunger now a basic ability. Okay. Mana cost reduced from 100 to 50, scaling up. Damage reduced. Lifesteal rescaled. Cooldown reduced. Duration reduced. Interesting. So let's think about it. Insatiable Hunger is a generally thought to be fucking terrible ultimate. Maybe one of the worst in the game. It's probably the main reason that Brood feels like a bad hero, is because her ultimate just doesn't feel very good. Because like it gives her damage and it gives her lifesteal, but like her kit, the rest of her kit isn't very good for it. Like yeah, her third skill was okay for it, but like Brood just doesn't carry well enough. You thought it was good? It just wasn't that good, genuinely. Like Brood, why do you think Broods don't go right click items? Like think about it. This thing gave you like 100% lifesteal. It was like literally a satanic. But why did Broodmothers almost never buy carry items, guys? It's because it just wasn't, like, she wasn't a very viable right clicker. She needs BKB to be a viable right clicker, number 1. If your opponents can Force Staff, Glimmer, Force Staff, well, yeah, her stacking wasn't that good. That was definitely part of it. But like, if your opponents can just get away from you or BKB, then your ulti just sucks. So what makes Brood better as a right clicker than like all these other heroes? Like her basic skills literally don't help her except for her third one. and the webs make you run faster. But like something like a blink strike would be way better. And your hero doesn't have a disable built in. So if your opponents have any way to counterplay you at all, they will be able to use it. That is why Brood was not a good right-click carry. That's why your ultimate sucks. If you take her ultimate and you put it on a different hero, yeah, sure, it's way better, potentially. But on her kit, it's just really not that good. It's really not a very good ultimate, I promise you guys. So it being a basic skill is cooler in some ways. You can use it to fight people. This could justify her better as a... You probably won't want her as a support, but like as a core, this is way better. Because now you can be like, oh, I'm not 6. I only need 1 point in Insatiable Hunger to lifesteal 70% with 35 damage. You can just use this to jungle to heal. You could use this to lane to lifesteal back up. Obviously, the cooldown is very long, but like if you want to lane better on Brood and you're having regen problems, you don't have to get as many webs. You could get 1 point of Insatiable Hunger, whereas before web was your regen, right? So that's my basic thoughts already. Spawn Spiderlings is an ultimate ability. Okay, I didn't know what was going to the ult, but they removed Bite though, so Silken Bow is a basic ability. Okay, oh, I'm really excited to read this now. Big changes. Ultimate ability, that's why it lasts for 20 seconds. Cooldown is rescaled. A 9-second cooldown ultimate. Interesting. Damage increase to be a lot. Spawn count is more, and the cast range is higher. So basically, what they're doing is they're trying to make Brood not a cheese hero, which I think is great. Brood has been a cheese hero for all of her existence, and she will still be a little cheesy, but the fact that she doesn't cheese at the very start of the laning stage will absolutely change her function in the game and will allow her to be more interesting. Like, I'm sure that the 18 Brood players in the world are really sad about this, because they don't get to Brood at level 1 anymore or level 2 anymore. But like, this is a perfectly cool hero that just nobody plays because it's like so weird and selective and cheesy. Like, I don't want to have to like cheese people and then go jungle for like 20 minutes just to buy a couple items to start doing other things. It's like the playstyle just doesn't seem fun to me. It's fun for some players, but for most players, it's not very fun. And it's just kind of like cheesy and shit. So if she doesn't spawn spiders at the start of the laning stage, she can now be a regular hero, and buffs and nerfs to her can now affect that fact. Like, her hero has been like limited from being an effective right clicker because she caused a shitload of spiders to swarm you. And that was like hard to deal with for a lot of heroes. So they had to be kind of be careful. So what this means now is Brood will now be... Well, let's read Silken Boa. It's now a basic ability and it no longer roots. It slows enemies for 6 seconds, causes them to miss their attacks, which is cool. It's an AoE miss. It deals impact damage and causes attacks on the target to deal bonus damage, magic damage per hit. And it costs mana and has a cooldown, and the cast range is 750. Now she is an actual hero. She's like legit. She's like actually a normal hero. If you completely ignore her ultimate, Spawn Spiderlings, Brood is now a normal hero. She is just a spider that is fast and fights you. Her purpose is now fighting, which I think is cool. It was always there, but in reality, the thing that made her broken was Spin Web and Spawn Spiderlings. The other two abilities were like super forgettable. Super forgettable. Completely forgettable. So, you may still get Spin Web at level 1 because her movement speed is still terrible. That's going to be the biggest hurt to her right now. But let's see if we can make her feel viable. Let's see. Boa does 100 damage at level 1 on a 24-second cooldown. It gives you and your team 5 bonus magic damage per hit, which is kind of good. Tag team does 25, so it's like way higher. So this is like a really shitty tag team. It slows them by 25% for 6 seconds, which is pretty good. And it causes your enemy to miss for 40%. And the AoE is, I think, large. 550 AoE. That's huge. You could very... Okay, so... Wait. Oh, so if you buy the shard, it makes your Silken Bow AoE and increases the miss rate to 80%. If you don't have the shard, it's probably a single target ability. Ah, you're right. It is good for Spiderlings. That's a very good point. So it'll amplify the damage that your spiders do to heroes. Good point. But basically, they just need to make her like so she can lane, and then once she hits 6, her gameplay changes obviously, and she becomes more regular Brood because she's spawning Spiderlings all the time, and then creating spiders and doing spider stuff. 300 magic damage. Okay. Very interested. So how would I lane her? How would I play her? I would definitely want to farm. You could possibly get away with support, but it's probably not very good. Because basically what you're doing, you kind of need to fight because of Insatiable Hunger being a basic skill. So probably you have to be a core. I don't think support is going to work, even though it's way more viable than it was before. Like you could realistically get like 1 point Insatiable Hunger. You could max out Silken Boa with some Spin Web or something, and you could like run around. But your movement speed is pretty slow without Spin Web, so it's kind of weird. But I would probably consider getting an Orb of Venom maybe if you wanted to chase people down, because Insatiable Hunger is such a good trade. 70% lifesteal. You're giving Mischance with Silken Boas and slow. So between like Silken Boa and Insatiable Hunger, you're going to beat anybody in a 1v1, basically. Literally any hero in a 1v1, which is kind of how the hero worked before. But now because you don't spawn spiders, you're actually focused on doing this often. So she's kind of like a lane winner trade with hits and lifesteal hero now, is how I would describe it. Mana scaling on this is really good. The magic damage scale is kind of garbage, but the slow goes up. This is kind of like, other than the cooldown, this is a pretty value 1 point skill, I feel like. I mean, a second skill point's okay because the slow goes up a decent amount, but I can't help but think that Silken Boa is a 1 point skill, where you go like 1 Silken Boa when you trade hits because you're getting 40% miss for 6 seconds. Like you Silken Boa a guy, use Insatiable Hunger, and then you run them down and get some good slaps in. And then you disengage and resume laning with Spin Web. So probably still max Spin Web, but you probably don't need as many points. And then you get some Insatiable Hungers, and then all of your skills like really reduce your cooldowns. And yeah, you could still go like Spider Baby stuff, but like I just feel like right clicking is going to feel way better now, because even if you aren't right clicking people, you still have some impact with Silken Boa. So yeah. And then build up spiders. Sounds interesting. 3Q, 2W, 1E. Yeah, something like that sounds about right. Duration 14 out of 25. This is like pretty close to full uptime, honestly. 14 out of 25 seconds. Mana costs are probably fine, I'm guessing. You won't need soaring. I mean, everything's going to change about the hero. So, yeah, the win rate's going to be terrible right now. But I would say things like cheap stat items. You should be buying Wraith Bands, Power Treads, or Phase. One of those two. Phase is okay, probably. I feel like maybe a Power Treads is better, because the phase active of Phase is a waste. Just the movement speed bonus is obviously good. But I can't help but think that like you just go like Treads with an Orb of Venom, and minus armor is not as good because you get magic damage here, but something like Drum would be really good actually with Silken Boa. You could get like Drum, Yasha BKB, something like that. I don't know. You don't need damage that bad because it's Insatiable Hunger. Think like Clink's kind of items. Well, you still want attack speed, but you don't need damage that badly. So you should probably build more towards like effectively killing people. You could go Drum and Windlace or something and get really fast. That's probably overkill. I don't know. Or you could just like lane to buy time with Insatiable Hunger and Spin Web, and then play more Standard Brood once you hit 6. That's probably also possible. But you could definitely play it more diverse now. I'd have to try to see how it feels, but again, the hero's still really, really slow, but you still gain regen. Yep. Spiders with bullet do insane damage. I believe that. But the problem is that it's a little bit harder to build spiders, probably. I mean, not that bad. You just have to hit 6 first, but yeah, they probably, I mean, most of the spiders do like 9 to 12 damage, so getting this like extra 8 is kind of insane. Okay, cool. That was fun. All right, let's run some ads. I don't like how Insatiable Hunger scales. It's like 5 damage per level. It's really bad. It's actually really bad. Mana cost goes up. 5 damage per level. 10% lifesteal. Like, the skill is not good to max, I don't think. 4 points to get 15 damage. Like, fuck that. Yeah, you get the cooldown, but like... And the duration goes up, but like, you don't need 14 seconds to slap a guy. You need like little windows. I feel like... I don't know, this seems weird. You could farm faster with it. That's the best thing, I guess. Your total uptime. So like if you're jungling, it's gonna be a lot faster. But that's kind of what I guess that's kind of what changes it. If you're fighting and they're contesting the lane, then Silken Boa feels better because you're gonna get more chase in and more slaps in. But if no one's around, you probably just want Insatiable Hunger, so you just have more uptime to farm faster. Is Brood still mid? Probably not, no. They didn't change her base numbers. Her base damage is really bad. So I feel like she's probably a side laner. Because you can definitely dual lane now with Silken Boa. Because it's a disable that does damage. That's going to allow your team to trade better. And you're fast, so like as a core, if my supports are fighting the jungle, I can easily run over and use Silken Boa to help, and Insatiable Hunger to help run a support down. So I think you're like a 3. This looks like a 3 to me. Could she be a harassing 4? I just don't think you should play this hero as a 4 is my initial guess. You could, in the sense that you could like take over the split push role later and pressure, but like if your skills are based on like right clicking, I just don't think a 4 is as viable as somebody that can just like cast spells and be effective. Okay. Centaur Warrunner, AoE increase for Hoof Stomp, double edge cast point decrease, shard slow increased. Oh, I didn't even realize this slowed people. The shard buff duration increased to 15 seconds. Yeah, I didn't know that gave a slow. That makes me think differently about it. Okay. Retaliate strength damage return increased by a tiny baby amount. Cooldown for Stampede is decreased on 90 at all levels. This was really needed. It got nerfed up after OG was winning with it, I think. And the damage reduced that Stampede does when you walk over somebody is reduced, which is fine because I care more about the ability to initiate and save my team than I do about the damage that Stampede did, and it still does a lot late game. And it also increases duration by 1 second if you get Ags. Okay, make it a little bit more multi-purpose. More movement speed at 10, more health regen to make his like early mid game smoother, and then level 15 talent change from duration to +6 armor. This is a really big talent actually. 6 armor on this hero is an insane amount of estimated hit points against anybody that does physical damage. So this could really change Centaur's viability against minus armor or physical damage heavy carries. He's already pretty good against them because of Retaliate, but he's got one of the highest strength gains in the game, if not the highest. And you usually buy a lot of raw HP items, so being able to get free armor like this is super value. 6 is a lot for the type of health that Centaur usually has. So I think these are really nice changes. Hoof Stomp's more accurate. This is irrelevant. This is fine. Can make it more useful. Cast point reduction is good. That'll be useful at all levels. And then Stampede down to 90 is a big deal, I think. You can basically gank more often, even without Blink. I like this. These are nice changes. 5 more movement speed here. Armor here. This is good. Maybe not like huge buffs, but I think they're going the right direction. Chaos Knight backswing reduced by a lot, so bad players again going to be doing better here. Shard Illusion now always lasts 6 seconds rather than the duration of the stun. Oh, did we die for a second? I dropped some frames again. We're back. If you got a black screen, please refresh and we will be good to go. Sorry, I'm having some like weird issues with my internet where like sometimes it does this, but so the Shard Illusion now always lasts 6 seconds instead of the duration of stun. It's when you buy the shard and you hit somebody with a Chaos Bolt. You get an illusion spawned on them, I believe. Okay, and then Cooldown reduction removed to cleave. Okay, very cool. So basically allowing Chaos Knight to be a carry. Now, the problem with Chaos Knight is that you are kind of a lane winner, and then afterwards you kind of fall off. And if you don't like super stomp your lane and get really ahead and then use the net worth in fights in a good way, then you always get out farmed on this hero, and it's always been like that. Battle Fury has never been good on you because it doesn't make your illusions better. So it just feels better to buy strength items to win your lane and to make your illusions really strong. But then the issue is that you get out farmed. So if even if you win your lane really good, if you're just playing against heroes that farm better than you, and they just out farm you eventually, and then you have issues because you're also an illusion carry in the late game, which generally are a little bit harder to close games out with. So you can't like change your like early game advantage into like crushing them in mid, unless like your pressure ends up working out really well. So this cleave talent is going to change a lot for the hero to help you ensure that you get really good net worth. And I think it's a strength talent at 10 or 15 is the other one. It's cooldown reduction, now cleave. I'm pretty much always going to get cleave unless I am playing like a slightly different role or I have an Ags or something. I haven't played CK much since the Ags got added, but I feel like I have a pretty firm understanding of his place in the game. And cleave is going to certainly make him a lot more viable as a carry because you can clear the jungles a lot better. 20 talent changed from Phantasm duration to +5 min-max Chaos Bolt duration to get more stun duration. So that'll make your Ags a little bit worse. That was a weird noise. And level 25 talent changed from 1 second to +10 Phantasm duration to make your ulti a little bit stronger. Okay. I'm fine with that. This will make your Ags time a little bit worse, but for almost all Chaos Knights, just increasing your stun duration is going to be helpful, frankly. The other one is... I don't remember. Rail Rift pierces spell immune. That's right. Rail Rift goes spell immune, more Chaos Strike chance, up by 10% at 25, and then 10-second Phantasm duration. Puts you from 30 to 40 on a 75 cooldown, which is pretty good. Phantasm used to be like 120 seconds or something. It was so bad. I think Chaos Knight's finally like in a pretty good place, and I think these talents are not bad. Half a second stun duration puts you at 2.5 to 4.5 seconds, which is a great stun. And then, yeah, 6 second. Oh, and cast range by 300. That's actually pretty good. I forgot about that. That actually might... I mean, the projectile speed is pretty slow in Chaos Bolt, but... yeah, I kind of like this. Maybe there's some place where like CK support could be kind of okay or something, but... either way, you throw a stun all the time as Chaos Knight carry. It's a stun, you know? It's not bad. I just don't know if it's justified spending the money. I mean, it does make a Phantasm illusion for 6 seconds. That's kind of sick. I mean, basically, PLs are doing the same thing right now with their shard. They're creating a really strong illusion that hits 2 people and they deal 50% damage. This illusion does 100%. So, like, I can't help but think that, like, this shard is actually not bad in the slightest if it connects. It's very easy to disjoin, obviously, but if you do hit somebody with it and you have an illusion hitting somebody for 6 seconds for 100% of your base damage, that's pretty good. So, I like this. CK shard from second Roche? Yeah. Could be decent. Was already okay, now it's fantastic? I guess so. Yeah, because 6 seconds is quite a lot. Octarine CK? I mean, the cast range is going to be insane. Yeah, if you're really far ahead, like having Scepter would be kind of crazy. One of these, buy this. I was like, where are the crits? I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, that one was gonna hit. Like, good luck. Telescope is really not that much cast range anymore. The stuns that will only work on heralds. Alright, what's... Alright, actually... Alright, so 7.5... It's not that low, but, you know. Attributes are actually pretty good on this hero. It's like a bug. I have to click here to open it, and then it doesn't... I guess I can click anywhere. It's not a bug, it's just a feature. Anyways. Octarine's not worth it. Cast range is not worth it, but the shard alone is possibly good. You could definitely buy that some games. Alright, where are we at? Chen. Base mana regen increased. Heal increased by a little baby amount. And shard mana cost reduced. Alright, we gotta go remember what that does. I think it's the TP allies around thing. I haven't seen Chen touched much. Cast on allies, teleporting them back home after 6 seconds. Ah, that one. Cannot target spell immune allies. Cast range is 600. This does heal increase and regen per second. Okay, and then that's great. Shard mana cost reduced from 200 to 100. Shard cast range increased. Cooldown is reduced to 25 seconds. Pretty good for heal stuff, obviously. And then level 10 talent change from cast range to penitence deals 250 damage. That's cool. Just deals 250 damage. Carry Chen back, guys. Carry Chen was never back. Penitence used to amplify the damage that somebody took, so that would have been insane if it also did damage. You could go, it used to go like Penitence Dagon for like a meme build. But it still does movement slow and gives everyone the attack speed when they attack him. So it's kind of cool, but it dealing more damage is kind of cool too. That's a nice little way to like, you can increase your farm speed. You could just have 1 point to this. The cast range was like mostly a waste anyways, because you'd use it for like penitence basically, or holy persuasion. It's like, who cared? I like that. 250 damage is not bad. And then penitence slow talent of 15 too, for slow plus 12%. So with 48% slow for 8 seconds, it's pretty sick. At that point, everybody's got BKBs and stuff. Anyways, and then level 20 talent, rather than plus 800 holy persuasion minimum health, it's 1200. That's like an insane amount of health. That's like all of your neutrals have like 2400 HP or 2000 HP, which is pretty good. Or you get hand a cooldown minus 40 seconds. Those talents are really good. Those talents are really, really good. Those talents are like amazing now. That puts Hand of God down to 80 seconds. Or much tankier creeps, which is much better for high ground. And the plus 3 holy persuasion max units and charges. Or plus 280 Hand of God heal. So Hand of God could be up to 900 heal on an 80-second cooldown, which is kind of insane. And if you get Holy Locket, we're talking legitimately 1200. It's half cheese to every hero on your team. So I don't know, Holy Locket, Chen, and there's an 18% heal increase here. Like Chen can legitimately cheese this whole team, actually, which is bonkers on an 80-second cooldown. Get refresher on this hero. There's like refresher, like Holy Locket mech refresher is like actually a thing on Chen. I swear to God. It's actually, unless they get like a spear vessel, then it's like a little bit less good, but no mana restore, who cares? The heal is incredible. Obviously that's like very late game. Getting to 18 on Chen is not exactly common, but I mean, skill points on this guy are not that bad. These ones feel kind of bad. But I mean, you could buy shards, send people back 6 seconds if they get doomed or whatever. It used to be what you did, and then they TP'd back. I don't know, I gotta play Chen more, I guess. It appears fun.
A fulfillment
Okay.
of prophecy.
Updates? Okay, that's why I was messed up because I was going to the welcome page. Alright, Clink's strength changed. More base. He has terrible base strength, but less gain. Strafe mana cost goes up. Shard skeleton duration reduced. They lasted for 60 seconds? Is that the ones when you break invis? They really lasted for 60 seconds? Scepter spawn interval reduced. This was your Ags, I believe. And Scepter cooldown reduced from 90 to 80. So little buffs here. And then little buff here. I feel like Clinks is just ignored. 60 seconds. That's insane. Clockwork Jetpack. Shard movement speed bonus reduced a bit. And the cooldown is reduced. So a little bit worse when you use it, but you can use it more often. And more armor. And more movement speed. So just little buffs to early Clockwork level 10 power spike. Crystal Maiden Rework Shard now allows you to move, cast, and attack during Freezing Field. Your movement speed is reduced by 75% during this, and the Freezing Field follows your movement. Interruptions and silences will still interrupt the spell. I like this a lot. Basically, it means for like stuns, it's going to be a little bit harder for them to nail you exactly. It's just going to be way better to use this because you can still cast spells. You don't have to like hard commit, like you don't have to like BKB blank ulti to be like, oh, this is the one place I'm going to stand. It can be stuff like I can cast Freezing Field at the start of the fight when they initiate on me without having to feel like I'm all in, you know? Where it's like, well, now I don't get to Frostbite or Nova. It's like you can cast Freezing Field first, get your armor bonus, and then Frostbite afterwards. It can be like your panic button, basically. I think that's cool. Move, cast, and attack. Or you can play Crystal Maiden carry, and it will be your Monkey King ultimate. Yeah, and you could use items too. Well, it doesn't say items. It's a weird channeling example. Maybe you can't use items. You can use items? You can do anything? Okay. You could Freezing Field and then blink. But obviously that's a little bit redundant, kind of. It's like, why would you need to cast Freezing Field when you're not in range already, you know? It doesn't matter. Anyways, rather than cast range, Crystal Nova AoE, it's HP and cast range. People stopped using cast range kind of in some ways, but they just removed it, which is fine. And more Crystal Nova AoE. I gotta check to see what these look like because I do play CM quite a lot. Let us see. Freezing Field TP. That does sound pretty good. I usually do something like this in the early game, maybe. Usually not this, but whatever.
Indeed.
The shard, thank you. Oh, it's the shard. Everything I just said was a mistake. Let's go back really quick here. Shard. Shard. Yeah, that was way too good to be true. First thing I said, first thing I read. Okay. Is this worth buying? I mean, yeah, I like the idea of Shard teleporting. That part's kind of cool. Like, you could use it as a... You can't stop it. There's no way to stop it. It just has to go no matter what. Okay. I mean... Yeah, I'm sure you can blink and force and everything. Freezing Field fucking freezes you too. But the fact that like you can use it defensively makes your ultimate better. The fact that there's armor here makes this better. If there was no armor, I'd feel pretty stupid about it.
Yes.
But like if a PA jumps on me with BKB, I'm using fucking Freezing Field. You could and the fact that it's instant, like if you get jumped, like you have to react and she's BKB'd, like just pressing it right away and then I don't know, forcing away or glimmering or something is nice. The fact that it lasts this whole duration is kind of bad because like She'll probably catch you afterwards. Oh yeah, I wanted to see what this looked like. So I'm level 9. Let's give myself like normal-ish items. And then let's see what a Kaya looks like. It's pretty good. It's like 5 mana regen. Pretty sick. 5 mana regen for a 2,000 gold item on this hero. That's if this is maxed, of course. And then, alright, is this level AoE? It does not. Here's the AoE. It's pretty good. I like that a lot, actually. I like that a lot. Wait, did that? That felt weird. The cast range, the weird thing is that it's gonna feel weird. The cast range is gonna be the same. That's why it looks weird, because like normally when you cast it, it's like this far away from your hero. But now because the AoE is bigger, it just feels fat. So this is gonna feel like I'm like, it's like when I cast a spell, I'm like practically standing in it. But it is still a really good ability, and it's gonna be easier to land it on like the whole team, for example. It might not be better than health, but like, I don't know. Affecting, it's a really good disable, frankly. 50% attack slow for 4.5 seconds. Then at 15, if you get the crystal nova cooldown, it's 5-second cooldown, 4.5 duration. Anyways, will I buy shard for 1,400? Probably not. I don't, but I'm more likely to buy than the previous one where you just frostbite yourself. So that's kind of cool. Taunt doesn't stop it. Incredible. Oh, I'd have to get stunned or silenced by an opponent. That makes sense. Yeah, I might consider buying this. The ulti TP is cool. But past that, feels weird. The fact that I could ulti in one part of the fight and blink after is really cool. That part's really good, because that's one of the issues with freezing field right now, is that if you're playing a core, until you get like blink and BKB, it just feels bad because you put the ulti down, like you basically have to blink on top of them to ulti, then you do good damage. But then the problem is that you are just gonna get stunned or silenced. So until you get literally 6,000 gold of items with blink and BKB, that is when it starts feeling good. But then sometimes they still run out of your AoE, and then that means that it's only good if you get right on top of them when they're really clumped. So now I could, I don't know, get on top of them, ulti, they run away, and then I force after and continue going, you know? Or I buy blink and force, I blink ulti, they run away, I force again, and continue doing damage. That makes it cooler, I think. No pun intended. So I like this. I don't know if I'm going to use it. It certainly makes core Crystal Maiden more viable, without a doubt. Because of the fact that it makes your ultimate, it allows you to make your ultimate more valuable than the way it is without having to spend 6,000 gold. So, yeah, I'm kind of into it. That's true. You do get attack 200 attack speed at 20, so you could attack heavily while ulting. Yeah, there are some matchups where it could be okay as a core CM. The auto attack part is, jokes aside, is bad and mostly unnecessary. But you could do stuff like ulti and hit a Phoenix Egg, you know? Or ulti and you hit a Tombstone. Like, there's kind of cool stuff there. Okay. Like an ult on CM with their ulti? That sounds fun, actually. That sounds really fun. No, you probably wouldn't move fast with BKB while doing it. Your movement speed's still going to be reduced by 75. Surge. Yep, that's a good idea. Yeah, there's some combos. That's a good point. There are some good movement combos that could be really useful with your allies that could actually make this pretty decent. So, like you could play core CM, get a BKB, and then you have a Darkseer in your team. Surge yourself BKB and just run down the opponents. That's pretty cool. Haste Rune, yeah. There's some cool stuff that could work combo wise, even if it's not alone. So that's kind of cool. Again, still expensive. Shards are not free, but could be useful if you have enough net worth. Darkseer, Iron Shell damage interval increased. So that means the time between damage ticks. The damage increased. This probably just means that you do less damage ticks, but you still do basically the same damage. Iron Shell's also better at level 1 again. than it used to be. This seems mostly inconsequential. It will mean that it is less good against TA refractions. It will be less good in ability draft when comboing it with things with amplifiers like sticky napalm. But probably this doesn't matter very much. I don't know why they did this. Not sure. Maybe to make it easier to last hit against it or something. Not sure. I'm confused. I mean, yeah, it's still going to destroy a fraction really quick by all means. Like, literally in like, it's going to take like 0.7 seconds instead of 0.5 seconds or some shit. Like, it's still blown instantly, but more visible to bad players. I guess, like, you'll see the damage ticking you down instead of just like really soft. That's a good point. I think that might be right. Mana cost increased for Iron Shell. And then Scepter max health reduced a little bit. Vacuum backswing reduced for them baddies. Normal punch shard max distance required reduced by a lot. 900 is way less. And the shard illusion outgoing damage increased by a lot. Alright, they just made this like way better. It's like looks actually viable now. You don't have to run as far. The illusion does way more damage. This is like amazing against Morphling, basically. And the damage it takes is way reduced. Like, this is amazing against Morphling and a lot of other agility heroes or illusion heroes. This is pretty cool. Okay. 6 armor talent at 10. That's incredible. And this used to be at 15, but now it's at 10. And now it's just more vacuum AoE. This is fine. Armor is definitely going to feel way better at 10. 15, like the 10 to 15 range. Like, you can solve so many problems here at 10. You could also, like, skip mech and feel survivable against physical damage. For once. Which is kind of cool. And then 20 talent, wall replica slow 2 minus wall replica cooldown. That looks good. Wall replica slow just always feels weird. Not good. Lowering the ulti cooldown means you can do vacuum walls more often. I like this. Dark Willow. Base health regen increased. That's 30 more HP per minute than she had before. So that will stabilize her laning stage. Cooldown reduced by a little bit at level 1, which is good. Damage rescaled to be a little bit less early, but more later. Cast range reduced by a tiny bit at all levels. So just makes it harder to catch people from far away. Seems fine. This seems completely fine. Basically not much of a difference. It'll feel a little bit different at level 1, but does basically the same damage. And then low buff to Shadow Realm, which is probably just straight up good. And then Terrorize cast range reduced. Shard also reduces delay by 1 second on Curse Crown. Okay, that's kind of cool. It's the one that makes brambles after the Curse Crown blows up or gets dispelled. And reducing the ticking by 1 is good. It'll be easier. I think it lasts 4 seconds, so I'd put it down to 3. So it'll be easier to hit people with Curse Crown before a dispel comes out or something like that. So that's good. Level 15 talent change from cast range to 160 AoE Curse Crown. So it'll hit AoE stun more people. That actually seems pretty good, but cast range is going to be really hard to pass up. Oh, wait. The cast range is passed up because they fucking removed it. So now it's Curse Crown AoE or... I don't know what the change is or what our other one is. I don't play her that often. Bedlam damage. Okay. People generally don't put a lot of faith in a Curse Crown, but 160 AoE is pretty big. Could definitely stun like a whole team. Okay. All right, Dazzle time. Dazzle. Turn rate improved. Reworked shard upgrade now causes poison a touch to hex affected targets. He's got a stun. He's finally got a stun. Oh. Yes. He can actually gank heroes. He can actually gank heroes, guys. He is not purely defensive anymore. It's 1.25 seconds. I don't care. That's an AoE hex. That's pretty sick, guys. That's an AoE hex. At 20 minutes. But no, that's fine. It genuinely doesn't matter. That honestly, it does not matter. Don't laugh about that. Stop fucking laughing. It doesn't matter. It's not a big deal that Dazzle doesn't have a disable for the first 20 minutes. It's not that bad. But not having to disable later in the game is bad because people have BKBs and shit like that. It's scary. Oh shit, you're right. You could clear illusions. Because Hex one-shots illusions. That's a really good point. This is like the hard-ass counter to illusion heroes right here. It's not a lot of stun, but it is a stun. It is a Hex. Level 15, 60 attack speed now. Buffing him up here. They really want him to be a right clicker. They really want you to buy Aghanim Scepter on this hero. Oh, wait. What does it? I don't remember. 250 heal on Shallow Grave End? That is sick as hell. And they're removing a lot of cast range talents. I think this is good. This reminds me of GPM talents. You like feel like you have to take them. And they are good, but they're just like so fucking good that you like... It just like removes the options of taking anything else. So I'm kind of glad they're removing it. All right. Now does its first instance of damage immediately on impact. Thank God. So you can actually use it to break. Blink Daggers. Whereas before you're screwed. Scepter heal increase. This is the bonus heal and damage on Shadow Wave, and it dispels, I believe. I think it's a talent that makes you attack on spellcast right now. I thought it was a shard, but I guess not. Or, oh, they reworked it. It was the shard, but they removed it now. Scepter damage increase. So if you buy Scepter, your Shadow Wave heals 100 more and does 100 more. So if you combo Dazzle with any kind of like grouping, it's gonna be really good. Oh, and I just realized that because they removed Necronomicon, the only item that made Dazzle remotely good, now they just get to buff the shit out of Dazzle to help compensate for the fact. So the playstyle of Dazzle that I fucking hated is completely removed from the game, and thus the hero gets buffed. I'm so happy. I love Dazzle. I haven't played Dazzle much in like a year or two. Ags gives basic Dispel on Shadow Wave. Yep, I didn't know that. That was like how Ags was 2 times ago, and then they brought it back. So, but the fact that it does extra damage and heal is pretty sick. You can easily clear creep waves with this. And if you combo with the right hero, like CK for example, this is like insane damage. So right-click Dazzle is probably where we're aiming with the 60 attack speed at 15. His raw HP is not very good, but we can solve that with items. And Shard is cool too to give you some disable, which helps solve some of the AoE issues that you currently have. And frankly, if well, it doesn't like solve them fully, but you're getting damage from Poison Touch already, but AoE disable is really helpful to help protect yourself if enemies are good at running at you. Which if you're a hero like Dazzle, that's going to be a little scary. All right, putting Dazzle on the list. Dazzle with last hits, 3 position. I used to love playing 3 position Dazzle. You would win the laning stage. You turn that into like survivability items, and then it felt good to have Grave and stuff like that because you won the lanes. It allows you to tempo. It allows you to force high ground. Solar Crest is still going to be really good on this hero if you want to buff yourself up or limit enemies, because the buildup is pretty good, and the cooldown's going to be really low because they haven't changed his ulti. So you can Solar Crest multiple heroes in a team fight to help them go high ground. Solar Crest, Mech, Holy Locket maybe could be really good. If you have like the glory would be like Ags, Greaves, Holy Locket, you'd be healing for like 300 every Shadow Wave. It's like insane. And you could still buy like Octarine or something if you really wanted to. Sounds really fun actually. It sounds really fun with Ag Shard. Oh, is Holy Locket amp Shadow Wave damage or just the heal? Shadow Wave or Holy Locket only amps heal, therefore it will only amp the heal. Because the Shadow Wave also happens to do damage doesn't mean that you would amp the damage. You would need spell amp to increase the damage that you deal. Shallow Grave cast time improved. That's good. They nerfed it in the past, and it definitely made things feel a little wonky. And they reduced the cooldown again. So 1 point in Shallow Grave is actually pretty sick. 36 cooldown. It used to be 60 at level 1 or something like that. Then they've been reducing it a bit to try to encourage people like, guys, please get Shallow Grave early. It's a pretty good skill. The duration is pretty low early. It's like 3.5. But like in the laning stage, I used to love like fighting to the death with Dazzle. I'd get like Poison Touch, Heal, and Shallow Grave. And I'd fight people to the death because he had pretty good base stats. And then I'd cast Grave and I'd kill people. And it was fun. But we haven't gotten to do that with Dazzle with like 2 years because they changed his ulti and then they had to nerf him a shitload. All of his basic skills to compensate. And then he became more of a core. But this is giving me a lot of hope. I'm very, very happy to... Oh, shit. I gave him the hand. Oh, no. It's going to restart me. All right, Valve. You're working on it, I know, but work faster. And then instead of cast range, 250 heal on Shallow Grave End, which is really cool. I like that. That's going to be great for supports. Great on a lot of heroes. 250 heal on Shallow Grave End. That's a lot. Could just grave people to heal them. 18-second cooldown. Like, Slap the Grave, slap the Shadow Wave. That talent looks pretty sick, I gotta say. Because that's always the moment, right? Shadow Grave ends. Do they get bursted immediately afterwards? You slap Shadow Wave, maybe you pop a mech, but like Shadow Wave is not a lot of heal. So a 250 heal there at the end would be really good. And now because you don't have a way to do AoE attacks with Dazzle, like I don't think like 60 attack speed feels more necessary as a core. I think the mana regen talent on the left is just bad. And Dazzle's int gain is really high, 3.7. You do not need that much mana regen on this hero to feel sufficient. So I can't help but feel that yeah, this just looks I'm pretty excited. This looks fun. And you know what, maybe he's not ready yet, and if that's the case, that's fine. He'll get more buffs until he's actually a playable hero again. It's been a long time since I felt like got to play and enjoy Dazzle, so I'm very excited to see these changes. Now, before I move on with all this excitement, let me read through this really quick and think about how good Dazzle is right now as a support in the laning stage. Scepter, slightly better, a baby bit better. You're not going to buy that on a support. All right, so basically he's the same shit hero. But if you have farm, you have more options late game. And just having the option to spend money on a disable is good, genuinely. Like, even as a support, I'm justified buying this, I feel like. Because Dazzle's biggest weakness is that you just don't contribute enough to the disable aspect of the team fight. And being able to cast this on even like a 10-second AoE hex for 1.25 seconds, that just looks decent. Don't I think as a 4 or even a 5 getting shard, 1400 for a hex is a big no. As a 5, yes, it's a no probably, but as a 4, not so much. You don't really want to play Dazzle as a 4 though, because your offensive potential is not very high. So even though like, yeah, you could buy items with that increased net worth, your mobility isn't there, therefore, and like your catch is not there, so like playing Dazzle as a 4 isn't very good, I don't think. Probably. Unless like your 3 has catch and maybe your 2 has catch. If your offlaner is a blink initiator like an X or a Mars, and your mid has mobility and can initiate, then it's fine for you to play 4 Dazzle because then you can back them up. But if you're supposed to be the guy that's like scouting or initiating or setting up for your team, then it's not going to feel very good. It's going to feel like it's hard to fight. So, all right. But yeah, this talent is cool though. As support Dazzle for sure. This will make it feel better. Death Prophet. Fuck. Attack point reduced by the tiniest baby bit. Her base damage reduced by 4, 6, so 5 damage on average. Which is probably necessary. She's definitely one of the heroes of the patch. Base movement speed reduced by a lot. Rework Shard. Yeah, I bought a Shard like 1 game and I didn't feel so good about it. Increase Spirit Siphon charges by 1 and cause enemies to be feared for 2 seconds if they are siphoned for 4 seconds consecutively. Okay. Feared enemies run faster usually, but I don't know if it's always. But it does give her a disable. If heroes are hitting her like a bear or something like that, it's kind of cool. I kind of like it. Against some carries or people that run you down, it will give you a solution there. I think it's kind of cool. Backswing, reduce for Crypt Swarm, again for bad players. Good players this never happens to because you cast the spell and continue moving or something. Level 15 talent change from cast range, which is fine. I think the 15 talents felt a little bit mediocre to me. It was cast range or higher Spirit Siphon percentage. It was 0.8%, I believe. Getting a 6% movement speed talent is fine. The problem is that it's just going to make up for this lost amount. Like if we take if we go 335 plus 45 for boots and we times this by 0.6, 0.06, oops. So we're getting 22.8 movement speed out of this before the movement speed change. But if we do 380 minus 15, oops. Yeah, it's like 21 movement speed. I guess it's about the same. We only lose a little bit more. It's a 20 movement speed talent. and it's a percentage, not a base. That's because you get a percentage movement speed from your ultimate. So if that gave you a base, it would be like probably a little too good. So now it's, do you want more movement speed or do you want more Spirit Siphon damage? And that's fine. Movement speed is similar to cast range, so you could argue that movement speed is going to solve this still pretty well. It's gonna be harder to silence people, obviously, and catch more people silence, like supports. Silencing supports as Death Prophet is like almost always the best thing you can do because they can't manage it as well. They don't have BKBs and stuff. And a silence, like a 6-second silence on a lot of supports is pretty equivalent to just stunning them for 6 seconds in team fights because most of the crucial stuff happens the first 6 seconds. So this is going to affect our win rate. This is going to affect our win rate. This is going to affect our win rate. This is a good change. And then they buffed Cryptstorm cooldown. This is my favorite. I love this talent. I'm so glad they're not removing it yet. I have a feeling nobody gets it, but I love playing Death Prophet with Bloodstone. You have shitloads of mana. You cast Cryptstorm literally constantly. And then that will put it down to a 1.5 second spam. Every second and a half you can cast Cryptstorm. It's so fun. You farm so fast. Yes, 400 health is amazing, and almost all pros get it, but... Okay, and it literally just has a higher win rate by a massive percent. But I like it. Okay, guys? I just like it. Is that so wrong? I just like it. It's fun. 400 health, 7% win rate increase. I like the stock. I do like the stock. I didn't know it was such a difference though. But boy, can you farm with this baby. I can fit so much farm in this baby when I get a Bloodstone. I was hoping it would be closer, but it's not. Let's move on. Disruptor. Thunderstrike Shard radius increase is the one you can put on allies. And now always increases the radius rather than only on allies. Okay, that's cool. That's big, actually. Means you can farm with this so much better. Could justify Disruptor Core a little bit better then. Because does it increase amounts of zaps? I can't remember. Allied bonus duration increase too. But basically you can affect the team fight a lot more positively now. I gotta go look. I cannot remember. Disruptor Core is kind of fun. No, the extra strikes is later. It's at 20. I'm misremembering. So it'll increase the radius massive. You could basically use this to kill whole creep waves with Thunderstrike. So I mean, with 4 points, it's doing 120 times 4. So 480 damage AoE nuke. You'd hit the whole creep wave. So you could certainly farm with this. Well, nobody gets Static Storm AoE. That's a big AoE. Kinetic field duration just has higher win rate. Looks like late game Disruptor just looks good. Glimpse cooldown reduced. That's nice. 48 at level 1. 15 talent changed. More static storm duration. So it could go up to 7 seconds instead of 6.5. And then they removed cast range and added glimpse arrival damage. This is something that they took from not Siltbreaker. Agnem's Labyrinth. There's a glimpse arrival damage. That's kind of a lot of damage. 275. I mean, this looks good. It's just straight up a lot of damage that you're going to use in a team fight or at the start of a gank. But if there's no cast range, I can't help but just look at this and say, like, a 7-second static storm is, like, insane damage. They removed kinetic field. Oh, I see. This is brand new. The static storm AoE. So they did have kinetic field duration. They moved it to 20. It's now 2 seconds. The 2-second duration looks really good with static storm increase. So hypothetically, if I could, I mean, what's the, I gotta look at the numbers again. God, why does it always go to him? So kinetic field max 4.4. So if I could put static storm up to 7 and I can put kinetic field up to 6.6. That's insane. I could do basically a full 7-second duration static storm on somebody And if I get Ags, I can mute them too. Like, how does Disruptor with Yules and Ags not just look insanely good? You Yules them, you drop the Kinetic Field Static Storm, and you got 7 seconds of muted silence if you hit level 7 or 20. Like, +3 Thunderstrike hits is really good, obviously. But, like, for ability to close out a game as, like, a core Disruptor, not that anybody plays core Disruptor, of course, that just sounds really good to me. So, I don't know. -3 cooldown. I don't know. Kinetic Field. Oh, did they buff that? That used to be 2. Back to Chen once again. That's why it keeps happening. Let's do this and then go over here. Yeah, they didn't change. I guess it's -3 cooldown at all levels. So, yeah, I don't know. These look pretty fun to me. And then 25 talent is now -11 glimpse, which is going to put it on a 7-second cooldown instead of 10. And then, yeah, no more kinetic field duration here because it's over here. They remove kinetic field grants true sight, which they're basically just removing all ways to like easily kill wards because it's kind of like making the game a little bit too direct, like how powerful that is. But more, all right, if this is brand new, we got to look at it. We got to see how big the AoE is. 275 AoE increase is huge. Do you think it makes Disruptor 4 viable? I don't know about, I guess kind of, because I was going to say the same mobility issues as before, but the fact that you are effectively mobility with your skills is appealing for sure. So here's the ulti. If I do this. Let's do this. What the fuck? Did you guys see my eyes when I saw the circle? I could not believe it. I could not believe how big it was. This is the whole fucking team fight. Have fun, guys. That's the whole team fight. Like, why don't I just do this every game? Sup, guys? Like, everybody in here just can't come in, and it lasts for 7 seconds. I'm buying a refresher orb every game. Like, why would I not just do this and like, with a billion items, just like, have fun, sucker. Like, 14 yeah, I gotta get to 25 or whatever. And, or like, yeah, I gotta get to 25 by all means. But that AoE is insane. I didn't even get this either. I would probably always get Thunderstrike damage. Most likely, personally. Ooh, Kinetic Field Duration talent is at 20 though. That means you could get cooldown and Kinetic Field at 20 pretty reliably. Like, this is not hard to get. That's kind of insane. This is without cooldown, by the way. Like, that looks pretty good, I gotta say. I already looked at the shard, yeah. Oh, you want to see what it looks like AoE wise, yeah. I mean, I've seen it cast on other heroes, but like, yeah, this is like the whole fight. That definitely makes it feel a lot better offensively. The problem was that it was just a little bit too one-dimensional, but it was close to 100% uptime. I don't think it was 100, but like, this is like everything. This does 350 max per second, by the way, so it's doing like an extra 700 damage with this like duration increase. Core got it. All right, core disruptor. Add it to the list. Core disruptor. That AoE is so big. It's so big. How do you miss? It's like you just don't. All right, a Doom base are. Oh, God, blow my brains out. Please, somebody, just get it over with. I don't want this to ever happen again. Ever again. Oh, I got to run ads, actually. Well, you know what's going to happen. I'll be right back. Worth going shard right at 20th disruptor? No. It's not about getting the shard at 20. It's more like it's fine. But the shard is like, you should think of the shard on disruptor more about, do you need better AoE to deal with their summons or their illusion heroes? Or is it good to cast on your core? Think of it like Inkswell. Do you want your Thunderstrike to be like Inkswell, pretty much? That's how you should think about it. Put it on a guy that goes in to get amplified and do damage where the target is. Not about make it to make your ulti better. Like, your ulti already does tons of AoE damage. You don't really need to make your Thunderstrike better for that. So, yeah. All right. Ads. I want to read, but I shouldn't. I'm going to check my text messages. I only read some of that, but it sounded like you could teleport into small camp, which is cool. All right, we got 9 seconds left. It is time. Oops. Get the ads out of here. Doom. All right, 3 more base armor. Base damage is increased by 4, dropped by 2, so it's a 2 damage increase. So very good. Very good at lasting to 9 still. Keep in mind that Doom's base attack time is garbage at 2, so he attacks pretty slow even with attack speed. But it's been buffed a slight amount, so right-clicking as Doom is going to feel a little bit better. Devour no longer provides health regen. Backswing from it is reduced to save those bad players, of course. And the gold bonus is buffed, so it basically just gives you gold now and gives you a creep. Hence why he got 3 armor here, to help offset the fact that his regen was just like fucking insane with it, and was the only balance. So now it's basically just a gold tool. So my instant impression is there's a real chance that Doom is now about fighting again and not about devouring creeps. back in the day, you used to get like 1 point in Devour to get a creep, and then you get a lot of Scorched Earth and Infernal Blade, and you would fight with this. You could probably justify this more now because your armor is higher. Therefore, when you trade hits with somebody, the amount of damage you take is reduced a lot more, and therefore the trades are going to go more favorable. You want somebody to explain backswing. Backswing is when you cast a spell, your hero animates. Like when I throw a baseball, the baseball comes out of my hand here, but I still follow through and my arm still does all of this because I'm done throwing. But that's all in a video game. That's all wasted animation. Your hero, you don't have to do that in a video game because it's not real. So after I throw the baseball, what I should be doing is I should start casting a spell. Zap, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. So rather than doing this, lightning bolt, you do this, lightning bolt. You see how much faster that was? That's exactly what you're doing in game when you're canceling backswing. So for bad players who don't know to cancel backswing, what it means is it's going to be like this. All right, instead of like this is without this is without the buff. This is what they do. Lightning bolt. Now it's like this. Lightning bolt. It's a little bit faster if you're bad. Or you could just be pro and do this. Lightning bolt. All right, cool. That's backswing. Wouldn't the gold bonus be better? No, I can say definitively that this is a nerf to Doom's laning stage, without a doubt. I think it's, well, 3 armor is a shitload, guys. 3 armor is a lot. Going from 0 to 3 armor is a big difference. He doesn't have much agility, so his armor is actually going to be a little bit higher than 3 right now, but I think he's at like 10 in agility base or something. So he's going to have a little bit more than 3 armor. He's not going to get just shitloads of regen. Like, for the level 1, his armor, like, this is definitely better. But, like, when you hit, like, later levels of the laning stage, he's certainly going to be weaker. He's going to be way more able, it's going to be easier to zone him on a lane. But Doom previously, like, if you just had a little bit of mana regen and you didn't get ganked constantly, then Doom would, or you weren't against, like, a troll or an Ursa or something, then you would just out regen the lane and you would get farm. But now, because it doesn't give you regen, you can actually be zoned from the lane. Okay, anyways, so yeah, you get a little bit more gold, but it's pretty small. You would be casting Devour simply to get guaranteed last hits and a little bit of GPM. But I don't know, other than the whole like control, getting, like, you probably still should get Devour because you can get a creep ability, which are good. But I almost wonder if it's just better to go fighting abilities instead now that you have armor. You could argue it's just going to make Doom support. Does it make him better? Yeah, it makes Doom support better. For sure. You could maybe get away with, like, boots first or something. If you got a good creep. The problem, though, is that Infernal Blade is pretty garbage right now. It only does, like, 75 damage. It's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad skill. And Scorched Earth is a little long, so I don't know. It's probably better still to play Doom core, but I feel like support might be a little stronger. I could be wrong. You can't just eat the purple big creep because it takes multiple points in Devour. You need, like, I think 3. Or is it 2? You need a couple points in Devour for that to be viable. Yeah, you need to eat 3. You need 3 Devour points to eat the really good creeps. You can get the good creeps with 2 points in Devour. You could get, like, the Hellbear Smasher or the Centaurs. Those are fine. But the first level Devour, the best creeps you can get are either the Frost Ogre, the Alpha Wolf, or sometimes, like, the other basic abilities, like some of the small camp ones can be okay. Okay, less backswing on Scorched Earth, less backswing on Doom. Scepter no longer reduces cooldown. Who knows how much it reduced cooldown by? We'll never know. Scepter now also increases Doom duration by 6 seconds. Okay, so you can basically use it to counter, like, spell amp. What does Scepter do on Doom? Other than reduce cooldown? I don't know. Add Dispel or something? I don't know. No, it already does Dispel. I have no idea. Not sure. I cannot believe that in-game it doesn't say how much it reduces cooldown by. It actually blows my frickin' mind. It makes me very angry. Like, I'm in-game and I'm like, oh, how much does Doom decrease my ulti by? It doesn't say. I'd have to buy the frickin' item to know. Like, come on, Valve. It adds break? Alright. There it is. Applies break. duration by 6 seconds. This is basically like old Ags used to do this. 6 seconds is kind of a lot. Against the right heroes, this is amazing, obviously. PA, amazing. Reduces his evasion, removes his evasion, removes his ulti. Amazing. If you could doom a PA in a fight. Break removes passives on heroes. All right. Okay, they removed doom duration here. They added 12% magic resistance, which is interesting. It's either this or Scorch Earth movement speed. Instead, they're changing it to Scorch Earth damage. I like that. The movement speed felt like you had to get it all the time. So I like they're adding more choices. This would put Scorch Earth from 60 damage at level 4 to 80. Still very good. And then magic resistance also can be good. Do you want tankiness? Do you want damage? Which is your option? And at 15, now they turned shit to Scorch Earth cooldown by 10 seconds. That's cool. And also, Devour bonus gold removed to Devour can target Ancients. I like this. I think this talent is okay. I think it can be good. And then 20, they removed that. Now it's Scorched Earth movement speed. So, okay. So let's go back and look at Scorched Earth stuff again. I keep messing it up. Max cooldown is 35, so you could reduce it to 25 with a duration of 15. That's pretty darn high uptime. And again, that's the 15 talent. Devouring Ancients can be good. We're talking, you could get the health creep that gives you 15%, you and your allies 15% health. You could get the Thunderhide, 15% damage, 15% attack speed, with the ability to give yourself Frenzy for an extra 50 attack speed. Used to be better because, well, it's still good because you could get up to like the Cleave talent at 25, and then you have like insane attack speed and Cleave. It's pretty cool. But plain to get that, I mean, just there's so many other, like War Stomp is just so good. Doom is so much like an initiator utility kind of hero. It feels wrong to not grab, to like keep the Centaur War Stomp for most of the game, because the 2-second stun is just incredible. No matter what, it's like almost always just the best. And like going right click Doom, maybe it's better now because your armor is 3 higher, but I can't help but think that, yeah, 12 magic resistance is going to be way low. I don't know how many Doom games there have been, but like I'm sure Scorched Earth damage is infinitely better than 12 magic resistance, unless you're against like a Zeus or something, or like a lot of magic damage. Like this is so much damage. This is literally like 300 more damage your Scorched Earth does. Did I do that math right? Yeah, 300 more damage with a full Scorched Earth duration in an AoE. It's good. And then the cooldown is probably just not very good. But the win rates here for Divine, I mean, maybe there's not a lot of games here, but this win rate difference seems really insane. 15% Scorched Earth movement speed. Oh, that's a lot. It doubles it. So it'd give you a 30% movement speed bonus, which is like an extra 45 movement speed when Scorched Earth is on, but that doesn't sound that good. 45 movement speed when Scorched Earth is on, like, that's definitely like, this used to be like literally a 10 talent. Used to give 10. Now it gives, what, 15 more? Who cares? Over Doom DPS. Literally 400 more pure damage here. I don't know. But maybe if you're going like some kind of right click, Devour target Ancients, just become like a right click monster somehow, even though, I don't know, like it's more viable. Oops, I shouldn't do it this way. I should do this. That way when I go back, it's right there. Okay. With his BAT being reduced and his armor going up, like you could right click a little bit more as this guy, but it's just not, it would have to be like a late game pivot. I feel like you're still probably like utility type stuff, utility damage initiating. Oh God. Oh God. Yes, you have a really nice hero page, Valve. Thank you. I just found it. All right, Dragonite. Shard can now be used in melee form. Oh, that's a huge buff. Oh. For Dragonite who buys Meteor Hammer, this is a massive buff, actually. Like a really, really big buff. Because before you could only use it with your ulti. This is like just good. If you buy Blink Dagger on Dragonite, which you should, you can just blink Shard Fireball some guy. The Fireball does like 60 damage per second. So if you blink stun a guy and put the Fireball's huge, by the way. It's like a big AoE. It covers like a big chunk of your screen. Or follow up on any 600 cast range. Like I can farm with this. This is like straight up really good. This is really good, actually. Huge buff. 80 DPS, thank you. This is insanely good. Like, you hit 20 minutes on DK and you buy the shard because you are going to farm with it. You just farm with it. I don't know what the cooldown is. Oh god, I almost gave him the hand. Dragon Tail mana cost reduced 2. Cooldown scales a little bit worse, basically, but the mana is less, so it's not bad. And then the damage is increased. Whew. 70 damage nuke level, and that's like an actually real skill. 160 level 4. Okay. They buffed this talent because it's garbage. They reduced mana. Ooh, this is a nerf big time. Taking away his mana regen at 10 was a big deal. This was like just, you never had to buy mana regen items. 15 damage is okay. Again, he kind of has farming issues, but having the shard here solves that a bit. 15 talent change from 25 damage to 0.5 second Dragon Tail stun. This is cool, actually. This actually makes... His other talent is... health? I think at 15. And the 21 is strength, I think. Yeah, I think it's health. It's like 400 health or something. This is actually cool. Because something I realized after playing Dragonite a lot the last couple weeks is that it's a little hard to do the Blink Stun Fireball Meteor Hammer combo. The level 4 Dragon Tail stuns you for 3 seconds, 3.25 seconds. Meteor Hammer takes exactly 3 seconds to cast. So if I Blink Stun and instantly Meteor Hammer, I can get a Meteor Hammer hit before they get unstunned, but it's, I think, but it's like really close. Yeah, you can, right? Because there's overlap. You can Blink Stun Meteor Hammer, but if you fuck up at all, and I'm slow on doing Fireball because I haven't used it that many times, I'm slow on like Blink Stun Fireball Meteor Hammer. But if you do that correctly, you can do like an insane... Oh, I wanted to go to his page, but in the past it worked. Now it doesn't. And then my mind slipped. What I want to do is I wanted to go to Dragonite, and I wanted to show you guys the combo because I wanted to see how much damage it did. It's a lot of damage, actually. So I think this is definitely the nicest way to play Dragonite right now is the Meteor Hammer build. It just like, it gives you good stats, it gives you a lot of regen, it gives you mana regen, and it just makes killing towers even easier. You don't have to use your ulti. And then it makes your gank just feel way better. Dragonite is good generally because of the fact that you have the ability to like blink stun a guy and then your team follows up kind of, but like your damage is usually not that great. So what you do is you do some shit like this at least, and then depending on what you need, if you need more armor you do it, or you can do, I usually get like at least 3 breathe fires, and then I don't know, maybe I do some shit like this, right? And then what you do is you go this, and we'll just assume I'm blinking on an enemy, and you just do this, and then cast Meteor Hammer, and then it hits them, and you have a great time, and look how much damage you did, right? I'm gonna do a dummy target, and then I want to buy the shard now. 20-second cooldown, it lasts for 10 seconds. So what you should be doing is this. Oops, slow, wrong. It's E. There we go. Let's try it again. Look at that beautiful damage. Look at that damage. That's 800 damage in 10 seconds. Slow. So slow. See, gets unstunned. So if I get the Dragon Tail talent there, it's going to kind of change everything. I'd probably get damage, but Breathe Fire damage reduction is not terrible. I would probably do this, and then probably, I don't know, maybe I'd delay these or something because they're not that good. But now that this is going to stun for this much longer, I can definitely do the talent correct, or do the combo correctly. See, it was a lot closer. I didn't do it perfect, but just did 1400 damage with a blink and a Meteor Hammer and a shard. That's all it took. A lot of mana, obviously. It's a lot of damage. Yeah, I don't use quick cast. That's the issue. That is not good. Huh? Anyways, what you basically do is you stabilize your lane with Dragon Blood. You buy Meteor Hammer pretty quick because the buildup is easy on almost all heroes. You buy Ring of Health. You get crowned for some stats. You get a wand. Like you basically do this. This is like my early laning stage with the Quelling Blade, obviously. I'm not level 15 normally here, but... And then you buy this, and now you're basically unkillable because you have Ring of Health and Dragon Blood. And you buy this, and then boom, you're done. And then you just need to do this. You breathe fire and you attack somebody, and all of a sudden they just took like 900 damage, which almost very few heroes can survive. And if they don't come to your lane, you kill the tower with your ulti and meteor hammer. It's really good. No mana regen talent, soul ring mandatory? Not necessarily. You could probably get away with like you might have to buy like, well, I mean, first of all, like meteor hammer is not that bad. 2.5 mana regen here. Obviously, you'd need more, most likely. But you could buy Basie. You could get an urn. This is 1.6. I don't know if I'd want to like buy a medallion or something, but Kaya. Fireball does not do building damage. No, it'd be way too good. Anyways, pretty into this. Oh god, I didn't even get all the way down. Remove 15% cooldown reduction. Now it's plus 150 Elder Dragon form attack range. So if you want to play like Carry Dragonite, you can do that. Is attack and animation reduction the same as BAT reduction? No, not at all. Attack animation is how much time it takes. It's like a base level, how much time it takes to attack. If you increase your attack speed, your animation goes down to compensate for the need to attack faster. BAT is how well attack speed scales your attacks per minute, basically. If your BAT is bad, then buying attack speed is less efficient on you to make you a carry, to make you like a competitive carry. Heroes like Jug and Anti-Mage have really low BATs, which is why they just attack so darn fast. Okay, anyways, more Elder Dragon attack form range is good for potentially making DK carry more viable. And then they remove the extra Dragon Blood talent, and is this like the same basically? They just made it a plus 12 Dragon Blood armor and regen. So just maybe it's just like more straightforward for anybody that's really bad at math or something. I don't know. And then 25 talent, rather than big Dragon Tail stun duration, which is now at the 15 talent, it is plus 375 AoE Dragon Tail during Dragon form, which is insane. Why would you not just take this all the time? AoE Dragon Tail, AoE 3.25 second stun. These are some big DK buffs. Like, these look good. DK is like the new OD, basically. Wins lane, meteor hammers people. Not quite as good, probably, but I don't know. I like that build a lot in pubs. It feels really good. Big changes. Anime effect, that's a good point. Yep, we're still on D. We're halfway through. What time is it? It's fucking 8 p.m. It's a 5-hour stream. I've made a huge mistake. Okay, Draw Ranger attack point is reduced. Frost Arrow Shard burst slow increased. Shard now affects creeps. I forgot about this shard. I have tried it one game. It felt kind of okay, but I was losing. I played Draw Ranger kind of garbage anyways. This could make her a little bit more competitive. She's kind of in that same issue as Sniper. Just getting dived is a little bit hard. Gust mana cost reduced. That looks good. And low 15 talent, more multi-shot cooldown. Okay. Earth Spirit Boulder Smash, Stone Slow reduced by a little bit. Remnant Pulse Speed reduced a little bit. Vision Radius reduced a little bit. Scepter damage increased because nobody buys it. Scepter Radius increased. Distance reduced on Rolling Boulder by a little baby bit. The Stone distance reduced by a little bit more. And then the damage is increased. Okay, so it just does more damage, but the range is a little bit worse. Seems fine. It's a pretty, I mean, ultimately it's about the stun and the initiation, which is more important, but you know, a little more damage isn't terrible. More damage for the right click talent, more armor, more spell amp. Basically the talents that people don't get is my understanding. Earth Shaker, Enchant Totem no longer has True Strike, no longer gets consumed if the attack misses. And the Scepter Leap range reduced again to 950, and Scepter now also provides 40% cleave with Enchant Totem buff. Okay. Oh, that's with Scepter. Okay. So you could basically use it to clear creep waves a lot easier. Interesting. These feel like Morphling nerfs to me. The leap range going down. I mean, this is still pretty far, but the cleave won't work on Morphling, obviously. And then more armor on the armor talent. But like a true strike's not the biggest deal. But the cleave is kind of cool if you get scepter. Kind of makes buying Ags feel a little bit more worthwhile, I would argue. Yeah. Elder Titan ulti cooldown scales worse. Delay is better. Mana cost for Stomp is increased. It's a little nerfs to ET, even if the ulti is a little easier to use. Searing Chain's backswing is better. Flame Guard backswing is better. Oh man, that was a huge one. Wow. 1 second if you don't press buttons or right click after using Flame Guard. Duration increased. 3 extra seconds early game is pretty good. You can clear creep waves better. Contest the first creep wave, that kind of thing. Shard now provides you with a charge when killing enemy heroes rather than spawning a Fire Remnant, except in the case where you die. Oh, so if you die, you get a Fire Remnant, but to help with buyback. But if you kill enemies, you just get a charge back. So you could basically do like PA stuff, like anime stuff, kill a guy and then jump to the next guy, jump to the next guy. Cast range reduced a little bit. Scepter cast range reduced a little bit. 4,500. It's actually insane. Anyways, more Searing Chains are going to start fixing some of these wacky numbers. Enchantress. Oh, we're cruising now. All you had to do is tell me that I might be up until midnight, and something happened. It's just I'm just cruising through this. Attack speed slow buffed for Enchantress. Wisp count increased, so 8 at all levels, but the numbers are reduced and the duration increased from 11 to 12. This should make the heal more consistent. I would argue less RNG. I don't know if the numbers are the same. I'll just do some really quick math. 4 times 7 is 28. 8 times 4 is 32. So if there's more wisps, that means that if you're in the middle of a creep wave, there's a better chance that you get at least some of the heal. Whereas if there's only 4 wisps and you're in the middle of the creep wave, maybe all the wisps heal your creeps for a tick or 2 instead of you. But if there's 8, there's a pretty good chance that like you will get 2 and your creeps will also get 2. So yeah. And then later, 8 times 16 is 128, and 10 times 13 is 130. So basically they're the same. Late game, it's slightly more heal early, and it's going to heal more evenly, which seems fine. Oh, duration increased by 1 second at both. So it's just straight up better. Just straight up better. Enchantress Core is still kind of in a weird place. Enigma Demonic Conversion cooldown increase. So this is basically a nerf to support Enigma. If you haven't been watching much pro scene, Enigma was a pretty powerful hero in the major and in the DPC season. Support Enigmas would usually leave Demonic Conversion at 1. The cooldown would stay the same at all levels, so you'd basically get to use it to deny creeps from your opponents. The issue was that they would use it as a flex pick, and if you played as a support, you just leave it at 1 because you just keep denying creeps, and then you max out Malefice and your other skills because farming wasn't as important, and you get maximum deny. So if you play as a support now, you're not going to be able to just keep denying creeps as efficiently, and therefore it won't feel as effective as a support, even if your skills later on will still feel fine. So that's going to hurt Enigma support. It's going to hurt Enigma core for the first couple levels, absolutely, in a big way, and could make him feel a lot more vulnerable. This could be a big deal, and could hurt Enigma core. But after your first couple levels, obviously it's not going to matter much. And then a buff to Midnight Pulse Radius talent, which most people don't get. I think the other one's like a 8% cooldown reduction or something. But Midnight Pulse is a lot of damage, so. Faces Void being pulled, crawling out of the dumpster after being dumpstered because he was like one of the best carriers in the previous patch. Base armor increased by 1. Time swing or backswing reduced. Now does DPS per cooldown. Okay. Support Faces Void on the way. Cooldown reduced by a lot. And duration reduced a little bit. So 8 damage. This could do like, oh, this is actually kind of a lot. 10 damage times 8 per cooldown. So if somebody has 3 abilities on cooldown, that's 80 times 3. That's 240 damage you could do with level 1 time dilation if they have 3 abilities on cooldown. That's pretty sick, actually, with 1 skill point. At max level, 13. Okay, it doesn't scale very well, though, right? Because it goes from 10 to 13, and it goes from 8 to 11. So, but still, it doing damage and interrupting blink daggers is pretty sick. Cooldown slow reduced a little bit, and mana cost rescaled. Definitely a much better level 1 skill. Because, like, in laning stage, it's just going to do way more damage. Yeah, it's really, really good against Invoker. That's a good point. But you have to wait till they cast a lot of spells. You can't just, like, cast it at the start of the fight and it affect everyone. It's once people cast spells that the cooldown delay goes through. So this is going to make it feel a lot better in the laning stage. Like, I don't see a reason why you would not skill this in the slightest in the laning stage. Every hero has spells that they're going to cast for the most part. And if they do, you cast time dilation back for 60 mana and you do 80 damage to them. It's now a nuke. It's a laning stabilizer. It's going to slow people. Like, the slow before was fine. It just wasn't worth it because you wouldn't get enough out of the chase. But you could genuinely justify time dilation. When somebody has 2 abilities and they use them both, cast time dilation. You just did 160 damage to them. Like, that's really good. If, God forbid, they cast 3 abilities, if they don't have a passive in there, and now you're doing even more damage with 1 skill point. So this is definitely going to stabilize Faceless Void. And I haven't gotten to time lock yet, but look, it's still garbage. So, like, pass up 1 time lock point so that your lane is more stabilized as Faceless Void. That should be reasonable. Chronosphere backswing is lower for bad players. Radius increased a little bit, and the cast range reduced. But you can catch people from farther away, which is fine. Cast range reduced a little baby amount. Shard cast range increased. So plus 400 cast range for time walk with the shard. Isn't that the one where you go backwards? Shard return ability is now its own hotkey. I've only seen the shard like 1 time and it like crushed me, but it was like very early in the patch. More strength. Remove damage, give us some agility instead. I think this is a pretty good trade-off because 7 damage, 7 attack speed is overall going to help them a lot farming and stuff like that. So I like that. 15 talent. Ooh, they removed the time walk cast range talent. It's just gone now. Now it's 300 health or time lock bash damage. And the bash damage is only like 55 or something, which multiplied by the percentage ends up being a really low amount of damage. So this is kind of weird. But you could argue that, you know, getting strength talent at 10 and then health talent here at 15 gives you a better ability to abuse time walk. It's just going to make it way harder to land Chronos, especially with the cast range also reduced. So does this mean that just you have to buy Shard now to get time walk range? That's what it looks like. Because Shard probably did that backtrack thing and it gave you cast range. So if you want like a really good time walk, it looks like you need Shard. Backswing is not startup animation. That's not how it works. That's cast animation. Cast animation is your startup swing. Backswing is the swing after you've finished casting the ability. It's wasted time. Backswing is always bad. Backswing is always a waste. That's why they're being reduced and why it's not that big of a deal. It's only bad for bad players, basically. Like really bad players who aren't clicking enough. So, -2 time walk is fine, but yeah, losing your natural long-range time walk is going to make Chronospheres a lot harder. But getting more health is going to make your Chronospheres easier, so I don't know, we'll see. Oh, the shards got removed. Oh, I was sad. I liked it so much, and then I just stopped playing Grimstroke, and I just remembered it 2 days ago, and now it's gone. It feels bad. It feels bad. All right, Inkswell to deal 50% more damage and heal the target for 50% of the damage Inkswell deals. Upon expiration, the target will receive a strong dispel. Oh, man, that's like when you have a really good time, but then you stub your toe at the exact same moment, and now then it ruins the fun part. Painful. Okay. Strong dispel after 3 seconds on a carry is cool, because your carries are usually going to be initiating. This is a really, really cool shard. This is really cool. And you can put it on yourself, too. 50% more damage. It deals up to like 400. I don't remember how many talents deal damage. And they buffed the Inkswell cooldown talent. Like, this plus shard looks really good. They upped Phantom's Embrace damage by quite a bit. 10 damage per second for like, what, 4 seconds or something. Latch radius increased. This is cool. I really like the other one, I gotta say, but this is going to be way more useful for the way that pro players use it, without a doubt. Pro players are really good about inkswelling some initiator. They get a stun, there's a follow-up, and then sometimes they get counter-initiated on. This is going to give heal to that person. It's going to strong dispel them afterwards. And it does 50% more damage. So let's go look at Grimstroke really quick. Inkswell's 15-second cooldown. It can now be reduced to 9. It takes 3 seconds to blow up, so it's a 3-second delayed strong dispel. And is there a Inkswell damage talent? Well, Spell Amp looks better now at 15. Because now if you're doing 15% more Inkswell damage, that's also going to be increased by 50. And that's more heal. Although Inkswell movement speed is obviously very good. I have a feeling that almost everybody gets the movement speed, yeah. It's got a much higher win rate. Which makes sense, I guess, if you're running away too. Like 38% movement speed is insane. Phantom's Embrace DPS. Wow, that's new. It's kind of a lot, actually. 5 seconds. 50 damage? This shit can do 90 damage per second for 5 seconds. Like, even if you got that with only 1 point, it jumps the damage a lot. That's like 250 damage. It's literally 250 damage if it expels. Like, makes the Phantom Embrace way better. Like, you could do so much damage as a core Grimstroke now. Get this talent. Get this Spell Amp. Like, get some Null Talismans. Get the E-Blade. Like, it's so much damage, actually. Okay. And then... Oops, that's not what we want. We want to go here. And then, yeah, there's that. And no more cast range. That's fine. This is probably better. Cast range felt necessary, but either spell is really good. Inkswell cooldown by 6 or Phantom's Embrace. Like, this is an AoE stun on a 9-second cooldown. That's kind of insane. It's kind of really insane. Especially, like, you use it, they initiate, BKBs get used. Like, 9 seconds later, use it again. BKBs are gone. For a fact, BKBs don't last that long anymore. Flat cannon buffed, more flat count, and cooldown is increased to scale. Okay, seems fine. Hoodwink Aghanim Scepter. Grants new active ability, Hunter's Boomerang. Tosses a boomerang in an arc at the target enemy. Upon contact, it returns to Hoodwink. Boomerang will deal 350 damage as it passes through or hits enemies and applies a Hunter's Mark that causes affected enemies to be slowed 20% and take 25% more spell damage and have 25% reduced status resistance for 7 seconds. This seems very good. So it's just a new skill. 350 damage, slows by 25%, 20%, and they take 25% more damage, spell damage, and have 25% reduced status resistance. So your stuns will last longer. You would basically throw the boomerang, then you would do your combo, and your stun is going to end up lasting for like 3 seconds instead of 2.5, basically. And they take 20% more damage, 25% more spell damage, including from your ulti, which does a metric shitload of damage. So basically, if you throw boomerang, then stun them, and instantly channel your ult, you're going to do legitimately like 2,000 some damage to heroes. It's actually insane how much damage this could be. And the fact that it is an Ags, I think, is a decent build-up and gives Hoodwink something good to aim for. I think Aether Lens is still going to be really good. But this just looks like a great thing to add to her toolkit. Basically more of the same thing. And even if it just does damage, I think that's fine. You're slowing people by 20%. You're reducing their status resistance. And they take more spell damage. So it's like a Veil. Really good. I think this is cool. Add a new ability. Do it, make it so it amplifies our current stuff. All right, Ag Shard grants another active ability, Decoy. Hoodwink sends a decoy illusion with Scurry to the target location. When the illusion is attacked or hit by a targeted ability, it is destroyed and plants a tree in its place. That applies a lesser Bushwhack to enemy heroes around it. So Bushwhack is your second skill. So basically trick people. And because they have Scurry, it seems like a real one, but they're gonna run straight. And if they're attacked or hit by an ability, destroyed, plants a tree, and applies a Bushwhack. I don't know what a lesser Bushwhack is. Probably less stun duration or something, but cooldown is 60. I mean, you could probably run this into enemy heroes pretty easily in fights, honestly. Especially depending on the heroes. Think of like, it has to be a targeted ability or attacked. So I'm going to say directly attack it. It might work with like flat cannon and stuff like that, in which case it'd be cool. But I can't help but think that against the right lineups, this could be easy to utilize. Or maybe not easy, but useful. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's right. I forgot I'm getting my vaccine tomorrow. Exciting. My first vaccine shot. Yo, just to pause for a bit. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet, but I read this New York Times article talking about the mRNA vaccines, and it was such a cool article. Go to my Twitter and look and read that article later. It's so interesting. It talks about the woman who's been working on them, and she's been working on mRNA shit for like literally decades. And she came to the US from Hungary with her husband in like the 80s, and she's earned like less than like 60K a year her whole career, but then she like developed some scientific breakthroughs that led to like the mRNA stuff. It's so interesting. They basically like figured out how to like trick cells to make any protein that you want. And they're using it to create basically like the arms of a coronavirus protein so that your body produces them, and then your body realizes they're foreign and learns how to fight them because they're just arms, they're not entire viruses. It's so cool. It's so fucking cool. And we could literally use the same technology to like train ourselves to make shit, like lots of different shit. Like they got a monkey to make lots of red blood cells. It's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. So I hope I get that one. It's really cool. Anyways, it's not CRISPR. It's not rewriting your DNA. It is a messenger RNA is basically like giving a program to a cell to do to produce something that it can produce, basically. Which is how like DNA works in my understanding. Anyways, it's fucking cool. It's really cool. And it is literally not just going to solve problems. Like I think the analogy I thought of that I wanted to tell you guys, it's basically like it tells your cells to make knives that are blunt as fuck. And then all of a sudden your body's like, what are these knives doing everywhere? We need to figure out how to beat up these knives. They learn how to fight the knives. And then if real knives ever come in that are super sharp, and your body's like, I know how to deal with you. We shoot you with guns, obviously. You know, something like that. That's how it works. No long-term study on effects later. Oof, you're so right. But you know what's happening right now? Literally millions of people are dying. Have you considered that fact? Maybe it's better. Maybe it's better to make sure less people die. Oh yeah, and the economy has crashed. And it's causing people to lose their jobs. They're dying. They're getting long-term health issues. I don't know. I feel like it's just worth it for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. All right, let's go back to Dota. I'm sure Chad will talk about politics for another 20 minutes here. But Acorn Shot bonus damage reworked to be 100% plus these numbers to 65% plus these numbers. So it's not going to scale. I mean, I got to finish reading this. Initial projectile now uses the attacker's projectile speed half for bounces. Oh, that's cool. The initial. Okay, so basically this gives you, if you have the right neutral items, which will increase the projectile speed. You could buy Witchblade too, actually. Witchblade would also increase the projectile speed. It's going to be easier for you to land acorn shots without people dodging them, or to plant a tree before your bushwhack comes out. So it'll be easier to do the bushwhack tree acorn shot. So that's kind of a cool way to balance it. This reduction is basically going to mean that buying like Rapier on this hero is not going to feel nearly as valuable, which I think is important to help balance the hero, because it just, like, acorn shot like abilities, I've said this many times the last couple of days, are just way too strong. They're just way too strong. So as a result, having it scale like this is going to make sure that the hero doesn't become like out of hand, like she was right when she came out, when the numbers were just too high. And with that said, none of this says that something like Maelstrom is still not going to work, which is great. Thank you. Flat ass boy. Flat ass boy. Or are you flat ass boy? Which is it? You need a comma. So yeah, Maelstrom is still going to be really good with Acorn Shot if you want to farm with it. If you don't, it's not going to scale nearly as well for killing creeps and stuff like that. Your agility talent's going to feel a little worse, for example, because now you're only getting 65% of that damage, as are agility items. So just play around with it, see how it feels. But Maelstrom is still going to be good if you want to kill creeps. And it's still probably fine at killing creeps. But yeah, this is cool. Planetary is no longer considered special for Tango usage. Okay. And may now be placed, which is kind of interesting, because if you do a combo not near trees, somebody could eat it and get extra regen to offset the fact they took damage. May now be placed on autocast to always use ground targeting. I love this. This is one issue I had as like a fairly recent Hoodwink player, was that sometimes I would accidentally click the hero instead of clicking on the ground to plant a tree, and thus my bushwhack would be wasted. So if I could autocast it intentionally, knowing that I really wanted to plant a tree, like late game, for example, because I'm trying to guarantee a bushwhack land to stun them, then I think this is great. Because otherwise, if you don't land bushwhack, your hero feels awful. You need to land bushwhack for your hero to feel good. So I think giving an option to autocast this is a really good adjustment to make the hero slightly easier to play. So I think this is great. I'm really happy about this. Radius decreased a bit for bushwhack. That's probably fine. The damage is decreased. The skill is by far the best one on hoodwink. Stun duration increased a little bit. This is fine. And fixed units dying during bushwhack, sometimes destroying trees and freeing other units from bushwhack. Interesting. I didn't know about this. Glad somebody caught that bug. Scurry active speed reduced. And charge replenish time reduced. So you can scurry a little bit more often. And sharpshooter max damage is reduced. They've nerfed it. It was a really high damage ultimate. And then now is a minimum power level 20. It scales normally from there. Mana cost rescaled to be a little bit better. You could argue worse late game, but I think the 6 is maybe more important, perhaps. Movement slow reduced to scale, so it's just a lot worse at the early. Yeah, I was going to say 50% is kind of insane for a level 1 ultimate for 6 seconds. 5 seconds is fine. Doesn't grant vision along the site. This is probably all fair stuff. Especially with the boomerang being added. If this number was still like 1400, it's kind of bonkers that that's being amplified by 25%. Minimum power level 20% is fine if you wanted to shoot it really fast. It's not going to do much. 100 and... No, it's like 200 damage. It's not that bad. You could just shoot it instantly. But yeah, I think these are nice changes to the hero. I think that this is going to help. This is nice. But these are mostly just like, they're removing a lot of bullshit here. This is not that extreme of a difference. They're just removing a lot of like weird kind of bullshit stuff effectively, which I think is ultimately good. And the ultimate, which is generally just a little too good against some heroes. This will make it a little bit more balanced, reduce the damage a bit. Make the slow not so like 50% is insane early game. If anybody has a stun setup, sharpshooter is going to slow somebody for 50% for 6 seconds. And break them. Like I watched some good players play hoodwink against a viper and it just looked like unplayable. It's like anybody sets up the stun, the sharpshooter, and then he loses 25 magic resistance from his passive and he's slowed by 50% for 6 seconds. It's like, what the hell? It just felt way too good. So I think lower slow is great to balance this out. I still think the hero's a little weak, but with good players, maybe it'll be really good. You think they went too far with her? Possibly. I personally thought that she wasn't that good, but she is a really strong laning hero. Reducing some of the bushwhack damage is going to make that feel a lot weaker for sure. But the nerfs are not that extreme. These are just kind of like useful stuff by all means, but like the vision thing can hurt. I think this is maybe the most significant one. This one, and I don't know, probably this one. I mean, you can get Ags on her and stuff now too. There's options. Shard's a meme. A little bit, yeah. Shard is a little bit of a meme. But like I said, if they have like a gyro with Ags or something, then you could get the illusion attacked, and somebody might make a mistake, Maybe not good players, but as much. But hey, I don't know. Again, I don't know what a lesser bushwhack is, but if you get an AoE stun out of 1400 gold, that sounds pretty cool. Huskar strength gain increased from 3.2 to 3.4. Cool. Knockback duration increased a little bit, which is sort of like a stun. Shard upgrade can now be cast while disabled. Does not remove the disable. What does it do again? I don't even remember.
What dark mural comes
Huskar. We got a dog. Oh, Tango. Sorry, guys. Inner fire, reduce healing and regen. Oh. Reduce healing and regen by 50%. Applies a 40% movement speed slow. Lowers cooldown by 3 seconds. Can cast while disabled. Okay. That's kind of cool. I forgot about this. But just being able to cast it while disabled is definitely nice. Doesn't remove the disable, obviously, but gives you... You can buy yourself some time if you get piled on in those stun durations. Which I think is a nice solution. Doesn't necessarily force you to buy BKB still. You can just defend yourself a little bit with the shard. And then obviously the, disarm there. Pretty solid. Up to 4 seconds. And reducing healing and applying a slow. Like, no matter what, you can use that. in a fight. And I don't like buying BKB, so I should just play Huskar and buy a shard all the time. Burning Spear costs reduce from 4% of current to 3. Okay. And 25 talent, spell lifesteal instead of attack range. That seems fine. The attack range talent was kind of good, but like Huskar getting 25 to siege a tower was kind of weird. And not really like the most useful thing. What was the other talent? Pure damage? Yeah. More damage or you get spell lifesteal. Which you can use with life break, by the way. Life break will do a lot of damage and you'll spell lifesteal from that. Kind of interesting. -3 life break cooldown. Which I assume is something I have not. No, that was just previous patch that I forgot about. Yeah. Okay. Invoker. Remove shard upgrade. Reworked. That was like the directional ice wall that I never saw anybody ever buy. Causes 2 extra chaos meters alongside the primary cast at slight angles. Very good. Reduces cooldown by 50. Yo, did you guys watch the... Oh, fuck. Did you guys watch the anime? Invoker is legitimately... He is legitimately so strong. Oh, shit. The stream went down. Are we back? Are we back? Are we back? Okay. Yo, I watched the anime. Invoker is so fucking strong. Like, Invoker was such a freaking badass dude in the anime. It was mega cool. Yeah, Hoodwink was struggling to get 50% win rate. I think what they're doing, and I'm sure you guys are going to be sad if you like Hoodwink, they had to nerf her right now just in case because, you know, Valve, in their haste to develop a good pro scene, they ensured that the pro players have to play Hoodwink games literally right now, so it's better to make her slightly weak and then buff her later, rather than upset the integrity of their competitive scene. So, Troy Baker is so good. I was blown away by how good his voice acting was. Like, Invoker literally stole the show, I thought. Just so cool. Kalen was sick as fuck, too. The anime was good. I enjoyed it a lot. We started... the items, dude. When I remember, there's so many times I like forgot I was watching a Dota anime. I was just like enjoying the show, you know, and then I was like, oh yeah, this is Dota, and then there was like items and stuff, and I was just like, oh, it's so fucking cool. They did a really good job. I really liked it. Anyways, this is great. Regen reduced on Quas. This will hurt him a little bit in here. Now provides +2 strength per level. Oh, they added this back in. Okay. Invoker doesn't get attribute levels, which is, yep, that's how it always was. That's okay. That's why they added the back in, because Invoker never got attribute levels because he needed skill points too much. They would add attributes based on what he was skilling. So to compensate for that, he is going to get stats back, and thus the regen levels and the damage is reduced. The agility, just a straight up bonus, baby. For whatever reason. Probably because agility is pretty garbage on Intiros. Doesn't really do that much. Damage is good. Regen is valuable. Agility, attacks a tiny bit of attack speed and a tiny bit of armor. Pretty mediocre. So not surprised. And the 15 talent, more DPS for Ice Wall that nobody takes, but you could because it's clearly a lot of damage. All right. Io, the most banned hero of the major. Level 25 attack talent now only attacks if I was capable of attacking, not when stunned, disarmed. Okay, I thought it meant range, but just stunned, disarmed. That's fair. Cast range reduced a bit. No longer unlocks max movement speed. Okay, good. So basically, Io Weaver is removed. Shard now stuns upon connecting with the tether rather than on tether break. Okay. That makes more sense because it's easier to control. Why would you want to break tether? You know, does not affect the same unit more than once every 7 seconds. Okay, that's fair. I don't know if I'm going to buy Shard still, but max distance reduced from 700 to 650. And collision damage is reduced, so it's a little bit harder to hit people. This is probably a big deal for like Ag's spirit stuff. Anything else? If you don't unlock max movement speed, you probably can't abuse like the speed creep with Helm of the Dominator as well. That's probably significant, but also mostly it's for Weaver. And then this cast range being lower is a big deal. If I was out of position, it's easier to get kills on him. And what else? Let's go look at those talents. Worse damage, more regen, but most people get damage. And then less spirit range, more spell lifesteal, but everybody gets spirit max range if they go ags. And then more relocate cooldown, and then more health. So, if we talk about IO as a core, are the new nerfs significant? The max movement speed is semi-significant. The shard is irrelevant. This is pretty much irrelevant, more or less. And max distance is a little bit less by 75 range, which is a little. And the collision might feel significant because it kind of just feels like they hit you pretty easily. It's going to probably, this is probably the biggest one that you'd have to play to really feel how significant it is. But if it's harder to hit people with spirits from range and your movement speed is less, then it might just feel a lot worse. I'm sorry, what's 40% less damage? Where's the spirit damage? I'm sorry, where did I miss? It's damage on collision. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I thought this was collision size, not damage. Okay. I was confused because I was like trying to figure, I thought the nerfs would be more extreme than what I read. So I was like, so maybe if the collision size is less, it'd be really hard to land them. But if this is damage, yeah, that's a big difference. But isn't this just against creeps? This is against creeps, so you should farm slower with it. Right? Yeah, this is a collision damage on creeps. The damage on heroes is way higher. So creeps and illusions. So basically you're not gonna be able to farm nearly as fast because it's a big damage reduction. So yeah, like somebody said, 40% damage reduction against creeps until they explode, then they still do a lot of damage, but obviously this is a lot of damage reduction. So clearing stacks is gonna take a lot longer on IO. So yeah, it hurts the jungle farm, so it won't be able to accelerate as fast, which is a decent way to try to create a solution here. So, which basically just affects IO's core mostly, because supports are not going to spend that much time jungling, even if they do it sometimes. Cores will use it to accelerate in a big way. So this looks fine to me as a solution. Maybe the hero will still be played. I don't play IO core, but maybe it's still okay. Dominator lost like 50 movement speed too. Did it? Okay. I missed that. Oh yeah, we're still going, baby. Speaking of which, I'm still shilling for big advertisement. So please, watch my ads. My eyes. I'm tired. Thank you for the subs, guys. Thanks for the bits, talent control. I should eat a hot chip in this 1 minute and 45 seconds so that I have more energy. Do you guys like hot chips? These are probably bad for you, but they are good. It's a hot chip rolled into a tube. See? She has another bed like right where she's laying. She's got like fucking 20 beds in this house. Nasty that I meet on mic. Maybe. Okay. Let us resume. Remember, guys, not everybody gets ads. Just some of you. Jakiro is more agile now. Got buff dragons for the anime. 5 more agility. That's almost 1 armor. 5 more attack speed. Not bad. I'll take it. Core Jakiro, more viable now. Big fan of Core Jakiro. Is it good? No. But 5 agility, not bad. Delay between waves reduced. I like this. Get that attack speed slow, movement speed slow a little faster. Shard now also stuns targets initially for 0.4 seconds. Shard slow reduced. I don't think this is enough stun duration to land an ice path afterwards. But it will probably help. But it's kind of nice. You can interrupt channeling spells with it. Stop TPs. It's kind of cool. I watched the game where FNG played Jakiro and went Shard. It was really amazing at killing buildings, I gotta say. So I definitely am thinking about trying that myself in some pubs. Macropyre Scepter no longer increases damage. Okay. It now causes it to become pure damage and pure spell immunity. Okay. I think that's nice. The talent that made it pure and pure spell, it was like so late in the game. It's just like so late. But now you can like tactically buy it for a purpose, you know? If they have a lot of magic resistance, buy Ags. 10 subs from Arter. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, you could buy this potentially and drop it down and stand in the fire and do up to 180 magic damage, 180 pure damage per second with spell amp. Like that's a crap load of damage. 5 seconds. Like this is pretty cool, I think. Could be really effective against the right heroes. Definitely better than like the... It says... all it did, it didn't increase damage anymore, but it gives you pure damage spell immunity. It probably also still increases duration, I'm guessing. If I had to guess. Alright, let's look at the talent. No more Ice Path cooldown. It's now Liquid Fire attack speed reduction at 15, which is early enough that you could definitely still use it. That would put the attack speed up to negative 110. And with the attack speed talent at 10... this could be pretty good against towers. This is like crippling against tier 2 towers, even if they glyph. It's actually insanely crippling against tier 2 towers. Can be very useful against some carries, but usually they have BKBs or dispels and stuff. And then instead of dual breath damage, health talent. So pretty good on supports. Thank you, Potato Man. Ground Potato Man. 20 talent removed the liquid fire attack speed that was there. Didn't even know that was there. Increase for ice path duration instead of cooldown. That's nice. So instead of a 2.5 second ice path, it is now a 3 second ice path at level 20. That looks really good. And instead of dual breath range, it is plus 30 macro pyre damage. I'm almost always taking ice path duration here. Ice path is mega good spell. 30 macro pyre damage could be great if pure and spell immune, I guess, but just feels kind of wacky otherwise. I mean, if you plant it in like Roche or something, it could be really good in a Roche fight. But, and then here's the pure Pierce immunity to 2 times dual breath damage and range. Ooh. Core Jakiro, baby. Core Jakiro. And then here's the Ice Path duration to minus 2.5 cooldowns. So that would put it at 6.5 second cooldown. And with this, it would be 3 seconds stun, 6.5 cooldown, which is amazing. So you got 2 paths basically. They're definitely trying to push like Jakiro Core as a possibility, is what it seems like, as more viable. The agility helps absolutely in a big way. Agility is a big deal for interiors trying to be cores, because otherwise you're gonna have armor issues. So yeah, Ags gives you an option. It's probably still bad, of course, but I could see it being kind of okay with like mech or something. If you get like mech and maybe shard, you can take towers but also defend yourself when you get gone on. Yules is still good. Maybe liquid fire attack speed could be really good, but you'd probably want health if you're a core. Dual breath damage. Oh, it's gone though. Duh. But yeah, Ags is kind of iffy. Kind of depends on like wombo combo stuff, I feel like. I don't know if I'd buy Ags ever on Jakiro. Like my allies would have to have like good setup or something, otherwise it's just gonna feel weird. But I guess genuinely against like BKB carries, if I have Ags and just put the ulti down and fight in the fire, like it's gotta be good. It's gotta be useful. Because it is a shitload of damage. Like 140 pure damage through BKB for 5 seconds or something. It's pretty solid. But I would need to be able to defend myself. That's another like item issue. I don't know. I'll put it on the list. Core Jakiro. Maybe as like a 3 it would work a little better. You're really slow though. I like it a lot as a mid. But then you have like mobility issues. I don't know. Jug Omni Slash now provides spell immunity. It didn't. Does that mean that you could basically effectively dispel with it? I don't know what this necessarily protects you against, but maybe there's some abilities that would affect you. Like if I'm hit by an attack speed slow and then I use Omni Slash, then my not attack speed slow, or my slowed on attack speed, you know? Made the attack rate multiply a little worse. Mana cost increase for Swift Slash. Basically, tiny nerf here, tiny nerfs here. Not that bad. Oh, you could get Glimpse before? Oh, okay. Shiva's as well. I see. Keeper of the Light base strength increase. Reorg shard upgrade now grants you recall during spirit form. What did they change it to? I'm so confused. Oh. I was like, I swear to God it gives you recall. No longer grants recall. Now cause Illuminate to heal for 30 to 50% of its damage. Okay, so you can just heal with Illuminate now in spirit form. So Keeper of the Light's going to be completely different now. Because this is one of the main reasons that the hero was abusable, because you could move cores around the map. 15 talent change to 2 solar bind charges. That's the slow with the amplifies magic damage. And instead of blinding light cooldown is -4 chakra magic. Thank you, Ardor. Yeah. Level 20 talent, less chakra magic to chakra magic dispels. Cool. Soft or strong though, Valve? Tell me. You're being inconsistent. And 25 more illuminate damage. Probably basic dispel. Hard dispel 20. Level 20 is like way too good. I mean, illuminate healing is good. It's a pretty good heal. Holy Locket, Keeper of the Light, guys. Watch out. Base HP regen for Kunkka. His win rate's really bad on pubs, but he still picked VP, and Navi especially would pick him still a lot. Cast range on Torrent reduced. Shard now causes effect units to be unable to attack for the pull duration. That's pretty good. And now starts... Did it do it again? I'm sorry, guys. Sorry about the internet thing. Okay. It now starts 900 units behind you instead of 600. This is a really big deal. This means that being able to like blink and shard is going to be way more possible. Because if it's 900 units behind you, that means that like I could run up to an enemy team, turn around and cast Tidal Wave, and they would be pushed towards me. 900 units behind you. Shard cooldown reduced, the damage goes up. Like this ability is actually not that bad. And if they're literally disarmed for the pull duration, they're pushed pretty far. This seems good to me. Like cheesy and maybe too good. Still bad, can't see. Did you reload? I haven't dropped frames in a while. Sorry about that. Level 10 talent changed from 150 cast range to 0.4 second torrent knock-up stun duration. Oh, that's cool. The stun duration is pretty important against like BKB heroes especially. And 15 talent change from health regen to strength. So it's either torrent damage or strength now, which is going to be better for like Gonka Chorus or whatever else, if you want HP and damage, or if you want torrent damage. And 20 talent change from strength to tiebreaker cleaves. So they put the cleave from 25 to 20 because 20 is more realistic. And then, ooh, 2-second tiebreaker cooldown. That's pretty good. So reduce it down to 2 seconds instead of 4. This is a much better way to like make Tidebringer viable as like a later game carry ability. Because getting all the way to 25 just to start doing Tidebringer stuff is like way too late. 20 is like reasonable. You could build around it and reasonably hit 20. But if it's 25, it's like you just don't know if you're going to make it or not. So you can't like build Daedalus or something. But if you can increase the damage, this could help offset the fact that people's armor applies. So this is cool. Legion Commander rework Shard. Causes Pressy Attack to apply spell immunity for 1.75 seconds. Ooh, that's pretty sick. So basically it's like a cheap BKB. If you need to blink, blade mail, duel a guy, you can get the spell immunity to do so without needing BKB. Don't forget that when duel finishes and you win, you also get Pressy Attack. I don't know if that works for your enemy too when they win, but a little bit extra spell immunity there sounds really good too. And if you have Ags, when your ulti ends, in addition to this, then your magic immune when it's active, and then when it ends, you would also have a little bit more spell immunity. Reducing cooldown by 3 seconds sounds kind of good.
When all hope is gone.
So that'd reduce it from 13 to 10. Okay. Radius increases for overwhelming odds as you skill it. Oh, never mind. Everything I just said was wrong. Scepter no longer grants spell immunity. Scepter damage immunity from non-dual participants changed from 100 to 50. And Scepter reduced the cooldown by 20 seconds. Okay. So basically the reason they did this was because Ag's Legion was like never something that a pro player wanted to buy. It works in pubs pretty good because like you have the capability to outplay somebody in like mega scale. But for pro players, it just wasn't good because you need to rely on your allies to kill people quickly. If you don't do that, then you aren't going to kill them and it's going to fuck up the whole team fight. Because it's going to buy your opponents time to react and do other things, right? So if it's changed to 50%, it's not a complete waste for your allies to throw spells at the guy that you're dueling because it will help. But you have to balance that by making sure that your hero doesn't become spell immune. On the bright side, it's still going to increase the duration by a lot. It goes up to like 8 seconds or something like that. Yeah, you add a lot of duration to your duel, so you still have a better chance to get a kill. And reducing the cooldown by 20 is actually really significant. Because the issue with Legion Commander, and one of the reasons it's hard to win games with Legion, even if you do have a lot of damage, it's because duel is a 50-second cooldown. So even if you always slaughter the guy that you duel, half of the time that they're respawning is you waiting for duel to come off cooldown. So it actually limits your ability to like close games out. Because this is what you need when you play Legion. You need to buy Blink Dagger so that you can get a duel off. You usually almost always want to buy a Blade Mail so that you can kill carries or other heroes by doing enough damage by yourself. Then you need BKB so that you can be magic immune while you do this. Almost nobody buys Zags here. Almost ever. So Blink, Blade Mail, you've got Phase Boots or Treads, but almost always Phase Boots. Then you need BKB. We're already 4 items in. This is a lot of items already. And then you can consider buying like more carry items. At this point, usually you need an item that breaks Lincolns because somebody has a Lincoln, so you need like Halberd or something else. And now you only have one item slot left. Obviously, you could get like Overwhelming Blink or something, or some Blink upgrade. But it's like, if you want to carry outside of using Duel, none of these items are good for like guaranteeing kills on supports. You don't have a Nullifier, you don't have a Basher, you don't have an Abyssal Blade. This is why Legion Commander in the late game sucks. And the Ultra late game has issues. Yes, he can blow up that one guy, but after that, all he's doing is she's running after people, and she's attacking them once in a while. And attacking them once in a while. And she's removing dispels and stuff, but like you're pretty kiteable and controllable once your BKB is done. So, if you can reduce your dual cooldown to 30 seconds, you can now kill people more rapidly. If you get really farmed and build up damage faster. Which could definitely change the scope of her teamfight contribution. So I like this. I think it's a good way to change it that will make it more viable for pro players and a little less goofy for the average player too. You still have to worry about spell immunity, but like if you're really farmed, it's not that big of a deal anyways. Okay, level 15 talent change from minus 9 second overwhelming odds cooldown to plus 75 damage per hero. That's huge. Right now it does 120, so against like Meepo and stuff, we're talking like 300 damage. I mean, that's potentially a huge... I find that skill difficult to pass up. 3 heroes is 225 bonus damage. Like, that's a huge nuke. It's pretty cool. Okay. Leshrac. Lightning Storm cast point reduced. Cast point is how long it takes to throw the baseball initially. So this is going to make it easier to cast Lightning Storm and to follow... just to cast it. The cast animation was pretty rough before. Radius on Pulse Nova increased, so easier to farm, easier to deal damage. Shard Pulse count increased from 2 to 3. That's one where the Split Earth would get wider and wider. It's very weird and not probably good at all. But apparently will do more. I don't know what this means.
To the vanguard.
By the impure powers of nature.
Did it really just do 2 before? I would always just cast it a shitload on the ground when I did it. I didn't know it only did 2. Cap, I've been at this for 6 hours and 15 minutes. I did not know you're not a mod. Let me mod you. It does seem to be your profile. Okay, there you go. Okay. Anyways, no more strength talent, plus 100 lightning storm damage. That's pretty good. It does pretty weak damage. It's like 200 or something in level 4. 210. So upping that to 210 is pretty good. And then 20 strength at 20 instead, which is pretty good. Yeah, the lightning storm slow is kind of tempting, but it's just not good, especially compared to pulse nova damage. And now you have to make the choice: do I want 20 strength or do I want more pulse nova damage at 20, which is a better decision to make. Do I want damage or strength? And then 25 lightning storm damage, people just didn't take it. Basically, they would always go Diabolic Edict because it was just so much better for buildings, even though this was kind of appealing. But 30% magic resistance is obviously very amazing against the right heroes. And you don't really want to buy a hood on Leshrac ever because you just don't have the slots, and BKB is better. But still, dealing with things like Storm Spirit or some other burst damage type heroes late game can be difficult, and being able to pick up magic resistance is certainly something that could completely change your hero in the late game. So I like this. Thanks for the subs, DS Warden. I appreciate it. Okay, Lich. Mana cost reduced. Okay, good. Core Lich. We're back. 175 mana. Lich is garbage right now, so 175 mana is more appealing. Primary target damage reduced by 40. Area damage increased. This is good. Lich has gained 10 damage in Frost Blast overall, but it's a better AoE skill now than it was before. So this is good. 360 damage. 7-second cooldown, only 175 mana, much more reasonable. Still is going to be very good on supports, but keep in mind they've nerfed Mango mana regen and Clarity mana a lot. So Lich as a laning hero is just not nearly as good for like blasting out trades. So what is it at level 1, by the way? 125 damage versus 120. So it's a little bit worse at level 1. Okay, so the hero's straight up worse at level 1, but later on in the game it's better. Chain Frost mana cost is increased a little bit in the mid game, but basically this is weird and kind of arbitrary, but I guess it's more consistent. Goes up by 125, then goes up by 175, now it goes up by 150, 150, I guess is why they did it. Ice Spire, a terrible shard. Shard health increased again by 200, the radius increased by 150, and more slow. It just sounds like it'd be good, but it's just not, is the problem. Okay. Level 10 talent changed from 90 Frostblast AoE damage to 125 radius and damage. Ooh, baby. They're really trying to make Lich Core work, and I love it. I fucking love it. So, Frostblast, if you get this talent, will go from 360 damage to 485. This is insane, actually. A 485 AoE damage nuke on a 70-second cooldown. Well, it doesn't do that much AoE. It does... Is this primary target? It doesn't say. Is that going to AoE or is that going to primary? It's probably primary. Did I say 70? I meant 7. 7-second cooldown. 485 damage on a 7-second cooldown. And if you get the talent later, it's like a 4-second cooldown. It's actually a lot of damage. And then rather than cast range, it's now a plus 10% frost shield damage reduction. I'm getting damage every time now. It's like puts it from 60 to 70. It's good. But it's really good actually because it reduces the damage that somebody's taking from physical when frost shield is on by 25%. Puts it down to 30. It's like very, very little. If you put this, if you get this and you put a frost shield on Spectre, they take like almost no damage. It like puts them down to like 8% damage taken, almost nothing. All right, we gotta check this. Because now Lich Core with the Kaya, it's looking better, guys. Get a little mana regen, get a 4-staff rush or something for that raw HP. So that's after reduction. Damage went up on both, right? Like, and you could do like this. As AoE's pretty fat, actually. Like, legitimately can be used to push waves now. Like, they haven't gained HP yet, but like, I don't know, that's not bad. We're not a mana real fast, though. Bloodstone Lich. Is that what we gotta do? I mean, you can push the waves with just level 10. The lower cooldown is obviously nice at certain times, but... Alright, Core Lich. I'm putting it on the list. It's terrible, but it's better now. The mana cost is reduced a little bit late game. Once you hit 10, it does more damage. Is it still good? No. But, you know... It's getting there. Some good damage. That's a lot of damage. 125 more damage and radius. Makes Lich support way better. For like killing people and literally doing lots of other things. Which I will not mention. Anyways, Lifestealer base damage reduced by 3. Oh yes, Feast is back. Wait. Does Feast heal anymore? This is really not very clear. Does percentage of target max health as damage. I wish I had this when I played Lifestealer against Omni Knight 2 days ago, yesterday. Shard now also causes all hero attacks to the target to deal 2% of the target's max health as damage. Okay. So basically, Lifestealer will once again be the anti-tank carry, which is cool. I was kind of hoping this would happen. Rather than like heal... He actually does a lot of damage against high tanky targets. Shard cooldown reduced. So open wounds is also like an amplifier, which is kind of cool. Scepter hero duration increased from 4 to 5. The Scepter, it's so bad, dude. Scepter cooldown reduced to 20. You basically infest an enemy hero and you attack them a couple times, but like you don't attack them that many times. You attack them like 3 or 4 times. It's pretty garbage. But it does lower the cooldown when you use it. But it's like, it's not worth 4,000 gold, I don't think, at all. Anyways, level 10 talent change to movement speed instead of health. The other one's attack speed. And then they remove the movement speed from 15 and put it up for more health. There are some health problems on Lifestealer in mid-game sometimes, so I could see myself maybe justifying health over damage sometimes. Last game I played, I went movement speed because I was against like an Omnicore that was really fast. But 30 attack speed is kind of hard to pass up, but 20 movement speed could be good. I don't know if I want... I mean, you get a lot of attack speed from Ghoul Frenzy, so maybe it's better to go movement speed into damage in the right game, but... And then they buff this talent too to get more slow from Ghoul Frenzy, which is fine. We gotta spend... Okay, so the life... So basically they just added damage to this. This is like a really nice buff to the hero, actually. I know his win rate was not that great, but like... He still does the same max health lifesteal, and now this just does max health damage. That's pretty sick. The dog can eat when she wants. It's fine. So it still has lifesteal, and now it's just also does max health damage, 1.2%. So if I have 1,000 HP, it's dealing 12 damage, which is not like insane, but it's not bad. And if they have 3,000 HP, it's doing 36 damage. So it's not like a huge number, but it helps. It's kind of cool. Okay. And yes. Lina getting buffs to Light Strike Ray, which got nerfed due to Lina's support being too strong. So little damage bonuses in the later game. Shard now removes the delay before damage is dealt. Shard cast range bonus increased. I have not tried this shard yet. And then level 10 talent change from 75 cast range to -2 Dragon Slave, and they removed that from 25 and added Laguna Blade cooldown. Oh, that's cool. I like that. To make the hero a lot better late game. And that puts Laguna Blade down to 25 seconds. Oh, very into this. Oh, I'm so playing Lina soon. $25-second cooldown. It's gonna make. I didn't like the 25s before. The attack range is fine. Don't care that much for it. And the other one was what, Dragon Slave cooldown. Don't care that much for it. This is way more fun. Like, obviously, spamming Dragon Slave is good for farming and stuff, but, like, your cooldowns are already pretty low. Like, you don't need to lower the Dragon Slave cooldown longer. But dropping the ulti cooldown by half when you could do an AoE and go through spell immunity, that sounds really fun late game. Not to mention just the fact that you could, like, legitimately combo people from full to nothing 2 times in one semi-longer fight. I think that's really cool. Losing the cast range is going to be tough, especially because Lina's Yule's range is also lower. Or anybody's Yule's range is lower, so this is going to hurt her. But what's her other 10 talent again? 30 damage. So lower Dragon Slave to 6 or 30 damage. Okay. I mean, you'll farm a little faster no matter what, but Yule's so bad now. I mean, it's just a little bit more defensive, that's all. It's a little bit worse, but it's not terrible. Reworked the Lion Shard. Was that the mana drain? I don't remember. What did it even do? Lowered attack speed, I think, or something weird. Now it affects up to 3 enemies. So if you could buy it against illusion heroes really effectively, and you become spell immune while you channel, which is great. It's still kind of dangerous, but usually this is why you never Lion suck, is because if you stand still and you channel, people just fucking kill you. They're like, oh, that guy's not moving. And it increases your confidence level for landing skill shots and spending effort to kill him because you know where he's going to be no matter what. So it just like is a really good way to get focused. So potentially against certain heroes, this is really good. You could justify standing still and buying shard to really mana drain people. So it's kind of cool. Rescale the cooldown, break distance, reduce. So mana drain is worse, but the shard is better. But this is still probably justified for the situational game where this could be really good. I mean, another crazy thing is that you could legitimately just cast mana drain on somebody just to become spell immune. It's like a situational BKB. If I know Storm is about to jump on me and silence me, I could mana drain a range creep, probably. And then he just can't orchid me until I stop, which is kind of sick. And when I want to stop, I could instantly stop and hex him, which unless he's like already spam clicking Orchid on me, I could probably react. So this is kind of crazy. This seems pretty sick. Again, still money, and Lion still has terrible agility and not very good health gain, but I think this is a really cool change that could absolutely be useful against the right enemies. Like, this seems really good, actually. Any, like, delayed... If I get Cursed Crown by Dark Willow, mana drain. If Dark Willow uses Bedlam on me, mana drain. A range creep. You know? It seems really good. If I'm Bramble Mazed, mana drain. If... I don't know. It seems really good. A ulti mana drain negates it. That's not true. It'll still hit you. And I mean, the debuff will land on you, but it will block the damage, I believe, yeah. Whoever you drain can auto-attack you, Death. Absolutely, you're right. But if you have the potential to become spell immune, that seems pretty useful. I don't really see a lot of people buying this potentially, but, you know, could be good in the right games. You could mana drain when you get hit by a nullifier. Level 10 talent change from mana drain slow to 15 movement speed. That's fine. 15 talent change from cast range to plus 70 max health. Per Finger of Death kill. Core line is so back. Who said they could just auto attack you? It's not true anymore. Who said? It's retroactive? Oh, it is somebody said it is retroactive. Mid line. Weird. My entire list is playing heroes and roles they're not supposed to be played in. This is great. The other one is Earth Spike cooldown reduction by 2. But, I mean, if you get, like, 5 kills, this is 350 HP. That's more than you usually get in a pro game, because usually you have to use Finger at different times. But who knows, maybe if you get a lot of Finger of Death kills. Obviously, like Core Lion, this will be more fun. You're still going to have armor issues, but you can solve that with, like, a plate mail now. And you don't have to worry about the HP as much. This is really good. This is really, really good. For obviously any Core Line. This is excellent. 10 kills, 700 health. Hell yeah. Level 20 talent change from plus 2 mana drain multi-target to mana drain restores allies. That's really good. You can just mana battery your allies. What's the other 20 talent?
I've got fire in my eyes.
Don't remember. Finger of Death damage per kill. I mean, that's great. Just pump mana into your allies. That's probably why the mana drain talent got nerfed late game. Why the cooldown got nerfed. Because otherwise you could just like hit level 20 and just give everybody mana. Which is cool. Cool way to solve some mana issues in the late game. Alright, Lone Druid ranged base attack time improved by a little bit to make basically you're just going to be a little bit more effective DPS wise as Lone Druid, but your damage is not that high anyway, so it's fine. Shard now also applies a basic dispel on you and the Spirit Bear when Roar happens. Okay, so the bear could use it. Could use Savage Roar. I don't remember what they changed it to. Gotta check. Empowers allies with 20% movement speed and 60 attack speed for 5 seconds. Now it applies a basic dispel. So basically you could use the bear to remove a silence from your hero. You could use Roar on your hero to remove a silence from the bear. Which looks pretty good. Shard now also causes the roar to happen on both locations regardless of casting state. So basically like how it used to work. Yeah. Okay. So very good. As a solution against like silence or other small disables that are annoying for you to deal with. Eclipse cast point reduced by a little bit so you can cast it easier. Shard no longer increases stun duration. Shard no longer provides you with movement speed. Shard now releases an attack at up to 2 random targets within 500 radius from the target location. These attacks bounce like glaives normally do. Lowers mana cost by 50. So it is more appealing basically to core Luna, whereas before the previous shard wasn't good for that. So you'll still Lucent Beam up a cliff or whatever, but now it also releases attack at up to 2 random targets. So you could just use it to farm as well. Like lowers mana cost by 50, that's a lot. Doesn't this only cost like 100 mana or something? Like you farm fast already, but like... Oh, it's 120, okay. So it'd reduce it to 70, but still, like you could Lucent Beam a support on the back line and then it releases attacks, or nuke a range creep, and then it's going to attack 2 heroes nearby, and then it's going to like bounce a bunch. It's pretty good, actually. And you can ground target it. So if you do land it, your attacks come out. That's pretty cool. Oh, and then they added some talent changes too. They removed her cast range. Ability draft, no. I never got to play cast range Luna in ability draft, bummer. But they increased Luna mini stun is there. So 1.2 second stun that you can put on a 2.5 second cooldown. That's pretty sick, actually. Losing the cast range is tough. But damn, that's a good stun. You can still buy like Aetherlands and stuff. It has some issues, obviously. Like playing like Luna 4 and just like rushing Ags is not going to feel as capable. You'll feel weaker, way weaker until you get Ags, for sure. But Luna Core, this is a big change, like a big buff, I think. Shard is more viable. Lucent Beam Stun is not bad. I don't know, maybe you don't get it. Maybe you get the attack speed, but I don't know, maybe it's going to make the hero feel too weak because the cast range, people are going cast range and Lucent Beam cooldown. So now you're just going to feel like more of a right click carry, but again with Shard, not that you have to buy it, but stun duration isn't bad either. I don't know, maybe she's just weaker. Okay, what time is it? Lycan agility gain increased. Attack backswing is reduced. Mana cost is reduced. So it'll be a little bit better earlier. Feral impulse bonus damage increased. They're basically trying to offset the fact that Necro is gone. Transformation time reduced. Movement speed reduced, so there's a nerf. Duration increased by a lot, by 6 seconds. And then increases his health. Oh, I forgot this used to do this. It used to increase his health a little bit. Alright, Wolfman lasts for 28 seconds. Not bad. Movement speed's not as good, but alright, and Wolfbite now grants shapeshift to the target only, rather than the target and units it controls. And can now target creep hero units like Spirit Bear and Golem. The fuck is Golem? Oh, like Inferno Golem? Okay. A wolf bear. A werewolf bear. A werebear. It's a werebear. You can make werebears now. That's terrifying, actually. And it lasts longer. Movement speed's not as good. Transformation time is less. And it gives you HP. Pretty sick. The werebear is going to be real strong, guys. Gotta say. And then 15 talent, less movement speed to wolf health. Okay. I mean, who knows what Lycan's win rate will change to, but Helm of the Dominator is still good. And power damage is increased by a little baby amount. Shockwave mana cost is increased. Better early. Basically, oh, sorry. Reduced at all levels. Damage increased for Skewer. Late game. Speed reduced a little bit. Mana cost is more manageable on reverse superiority. Horn Toss. Landing stun duration increased. I found Horn Toss was pretty annoying when I played against it the other day. But we were probably just losing abnormally hard. So more stun there. And then level 10 talent. More slow from Shockwave. More Skewer reduction. More strength. Support Magnus buffs, basically. This is all support Magnus buffs. Except for Skewer. So good for him. Mars. Intelligence gain increased by quite a lot. Agility gain reduced a bit. Damage bonus versus heroes reduced a little until later, so the laning stage is not going to be as strong. Scepter attack slow increased. That's when you turn on Bulwark and your little spear guys poke out. And then Arena Blood damage reduced by a decent amount in the late game, so not as good at getting kills with it. Level 10 talent, more movement speed, more armor here. Arena Blood talent that nobody likes has been buffed. Base HP regen for Medusa. Intelligence gain reduced. Skilling Mana Shield passively provides mana now. So that will make your early game just stronger if you get Mana Shield. It's a big buff for Mana Shield and Ability Draft as well, because this will work regardless of what hero you are. But yeah, hypothetically, you could max Mana Shield up pretty fast. You wouldn't want to, obviously, but just getting like 1 point is pretty solid now. It makes Mana Shield just way better with 1 skill point. Scepter Stone Duration rescaled from 1 plus this per bounce to 1.5 plus 0.2. So better base. So if you do get Scepter on Medusa, it'll be a much better single target stun. And it won't require as much bouncing to feel effective. But still, so it won't scale as well, but could make Ags a lot more effective on Medusa, since you don't have to rely on bouncing for it to feel good. 15 talent, buff on Mystic Snake Mana Gain to make it look better. Alright, Meepo, let's see what this does. Collision size reduced, so it's easier to micro. They'll just run around each other, basically. Could make high movement speed on the hero feel better. Rework Shard, now allows you to poof to allies within a max range of 2,000 when directly targeting them. So if it's... This part's a little hard. Directly targeting means you actually have to click on them. But when you do poof combos, you have to like poof, click, tab, poof, click, tab, poof, click, tab. So if you don't click directly on them, I guess it doesn't matter. So if your first poof goes directly on the hero, the other ones can ground click. And by the time the poof ends, you'll probably still end up where your other meepos are. So you probably don't have to click them every single time, so it's probably fine. But it'll basically make it so that you can rely on your allies to poof initiate without having to buy a blink dagger, which is cool. As long as you're playing in the approximate area. And it also means that if you're into some shit, you can poof back to your allies rather than having to run one meepo out and then poof back to him. So this looks good. It's still going to cost money, obviously, but meepo can farm. And adding mobility in this way could be really effective to help make the hero feel better. Poof radius increased a bit. The damage is decreased a little. Dig, the scepter, duration increased. This is where you like jump in the ground and you get healed. This really needed to happen. The health restored is increased. I thought 25% sounded way too low. Like you do get immune for a couple seconds, up to 4, but 25 heal just felt too bad. If you're at like 20 HP or 20% HP, you're gonna die. So they're trying to like encourage Ags and Micro as the way to play Meepo. Talent wise, little buff to base damage. Well, instead of 15 damage, it's now 20 base damage. Does this matter? Doesn't really do much of a difference, right? Because all your meepos would get the talent. I believe all meepos get the talent. Yeah, they should. 20 damage would just mean that if somebody has like a damage aura, you deal a little bit more. But also means if enemy heroes have damage reduction based on a percentage, is worse. 15 talent, more poof damage here, and then a little bit more health at 25 to give you a little bit more power spike, I think. But yeah, they're really trying to push like the shard and the Ags as like the solution to Meepo, but I'm not sure if that's gonna do it because Meepo still does not accelerate very fast. Maybe the collision size is gonna feel better when fighting, but like this feels kind of crappy. Doesn't really feel like anything has changed to me. Like it's literally the same hero. Just the Ags is a little bit better. They're like really trying to say like, guys, buy Ags and play Meepo or something. I don't know. Like Ags is cool by all means, like, and it does give you stats, just not super incredible ones. I mean, it's okay. It's like 200 health and 10 agility, but they like really want you to play Meepo with your basic skills and then use these things to outplay your opponents, I guess. So Ags Rush or something, I don't know, maybe it's kind of okay. But plus 14 all stats can be good for cleanse. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can still kill. You can skill attributes now. Do you really want to pass up your skills? I guess you could leave like Earthbind low level. I don't know. I'd have to ask Sheep after she plays with it. Or somebody else. Base health regen reduced for Monkey King. Yeah, Monkey King's a good laner. Wukong's command soldiers fixed to no longer attack. Ignore their attack cooldown when they miss. Okay, so if they attack and they miss, then they don't get to attack again. Whereas before, they would probably keep attacking until they hit. Ground to tree range reduced a little, so you can't jump to trees quite as far. Cast range reduced. Scepter soldiers no longer attack Roshan. This was really needed because it was way too easy to choose Roshan. And now they die when Monkey King dies, which is also probably necessary to help counter the fact that they just do a boatload of damage. Less tree dance cast range at 15. They remove the primal spring damage. This is pretty important because you could use it to push out creep waves really easily. Because then your primal spring would do like 700 damage. So you could clear like an entire creep wave with primal spring and then turn and jump back into trees again. So it's really easy to split push or creep waves with Monkey King. Boundless Strike cooldown is still good, but basically between Boundless Strike and Primal Spring, you'd have 2 really good AoEs. So removing this is, it's gonna hurt like potential like support Monkey King, but like Boundless Strike cooldown's not bad either. The cooldown's like what, 22 seconds or something. So lowering that by 7 is still pretty good. 15-second cooldown, like it's still a really good skill. You can use it twice in a fight now. The other one is Boundless Strike crit percentage, of course. And then they finally removed 200 armor Wukong's command. They tried so hard to get people to like it, but just nobody ever went for it. Their area was just too good. And they changed it to 0 cooldown Primal Spring, which is interesting. So yeah, you could basically jump in a tree, jump down and hit somebody, or a creep wave, jump in a tree, jump down and hit the creep wave again. You could farm really fast with this. Not that you really typically need AoE on Monkey King at level 25. What this also means is that you can jump insane amounts of trees. Because the whole purpose of Primal Spring when escaping or diving is that you jump to a tree, jump down, jump back. Well, now you can do that. You can go jump to a tree, jump down, jump to another tree, jump down, jump to another tree, which kind of you could do before because you could jump from tree to tree. But you're going to be able to farm way faster with this because after you use Primal Spring on a creep wave, when you go to the next wave, you usually jump to a tree, and then you'll wait like a second and a half, and then you'll jump down. But now you can just like instantly jump, kill. It'll feel like playing anti-mage in the late game stage. But most importantly, you're just gonna be able to jump around the fight way more often when it isn't by trees. Like yes, you could move before, but now like you're gonna be able to weave in and out fights so much faster with this. I don't think anybody's gonna skill it probably, because making your Wukong big AoE is still really good, but you could certainly like kill a guy, jump to a tree, jump down somewhere else, kill a guy, jump to a tree, jump down, kill a different guy. Like you're gonna feel way more mobile on your hero when chasing aggressively. If you're taking damage again, you can't jump to the tree in the first place, so you can't jump down afterwards. But it has kind of cool implications for sure. For support, I think it would be good. Okay, let's do a quick ad break here while I eat some hot chips. Thank you. All right, I mean, you guys request for me to eat the hot chips on mic, so I'm eating Takis Fuego. They're very common with the Hispanic community. I found them in Madison, though, so maybe you can find them where you live. Unless you don't live in the U.S., then you definitely can't. You know who loves these? Tango, come. Come here. Wait. Okay. She doesn't chew them though. She's fucking crazy. Good girl. Now go eat your food, okay? Is that safe? No. But she loves hot chips. I don't even know how she gets it down her throat. She doesn't chew it. I only give her hot chip once in a great while. Thank you for the bits. All right, it's my last one. I am muted. Thank you. We give her a hot chip like once every month. Only one. She's fine. Okay. Morphling, intelligence increased, intelligence gain increased, attribute shift now. Oh no. Oh no, it's back to how it used to be. Oh no. Well, I remember when this changed and I was like, dude, morphling is good now because you could like get free heal out of it because you could morph all the way to Agi. But now it's just obnoxious, so we're changing it back. Basically, it's going to cost you mana to abuse morphling. Yeah, good point. You can mana drain him, and that counters attribute shift as well. So you have different ways to solve the problem. You don't have to get him with anti-heal. You could just mana drain him, because then you can't morph anymore. The interval is much better at level 1 now. This means that if you need to morph more, it's going to cost you more mana. Adaptive Strike mana cost reduced to scale a little bit safer, and then the Shard Strike no longer removes the 3-second shard cooldown. What? I don't care. Increases stun duration by 1 second. Oh, okay, so maybe you could play like Strength Morph if you really want to. Waveform mana cost is reduced. 10 talent, 15 magic resistance. A little bit less waveform range, and then 15 agility instead of attack speed. No more cooldown reduction. It's now 20 strength, and the other one is waveform attacks targets, I believe. And then instead of 30 strength, it's attribute shift while stunned. Oh, cool. So if I want to play Morphling, well, all I got to do is hit level 25 first. So this is going to change Morphling in a big way, obviously, because now you're not going to be able to abuse attribute shift as well. In the past, the way Morphling works is you fully attribute shift, and if people harass you and get your HP low, what you do is you regen, but you also attribute shift to gain more attributes. But if you bully them too much, then he's going to run out of mana, because he's going to be spending 10 mana per second to attribute shift. So he'll be spending mana. And now he's going to have more mana, way more mana needs than before. And that's going to cause him issues. In the past, when this, I don't remember if the numbers were exactly like this, 10 mana per second. It was super common on Morphling to buy a Lincoln Sphere as a first item because you needed mana regen and you need more raw mana to afford to be able to attribute shift. And it wasn't until like 2 items later where your hero became like really scary, generally. Gotta get these crusties out of my eyes, sorry. Let's just touch my eyeballs with this hot chip powder on my hands. Very safe. So yeah, it's going to hurt him a lot, probably. But it's ultimately good for the game, probably, because he's a little annoying right now. He's very strong in the pro scene. Naga Siren cooldown on Ensnare is scaling very differently. They up the duration at level 1, but the cooldown's worse. Cast range is worse. Scepter and cooldown reduction is even better. So Casting Ensnare, effectively with 1 skill point, is going to feel better. Riptide no longer has an active for the Shard. Shard armor reduction increased from -2 to -4, and now it also adds a slow when it procs. So basically, it just makes Riptide better. More minus armor, and also slows people. Okay, so just gives a slow with -4 armor instead of like -8. And then instead of evasion, mirror image cooldown. All right. Nature's Prophet, attack damage rescaled for Nature's Call. So they are much weaker at early levels, but they do get strong. Cooldown is worse. Just nerfs to Nature's Prophet. Basically, base damage has increased for Wrath of Nature. Increment per bounce reduced, and Scepter root duration increased. Why are there just 2 numbers here? Why are there not 3 numbers, guys? Is this minimum and maximum? What does this mean? You can have 2 sets of illusions with Naga's talent. Oh. Minimum max. Okay. Necrophos, terrible hero. Attack animation time reduced, so you attack easier. The projectile speed goes up a lot, which is going to make it more competitive for last hitting. His attack was pretty slow. Deathseeker, the Shard was kind of cool, but like Necro felt so bad, I didn't really feel like I ever got to like truly figure out if it was good, because it didn't solve his immediate problems. So I'm a little sad it's being reworked, because I don't even know if it was bad. It seemed, I bought it like once, but every other game on Necro just felt so hard. It's like I needed to solve movement speed and initiation and burst damage and survivability, and it's just fucking tough. So it's been reworked. No longer does 50% more damage heal. Instead, it applies Decrepify on the target enemy or ally for 2.5 seconds. That's very good. Against enemies, it reduces magic resistance by 25%. So, okay, it's better. This is a good rework. Not really that much of a rework, but adjusted. I guess it's reworked. So it used to do just like extra damage and heal. It was like a Dagon kind of. But now it just does a Death Pulse on the enemy. So now you could Death Pulse and Death Pulse them directly. And it's going to decrep the target so they can't attack for 2.5 seconds. Which gives you some solution against you taking too much damage to stop physical damage. So it gives you a way to like, you could use this on a carry that doesn't have BKB. That way they can't attack you for 2.5 seconds. But most importantly, against enemies, it will do 25% lower their magic resistance, which means your ulti does more damage. So basically going Dagon and Deathseeker is really good right now. Like really good. If you go like Blink, Dagon, and get Deathseeker at 20 minutes, you're going to have a really good time. Blink, Shard, Death Pulse, Dagon, ulti. Somebody dies. That's a lot of damage. That's 2 Death Pulses, which is 500 damage. This is going to reduce their magic resistance by 25, and then Dagon will do 400. So it's 900 magic damage, and their magic resistance is reduced by 25%. So that means your damage will be 25 higher after their magic resistance reduction. So 900 will reduce down to like 700 or something like that. But that's increased by 25%. I'll just pull out the fucking calculator. So 900 with Dagon and 2 Death Pulses. We're going to times it by 0.75 after their natural resistance. And then we're going to increase it by 1.25. I think I'm doing this wrong. I'm pretty sure if you lower somebody's magic resistance by 25%. Oh my god, I hate when I do that. I shake any window and it just closes, minimizes everything on my computer. Kill me. I think it's 6.75 or 6.25. I think when you do the math, because it's like 1 minus, it's like 1 plus 0.25 times 0.75, I think. Yeah, there we go. That's how the math works out. So this is the damage that your ability does. So we multiply that by 900. And this is how much damage you do after reduction. So they will lose 843.75, and then you ulti them. That's with Dagon and Shard, and ideally like a Blink Dagger. So it's kind of a lot of damage. That's before ulti. 843.75 if you have Shard. So that's pretty good. I missed the nature talents earlier. Oh, you're right, I did. More Nature's Wrath base damage, and 25 talent is more damage for treants. Like him. Okay. This seems like a boring shard. It's not. You could use it on allies to decrypt your allies. So you could use it to save allies against physical damage. And it does a death pulse on them, which will heal them and damage enemies. And it will increase the damage that you do to a single target, which is basically the purpose of Necrophos in some ways because of your ulti. So it's pretty nice. This is really good. I think this is genuinely like a very good shard. It's just Necrophos is such in a garbage place, like terrible win rate, that the hero just didn't justify being picked. Ghost Shroud better slow at level 1. Regen from Heartstopper Roar is a little bit better. The duration has gone up a decent amount. And Scythe cast point is decreased, so a little bit easier. Is this going to massively buff the hero? The shard is really good. If the hero is going to feel good, this is necessary. The projectile speeds and the attack animation time are a really big deal. I kind of liked getting Witchblade when I played him, but I mean, these like regen changes could change things, certainly. But he's still going to be really slow. Still going to be really slow, and he's still countered by some heroes for sure. But the shard is really good. I always wanted to buy BOTs. I feel like the need to buy BOTs on him because his movement speed's like sub 300. It's like 285 or something. It feels like I need BOTs and like so many other things too. We also need survivability. I don't know. Maybe he's okay with mech being buff. Mech is less mana now. You could just go like heal bot kind of thing. You don't have to go Greaves either, with mech only being 100. Maybe, and also you can get Holy Locket too, actually. Like, even if you get Shard too, you go like mech Holy Locket Shard. Because then you can double
The dark moon comes.
double Death Pulse. It's 120 heal. You could buff it by 32. So it's like 150 times 2. You could do a 300 HP heal with Death Pulse before Holy Locket and do mech. So at level 15, you literally have 600 AoE heal before it gets amplified. It's like a 750 AoE heal. It's kind of insane. But he's going to feel way better as a mid hero, actually. Like, he could definitely be way more competitive mid because of his projectile speed increase. This is a really big deal. And his animation being better. This makes a big difference. And then his shitty movement speed doesn't feel as bad because you're just going to get a lot of levels and then you can use that to move around the map. I think that's what's going to affect things a lot and make him feel better. Witchblade's probably still bad compared to something like mech, but it's kind of cool on paper. Anyways, alright. Add another shitty hero to my list. Mid or off lane. Necrophos. Night Hunter in the Night. Shard is no longer restricted from player units. Okay. So that means you could use them against Necros. Or other player units would be a good example of something you'd want to eat. During the day, you can cast it on non-ancient units. Okay, that makes this way better. And they increase the healing by 10%. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I thought they needed to increase the healing. The shard is where you like eat creep with your Hunter in the Night. Helm of the Dominator units is probably the best thing that it would eat against IO. Somebody talked about that the other night when I was thinking about it. And that would be good. Increasing the healing to 35% I think is good. This shard is now like playable now, especially because you can cast it on the day, during the day. It is effectively a regen item, or regen skill. It is you could look at it as a farming skill too. Kill large creeps, kill catapults. Like, it's not bad, I don't think. And if you use it in a fight, 35% heal, 25% mana. It's not too bad for raw HP. This seems okay. You just can't use it on agents, but that's fine. More armor at the 10 talent. This is 10 talents. Always felt kind of shitty, but 6 armor looks good. And then 20, remove the movement speed. Added -4 crippling fear cooldown, which I think is like a 15-second. Yeah, that would put it down to 11-second cooldown with 7 uptime, which is pretty high. Okay. Nyx Assassin. He's gonna need some nerfs here. Oh, provides animation attack speed. That's because breaking invis and then casting a spell sometimes took a little bit too long, and you don't want to buy attack speed on this hero because you need other items. So it's going to be a lot faster to hit somebody from Vendetta when you're ready. But he should be getting a nerf, and it appears that he got literally none. Scepter damage reduction increased. Vendetta's better. Level 20 talent slightly worse. And the Spike Carapace damage talent changed to cooldown reduction. This is just buffs. They buffed Nyx Assassin. Why'd they buff Nyx? Am I crazy? Nyx is bad though? He's not. He's picked a lot in pro game. I mean, I'm surprised. Maybe he didn't do that well at the end of the tournament or something, but like the common solutions against Nyx that were generally picked by pro teams were hexes, like Lion type heroes. Not that Lion wasn't still strong against other heroes, but hexes and Necro 3s. Necro 3 is gone, so one of the counters to Nyx is removed. Like, I don't see why Nyx just doesn't become like the uncontested support now. Sentries have smaller range now. Do they nerf items he likes? There aren't really like items that like really change Nyx Assassin, is my opinion. Like blinks and stuff, but he's a 4. He just gets boots first, and then he runs around and like sets up kills and shit like that. Is falling off to the Necrobook? Yeah, I just can't see how it's not just gonna be way better. Oh, Lost Break. Yeah, that's true. He lost Break with his ulti, but it's still, I don't know, he's still kind of good. Spike Carapace cooldown's really good. Lowers it from 10 to 6.5. So you could stun for like 2.4 out of 6 seconds. This is a really good talent. I like this one a lot. I don't see why I wouldn't take this one almost always over the Impale damage. It's really good. Alright, Ogre. Fire Shield Shard incoming damage reduction increased. Shard mana cost decreased. I didn't realize for a while that Fire Shield could be cast AoE on your team. I think it's really good against like PA type heroes. But yeah, I need to play Ogre more, I think, and get you know, medallion type stuff maybe. Ignite cast point reduced. Mana cost Bloodlust is reduced. Instead of cast range, we got a Fire Blast cooldown talent, which is I think a 8-second ability. Level 20 talent. Plus 40 Bloodlust attack speed 2. Plus 30 Bloodlust attack speed. 30 strength to 25. So Hertz is like late game stuff. But this is not bad. So either at 10 you either get Fire Blast cooldown or you get Ignite damage. No. This is gonna make his like disabling pretty hard. Yeah, it goes from 8 to 7.
They picked me.
Or you Ignite DPS, which is kind of a lot. 16 times 8. And you can cast Ignite or better, but they did also nerf Ignite. Mana cost got nerfed, the damage got nerfed. Ogre's kind of got hit by some nerfs here. But yeah, Fire Blast cooldown's probably just better. God, his talents look so one-sided right now. So everybody goes the same way. Literally everybody gets Bloodlust attack speed, huh? Okay. Omni Knight, base strength increased by 2. That's 2 damage increase. Base movement speed increased by 5. He's even better now as a core. Damage rescaled from 50 plus 50% extra to 60 plus 15% extra. Okay. So way less damage from Hammer of Purity. But the cooldown gets decreased by a lot. And the mana cost gets reduced. Okay, I was going to say, I was like, this is like a huge nerf to the damage. Like way less damage. But yeah, 60 damage and 15% extra. So it's a 15% crit plus 60, but you're dealing pure damage, I believe.
Nighttime.
And
Where piety fails, my hammer falls.
healed for the same amount of pure damage. Like he basically does pure damage with his hit, and his bonus 60, and it's 15% extra of his base. So he's still going to do a lot of damage. Wait, did they up the cooldown? Oh, the tooltip was wrong. It said 6 there. But he can do it more often, and he heals. So it's like still pretty sick. You just get to do it more often, and the mana cost is less bad. This seems like a buff. Probably. Your burst is going to be less, but like it's certainly way less damage. It's like 35% of your base damage less. Like you're going to do like 35 to 50 damage less every time you do Hammer of Purity, but you're going to do it more often, and it's going to be pure damage. So like, and you get healed. So you're just going to get healed more often. This looks good. It's probably a nice buff to the hero. A little surprised they increase his base movement speed. He does feel fast, but I just played against a mid Omni Knight, and he was like stomping my friends, so I don't know. And then they increase his base damage talent here. That helps make up for it too, but also helps all Omni Knights. So yeah, 10 damage here. They lose a little bit here, but probably fine. So buff to Omni Knight core. Oracle int gain reduced. Damage rescaled for Fortune's End. A little bit worse early, but way better as a nuke later to encourage people leveling up if they want to as a nuke. Shard fade delay reduced. Cooldown rescaled to just be worse ultra late. No more cast range. Plus 15 armor false promise. Cool. So when you ulti people, they get 15 armor. I like that. And then better Purifying Flames cooldown reduction. Instead of minus 50% Purifying Flames ally damage, it's plus 30% Purifying Flames enemy damage. Okay, so rather than like healing, because this talent is actually terrible if you Fate's Edict your allies first, which gives them magic resistance. So it's like this is useless if you play Oracle right, but this is more damage always. And if you try to do like Oracle Core or something, then it's just way better damage on your opponents. And frankly, these are just really nice buffs to Oracle Core. In some ways, like False Promise with 15 armor, same thing. Like, well, if you're Core, you're gonna want this cooldown reduction, but like, you know, if you cast this on yourself and you try to survive through like any carry killing you with physical damage, you always die. But 15 armor might change that. So kind of cool. And then 25 rather than X max channel time to instant Fortune's End. Does that mean you just cast it and it does the full route? Because that's kind of what it looks like. You just cast it and you get a full route, I think. Kind of cool. All right. All right, we're to O's. OD. Shard now has a 0.75 second cast time. That's the inversion of health and mana instead of a 1.5 second channel. Okay, that's better. That way, if you try to cast and you get stunned or silenced, you don't lose the ability. And then it'll cast afterwards. And then Shard also now transfers 100% of the health and mana instead of 75. So does that mean you're just out of mana after you swap? Oh, but you'll have a little bit of health, so you'd have a little bit of mana, right? Okay, so better able to go to full. I mean, this seems kind of sick. If it's not restrictive, like 0.75 cast time, it's kind of a long time, but like you could basically cheese yourself. It's kind of cool. Astral Imprisonment, cast point increased a little bit. Scepter no longer increases cast range. Scepter now also increases damage, so it does more damage, and it causes an AoE. Okay, so Ag's Astral is now back as a farming tool if you want to. So now you can just go Ags to farm. You don't have to go Meteor Hammer necessarily. And if you do go Meteor Hammer and you still buy a Scepter afterwards, you're not restricted just to Meteor Hammer. So this actually changes OD core a lot, which is probably for the best. Like, he's still pretty good. And the Meteor Hammer build is... I don't remember how they changed Astral. I gotta, like, double check. Because they mess with the duration a little bit. I have no idea where OD is. I would have assumed down here, but... there he is in the mid where I should have been looking. Duration, yeah, this doesn't, it scales up based on the levels. So you can probably still go Meteor Hammer, but if you do well and you like win your laning stage, the problem is that afterwards OD doesn't like farm well and doesn't keep up, so he just kind of falls off a little bit. But if you buy Ags afterwards and now you get AoE from Astral, then you can start, and they do AoE damage by bonus 140. Which puts it up to a 500 damage nuke, and that's AoE. You can farm with this, absolutely. So that's kind of cool. Your just cast range isn't going to be amazing, and that's fine. So there you go. Transition potential for OD. And more AoE to solve this problem. Okay. Swashbuckle cast range reduced by 50. Rolling speed reduced. They're basically reducing movement creep again. Duration increased. Now you can outrun Rolling Thunder with a haste turn. Duration increased by 2 seconds. That's a pretty big deal. And damage is reduced, though, to compensate. But not by that much. Very little. Mana cost reduced by a lot. Damage reduction increase. So level 1 shield crash is a better skill now. And level 10 talent, less mana regen. So probably fine for Rolling Thunder. Like 2 extra duration is pretty sick teamfight wise. Obviously it's going to be hard to catch people and that might be impactful. But if you're doing a good job, you should deal more damage with the extra duration. So this seems good. But the extra cast range swashbuckle, it's a little bit worse. But Rolling Thunder probably overall a buff, I feel like. And Shield Crash definitely buffed, so not bad. Stifling Dagger rescaled. Worst range earlier, slightly better later, so basically no change. Shard damage increased from 12 to 16. This is max HP, I believe. I think it does pure damage, also breaks. The Shard mana cost is reduced heavily. The impact time now matches projectile visual, so buffed the Shard that people don't buy that often. And then 10 talent, more buff the Stifling Dagger cooldown, and it goes from 6 to 4.5 instead of 6 to 5. But everybody gets health talent, I think. And then little nerf to Phantom Strike. Basically not any touches to PA, but I think PA was a good hero in the patch, so they're a little conservative here. Like a lot of heroes, I mean, we're only part way through the patch, of course, but most of these heroes are not massively changed. So, but there are some heroes that are changed decently. That'll be interesting. And there's going to be the map changes are maybe the most exciting thing so far. So, pretty excited. I did invoke her already. Yes, sorry. The best hero in the Dota anime, of course. Who is very cool. But yeah, unfortunately we are on the P's. And I do not know my alphabet very well, let me tell you. But I believe we already did him. I mostly talked about the anime. In general, good or bad for Invoker? I gotta look again. I think the Shard is cool. You could definitely do a lot more damage in fights. The Shard is definitely a buff. You're gonna have more raw stats. It's like pretty unchanged. It's not very different. You get +2 damage per level, but it's basically unchanged. 2 damage per level here, 4 per here. So the damage is the same on Exhort. You just get more mana regen, more vulnerable to Nyx. You get strength here, but you're not going to get as much regen. So you're going to have less regen, so like your lane stabilization is worse. And then the Wex is just free agility. So it's better. It's safe to say that it's better. Why are you doing that? So yeah, better. But not massively. Where are we at the A's? I think we're at the A's still. All right. Oh. A Phantom Lancer. Base damage, range rescaled. So 2 more, 2 less. So just a more even mix. So a little bit less chaos. Cast range reduced. It kills less trees. Keep that in mind. So you can't necessarily go as far in Doppelganger, but this is little baby stuff. A little bit less mobility, basically. Range reduced by a little bit. Can't chase you down as far. Shard damage increased from +30% to +50%. They buffed this? I'm surprised. It wasn't like... I guess I saw people doing it in pubs and it seemed to work, but maybe it's not... Nobody touches it in a real game, so they're like, fuck it, buff it again. 50% is a lot of damage for your illusions to do. Okay. And then a buff to the Spirit Lance cooldown as well. They really want this to work. A little reduction in Phantom Rush and a little bit more juxtaposed damage. Both of the nobody gets this talent. Everybody gets this talent. So a little buff here. So what does this put you at? It's 7, so this puts it down to 4. If you get an Octarine, that'll put it at 3. So you have a 3-second Spirit Lance cooldown, and the Spirit Lance does more damage now? That seems insane. I did PA earlier, sorry. Did PA before I jumped to Invoker. Phoenix Shard has been reworked, now causes Sunray to slow enemies by 12% and to be castable during Supernova. It's probably for the best. The Shard was like, when I bought it, it was like kind of nice, but it just felt a little unnecessary. Like it wasn't worth buying. Even though on paper it's like, wow, I get all this free stuff. It's like most of the time you had enough anyways. A 12% slow is fine with Sunray, because Sunray is already pretty good at like getting full duration on people, and just guaranteeing caster and supernova is nice. All costs is money. And then the max health damage reduced by a little amount. Max health damage. So Sunray just does a little bit less damage. And cast range reduced a little bit too. So a little harder to use, but you can get a slow out of it if you want to spend the money. Just a little baby nerfs. Oh god, I almost hand clicked Phoenix. That was close. Nerf to range and stun duration here at 20 because the shard is now Sunray Supernova shard is up here, so it costs money. So Phoenix at 20 is just weaker, pretty much, because getting Supernova blow up is harder. You don't get the free Sunray. You're gonna have to spend money on that. The max health damage from Sunray is worse. Cast range is worse. Radius is worse. So just a little bit worse for Phoenix. It'll be a little bit easier to play into him. Let me see them puck nerfs. Phase shift cooldown. Moderately bigger if you don't have a lot of skill points. This means like early game pressure is going to be easier. You're not going to be able to phase shift as many attacks in the laning stage, which is good. Waning Rift cooldown is pretty increased early game, which is fine because to make him a little bit less mobile. These are pretty tiny baby nerfs, honestly. And then instead of cast range, which is gotten sometimes, increase the Waning Rift silence duration. And then instead of this movement speed, you get lower cooldown. And then, which is nice because if Puck is strong, dude, this extra speed is insane and scary. And then 25, instead of this AoE and range, it's just 250. That's it, just 250. So basically, they barely nerfed Puck. Laning stage is worse for him. They're really holding back the brakes here. They're really scared about fucking Dota up right before the patch, which they did kind of fuck Dota up right before the tournament. Like, the map changes are going to be really significant, honestly. I don't know. This feels, but I guess like messing up a lot of heroes while changing the map a lot would change so much at the same time. That'd be like 2 big chunks of change. And I guess I'm more excited about the map changes already. Yeah, I know Necrobrook being removed was a big deal. I agree with that, but I don't know. Puck is still good, I feel like. All right. Pudge, base armor increased by 1. That'll help attack range increased again for him. He's becoming the Monkey King. Cooldown reduced by a little bit. Shard cast range on allies increased to 400. Oh, that's really nice. Makes it easier to dismember allies that are out of position without needing support or mobility of your own. Scepter radius increased a little bit. The scepter damage increased as well. Wow, plus 100 now. I thought Pudge Scepter is pretty good. When I play Pudge Core, I like to buy it. Shard is good. 1 extra armor is going to make it easier to play Core Pudge. Support Pudge, I mean, it's still good, but like, Support Pudge is fine, but it's not very good. I think Core Pudge is good, but it's just not as viable against like really good players. It's hard to abuse it. Okay, Pugna's range is going up by 2 down, oh sorry, up by 2 base, up by 1 tops. That's 3 damage base increase. That's really good. Right? Up by 2 base? No, that's 1 damage. It's 2 damage increase. If it's 1 by both, it's only 1 damage increase on average. So it's 1.5 damage. 2 by bottom, 1 by top, so 1.5 damage increase. Makes him a better core, and support 2 really. Delay reduce on Nether Blast, make it a little bit easier. Shard interval reduced. I think if life drain works, that you could heal an ally and then drain enemies, I think it might be pretty good. I like playing Pugna. I think he's okay, but he does have some issues later in the game. Maybe the Shard would solve some of that because you can start heal botting your cores, but and then they buff this talent, which is good in the right circumstances. And I don't know, maybe this is fine. This is like pretty minor buffs to him though. This could be good. 1.5 seconds is really not much. 1 in 1,000, I don't know. It's like 1.5 is not much. 1.75 is not that much either, but I bought Ags when I played him the other night, and it was probably the wrong item choice, but it did do a lot more damage. So I don't know, it felt kind of good. Queen of Pain base attack time, base attack damage change, so up by 1, down by 1. So the same, just a better range, so a little bit more consistent last hitting. Blink cooldown is reduced to be better with a single skill point. And so that would buff support quap by, I mean all quaps by a lot, that'll help a lot. And then, oh, they're just reducing the distance for the first skill point. Okay, that sounds fine. Because really you just need to be able to blink into initiation range to jump in, so that'll be a little bit better as one skill point. And the shard silence duration increased by a little bit. I forgot about the shard completely. Sonic Wave Scepter bonus increased by a decent amount, 30 extra pure damage. That's alright. More spell lifesteal instead of Sonic Wave damage, which basically nobody got. Lower blink cooldown down to 4. Which I guess if you get the shard, it's really good. Without the shard, this feels garbage. For a level 25 talent, 4-second blink, that's your 25. That feels garbage. If you get the shard, it's good, because then you're dealing 150 damage on your blink, exit, and entry point, and silencing. So you could basically blink in melee range every 4 seconds or something. Okay. Razor, buff duration reduced to scale up a little bit, so make his laning a little bit less reliable. Shard damage increased a bit. I look at every time I pick Razor, I'm like, I'm probably gonna buy the shard this game, and I just always forget or don't buy it. It happens all the time. I just completely forget about it. But it seems like it's pretty good for sure. More agility on his 10 talent. I like getting the agility talent. I think it's generally better, and then a little buff on the strength talent, which is fine. Sometimes I get that one too. Blink Strike provides 50% attack animation increase for the attack. That way you don't blink and then slowly attack. It kind of like offsets the sound a little bit. So that's fine. Attack damage reduction from Tricks of the Trade to 50%, and now increase your agility. So basically Tricks of the Trade before you get your ulti. Well, that's not true. It's going to make buying agility items way better, because now you're getting amplified by Tricks of the Trade, whereas before, like, the Battle Fury build was like the only way to go. The Battle Fury Ags would or the Ags would make your Tricks of the Trade hit 2 units instead of just 1, I think. And therefore you'd get a lot more damage out. It would like massively increase your damage, and it's still probably good, but buying agility items is going to make it feel way stronger, way stronger. Yeah, Ricky has a really bad agi gain, but the agi that you spend money on is going to be amplified by it by a lot. So, and then that agi that you have increases your backstab damage by a shitload. Gets amplified by your backstab damage. So I can't imagine you not going like the backstab talent now with this, because I feel like you're just going to do so much more damage with agility items, like back to Ricky's classic. Is the agi buff only during tricks? I think so. That's what it seems like. Shard duration increased from 3 to 4. I played against one Ricky that went Shard Meteor Hammer. That was kind of interesting, but no longer makes the target invulnerable to damage, and I wake up after taking 200 damage. Okay, cool. So it's kind of like a sort of a stun, but 10 talent change to strength. His base HP is kind of weak. The health regen is kind of unnecessary, so maybe it's not going to feel like that when you stop buying Battle Fury on him, though. But you can still buy Battle Fury. Maybe you go like Battle Fury agility items or something. I don't know. 15 talent change from 20 damage to 8% cloak and dagger movement speed when invisible. Okay. That's fine. And then the other one isn't it like Smoke Cloud? Isn't that the Smoke Cloud one?
My destruction, my strength. Ricky Maru.
It is.
For you.
So you either get movement speed while you're invisible, or you get smoke screen cooldown. Okay. All right. And then 20 talent, blink strike, cast range to minus 4 second blink strike replenish time. Okay, this is the other one I was thinking about. 10 seconds late game, so that would lower it to 6. So you could blink strike every 6 seconds. You could blink strike like all the time, but your range is going to be super far. So the Ricky build of old days is now gone, and now we are experiencing more standard Ricky stuff. Smokescreen AoE increase to 25. Tricks of the trade cooldown. Definitely, they're forcing him definitely down more of the Ricky path of olden days. But he won't be nearly as like jump in and like blast you and get out kind of a thing. Alright, Rubik Telekinesis Shard throw range increased to 85%. The cooldown is decreased, especially early game. And 10 talent changed from health to telekinesis damage. So you could use telekinesis to damage people and AoE. And the 15 talent, less cast range, to 0.6 telekinesis lift duration. Rubik.
There are none who cannot be mimicked.
So that could up your lift duration, which is pretty good. I mean, up to like 2.6 seconds of stun, which is a lot. It's a lot of stun. That's like actually a really good single target stun. Blinding damage, Fade Bolt bars, hero damage. But he loses health talent at 10, which is going to make him a lot squishier. And they nerfed cast range, but curiously, they did not nerf the cast range of his passive. So while he loses some Aether Lens range, his cast range is still going to be way significant over most heroes. But the hero probably did need a nerf or a buff, but losing the health talent is going to hurt him for sure. He's going to be less survivable, but he's going to maybe be a little bit more of a hero playing on the outside of the fight. But again, more damage. I can't imagine that this is bad for the case of Rubik just dealing more damage and burst. It's not terrible. Like you're going to do 175 damage no matter what, basically. And yeah. Alright, Sand King Scepter cast range reduced a little. Why? Shard no longer triggers if there's no enemies nearby. This is why nobody bought it, because I saw somebody say once that you can see the shard even if you're not there. So it was just stupid. It was like basically like free map packs for where Sand King is. With that said, I might buy it again now. The shard radius increased a little bit. And what else we got? Better level 10 talent, more health. Stronger caustic slow at 15. This is now like a 35% slow or something like that. 45% slow if you hit somebody with it. And with Ags, it always applies, so that's kind of cool. More health regen at 20. More epicenter pulse at 25. The other ones are like all the Sandstorm talents, I think. Is this a buff to the hero? Not like a little bit. This talents are a little better, but it's like, yeah. Shadow Demon intelligence increased by a decent gain. Level 10 talent. Yeah, they removed the int. Nobody ever took it. It's just like too hard to pass up cast range. Now they've got a strength talent, which is HP. 200 health there is pretty good. Or you can go shadow poison damage. 15% is not bad. Because if you get 4 shadow poisons, it's a level 4 shadow poison. You're doing a little bit over 1,000 damage. So that's like an extra 150. It's pretty big. Level 15 talent, no more 20%. Now it's demonic purge damage. So it goes from like 200 to 400 damage to 400 to 600 damage. Keep in mind that if you have a shard, it will become a heal on your ally. So 200 damage here could be a heal. And then 25 movement speed instead of 15 is like the only hero to get a movement speed buff from any talents. And then 200 demonic purge damage or 25 movement speed. I'm probably getting movement speed almost every time. And then buff the soul catcher cooldown. And then, oh, this is nice. And then rather than the damage here at 25, it is a minus 30-second demonic purge cooldown, which is insane if you have an Ags. Like, it's actually freaking insane. Because this is a 60-second cooldown. If you lower this to 30 with an Ags and you have 3 charges, you'll be slapping those babies out. It's pretty good. 200 HP level 1 talent. That's a good point, yeah. These are pretty darn big buffs to Shadow Demon, actually. 200 health here. He loses cast range, but it's not that bad. It's only 75. 200 health. 25 movement speed by 15. It's pretty sick. This would be doing like, I don't know. I don't usually get level 2 Shadow Demon ulti because it only increases the damage by like 100 or something. But I don't know. The Shadow Demon Demonic Purge damage is not that bad. Does it go through BKB actually?
No
It does.
sorcery
But
lies
oh, it goes 300, 400, 500. I mean, it's a pretty big nuke, really. If you get that talent, 700 magic damage. I'll just check it out really quick. Obviously, it disables through BKB, but I can't remember if the damage goes through. I assume it does because of that recent change. Alright, it does. So increasing the damage by 200 isn't necessarily terrible. Kind of depends. Most of the time you use the ultimate to slow people and stuff, but...
grand magus.
Okay. But yeah, 200 more damage, not terrible. Especially at level 15. That could be something you definitely justify skilling if you know it's going to always go through BKB. Help kill those heroes. Base attack time reduced for SF to make his carry potential better. Base armor increased by 1. So just buffs to basically his ability to right click. Shards rework now causes the Presence of the Dark Lord to reduce magic resistance by 14. Okay. So rather than increasing your spell amp by how many souls you have, it just reduces magic resistance and an aura around you, which is pretty sick actually. 14. It's basically a 14% damage increase for you and your team. If your opponents, or if you have any other magic resistance reducers, it's just really good. And it's an AoE, so it means your ulti is just going to do more damage to everybody. I like this. I think this is cool. And I mean, it is similar. I don't remember what the numbers were for the other, for the previous shard, but it was probably kind of similar spell amp increase. But just like an AoE magic resistance is just better, right? Because it's going to help your allies as well. So you could definitely pick Shadow Fiend, either for a minus armor lineup or a minus magic resistance lineup. So I think that's cool. If you could buy it just to like help your team out in addition to yourself, and that's just infinitely better already. So I like this. Get a Veil. Have somebody buy a Veil. Buy Shard on Shadow Fiend. Boom. You guys are slapping like 30% extra damage on people. And then a little bit less souls lost on death, which is fine. Especially for them baddies. Shadow Shaman level 15 talent change from cast range to Serpent Ward's attack range. That means people have to get hexed now. Hell yeah. The talent that everybody wanted anyways. Me. 25 talent, less Aethershock damage, or more Aethershock damage, sorry. The one that people don't get. I'm getting Hex. Hex cooldown reduction. Let's do it. Last word mana cost scales better based on the level. Arcane Curse damage is reduced at later stages, and no longer pauses damage when the debuff duration is delayed. So that means it'll continue to tick if somebody's silenced, because before it would not deal damage there, I think. But does this mean that Arcane Curse goes longer? It just does damage when it's paused? This would mean that, I think this means basically that if you Arcane Curse somebody and then you last word them or global silence them, they'll still take damage while it's going, but it doesn't make it last shorter. It just does more damage. So that's why they reduce the damage, I think. So that actually looks pretty good. That's just a straight up buff, yeah. If it works like that. I'd have to test. But we're getting a little deep. What time is it? 10:30 p.m. We gotta move on, sorry. Shard, but it looks like a buff. People weren't picking silencer, I don't think so. Shard damage behavior fix was reducing non-glaive damage to the secondary target too much. Okay. And level 10 talent, a little bit more armor. Skywrath Mage, base damage increased by 2. Rework Shard upgrade. Every time you cast abilities, you gain 5 int and 1 armor for 35 seconds. Stacks independently. Okay. I was like, base armor? I want base damage? I need armor. Well, here it is. Every time you cast abilities, you gain int and armor, which are things this guy needs. Cast spells, get armor, buy Bloodstone. Buy Bloodstone, buy Shard on Sky. Cast spells constantly. Just free armor. I mean, Arcane Bolt's 2-second cooldown. Cast that shit constantly. This actually might be a real viable build. Actually, it's pretty sick now that I think about it. Bloodstone gives you tons of mana regen. You can use that mana regen to spam your spells. By spamming your spells, you are increasing your armor and your int artificially. So Bloodstone becomes a raw HP, mana regen, give yourself a heal, armor, int item, which is way better. That looks good. Kaya gives you more mana regen also. So you definitely, well, obviously that's part of Bloodstone, but it gives you a way to actually increase your survivability. Armor is the biggest lacking for Sky Mage. It's not hard to buy items that give you HP, but armor is still a big issue afterwards. So this looks kind of cool. Concussive shock cooldown reduced a little bit, so you could spam with it early game a little better. Damage multiplier for Arcane Bolt is reduced though, which is probably fine. It's got a little bit more base damage. So this is a little bit of a nerf kind of, but maxing the skill out is going to feel a little better because you're doing an extra 5 damage per level. So, I mean, this is pretty low, right? Like 0.2 times 100 is like 20 damage. You're not really losing much. If you have 100 int, you're losing 20 damage. Look, here's 15. Doesn't matter. So this looks fine. Just straight up buffs. It encourages you to level up Arcane Bolt earlier, basically. And then we got a health talent at 10. Instead of movement speed, it's int or health now, which are better, probably, than movement speed. Again, with armor, this could make you just look a lot healthier. And then level 20 talent, a little bit less Mystic Flare damage to round the number out. But I can't help but think that something like a sharded Bloodstone Skywrath Mage wouldn't be kind of cool. As long as you can keep casting spells and get your armor up to a semi-reasonable place. Should make it a lot easier to fight longer fights. That's cool. Slardar Sprint no longer unlocks max movement speed. Sprint River rescaled to 25 at all levels. Cool. Makes it a little bit better with 1 skill point. Shard now applies the debuff before the damage. That's really strong. Not like really strong, but it's good. Because Slither Crush does physical, so if it lowers their armor and then does the damage, you'll do more damage, right? Shard now also increased the radius by 75. That's nice. Bash now deals double damage against creeps. Okay, cool. So Slardar can just farm way faster now. Not way faster, but faster. It's a lot of damage, though. So when you bash, the damage you deal is double against creeps. Is that how this works, right? Not just the bash damage. Should double your damage against the creeps. In addition to the bonus. I mean, it shouldn't be jungle Slardar or anything, because a double damage is basically like an Echo Saber hit, right? It's not that much faster. Instead of doing 4 attacks, you get 5 attacks. Like, that's the same as 25 attack speed. You'll farm faster, but it's not like incredible. Okay, level 10 talent, more health regen. Nobody gets that one. They all get damage. And then health talent, people don't get that. They get whatever the other one was. More bash damage, I think. Usually. Slark, rework shard upgrade. No! The chum skill. Grants depth shroud. Creates a 300 AoE cloud at the target location for 3 seconds. All allies inside the radius are hidden. Excuse me? And have increased regen and movement speed. Cast range 800. I don't want to play with this. This works for ally. You can do it on yourself. You just AoE ulti the enemy, your team. For 1400 gold. 75 cooldown. Hide your allies from LC duel. That's a good point, yeah, because that did remove it. Okay. Shadow Dance, movement speed, rescaled, a little bit better early, tiny bit worse late. More agility at 10, more lifesteal at 15. Everybody skipped these two. They would always go strength lifesteal or strength attack speed. Okay. Snapfire, base armor increased by 1, more intelligence. Damage from Lil Shredder is better later. Mana cost rescaled to be better as an early spam ability. It's just Lil Shredder's not good right now. Armor reduction duration increased a little bit. Shard stun duration increased. Jump distance is reduced, which is probably good. It should make it. There's been times where I've been a melee hero and I've leapt over somebody too far. And the cooldown is buff. So just little buffs to Snapfire. Lil Shredder's still garbage though. Early game. It's just not worth skilling compared to like AoEs. Unfortunately. And low 15 more scatter blast damage. Okay. Take aim active reworked. No longer gives double range for an attack. Now lasts for 4 seconds. And grants you true strike with plus 30% headshot chance. Causes you to move 30% slower. Okay. So it the cooldown's pretty big. 50 mana cost. I think this is fine. The double range for attack is okay, but not that incredible. If you can just use it every 6 seconds to get 30% headshot chance increase, that's pretty good. Because headshot does like 110 damage. So if you have a plus 30% chance to headshot, that is equivalent to like 30 damage. It's like a 30 damage increase every whatever the cooldown is.
I shall see what they have in store.
Oh, that's right. The cooldown's really long. I already read that. 20 seconds. So it puts your headshot chance up by 30%. Is there take aim damage things? There are not. Or headshot damage things. But yeah, it's like a 30 damage increase. I mean, it's fine. Kind of weird, but True Strike with headshot, sure. Thematic costs 50 mana. You're not spending the mana anyways. It's fine. It's better. It's usable in melee range. The old take aim wasn't good there. So, you know, it's just straight up added damage. Added guaranteed slow, that kind of thing. Now knocks back sniper 450 units away from the target. Oh, very cool. I think concussive grenade is really good, actually. And it's buffed again. Because now you can use it as a hurricane pike. You just put it between you and the melee hero that's destroying you, and you both get knocked back away for 50 units. Really nice change. This thing's been buffed. Oops. It is a 50% slow. It disarms for 3 seconds. The radius is 375. It does damage now. The cooldown is pretty low, I think, from what I remember. Like, it is honestly not bad. It actually does so much stuff, yeah. 50 mana, 16 cooldown, like this is really good. It's really good. And the cooldown talent, yeah, that's true. You can get the 15 cooldown. I usually go damage because I like the damage build better, but or at least I enjoy it more. But you can do lots of shit. Chasing. Like, this is cool. You're grenade jumping. New take aim very strong early, and we need to secure last hit. That's true. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, you could use it for range creeps. That's a good point. Something that sniper probably struggled with a bit before. I still don't like maxing take aim super early, but yeah. Uphill 100% hit chance? Yeah, I mean, yeah. I like Sniper a lot, but he's just hard to play. Shrapnel's fine, it's not OP. And then more Shrapnel at 25. I think this is good. Concussive Grenade is literally the best solution to Sniper over all of his other problems. It gives you solutions against the issue of gap closers. Stops, it would interrupt like SB and lots of things too. Any heroes that have mobility, it's going to help you. Just costs money. Alright, base armor increased by 1 for Spec. Damage of Desolate is increased. Spectre got kind of wrecked by Spectral Dagger. Mana costs, it was pretty expensive. Cast range reduced for Dagger. Cooldown reduced for Shadow Step, which is your Shard, I think. Your Ags? God, I don't know. Dispersion Shard can now target any enemy hero that damaged you in the last 8 seconds. Can ground target define close to valid target. Shard man. Alright, I gotta go look. I don't remember. Cast Dispersion on a hero that damaged you in the last 8 seconds. This is not descriptive enough. Why would you cast Dispersion on a hero that damaged me? This is not descriptive enough. And it causes an illusion on them for 5 seconds? Is that how it works? Summons a haunt on the last person to target you. Okay. And then Shadow Step, Spectre perform a single target unit haunt, cast a Spectral Dagger on the target. These are like weird. They're mobility, but like it's kind of weird. I mean, 1 armor base increase is pretty big, but like I don't know. Spectre is like in my opinion, in a not fun area because her skills are just really strong. So it's just kind of wacky. Shard mana cost reduced by 50, so I guess you could just cast illusions on people a lot more, which is kind of good. But cast time reduction for Nether Strike. Speed from Bulldoze slightly reduced. 25 talent, a little bit buffed. Makes Nether Strike better, I guess. Fine. Storm Spirit Electric Rave Shard upgrade is now active on Overload instead of a dedicated hotkey. Very nice. And just to make it easier to play, travel speed rescaled. A little bit slower late game, but faster from 6 to 12, which is probably nice. Bounce talent is no longer applied to allies that have the shard buff. Only Storm benefits from it now. Bounce talent now also causes secondary attacks to do 75% damage instead of 100. I didn't even see this shit played. I know who played Storm a lot, Abed or something. I didn't catch all the games. Okay. 24 overload damage to 200 health. So more survivability. It was really strong. Okay. 375 health to attack speed, so attack speed at 25 instead. Overload damage, people didn't get very much. And then at 20, instead of attack speed, it's now a static remnant cooldown, which I believe is a 4-second cooldown. 3-second. Thanks for the sub.
Familiar. Now is lost.
Stormy weather time.
3.5. Not bad. So 2.25. Just remnant more often. You get remnant damage too. That looks better than attack speed at that level 20. 25 attack speed at 15 looks better too. So basically all damage at 15. Kind of hard. Storm's going to have to choose between damage and mana regen. That's going to hurt them a lot. As you can see, everybody gets mana regen basically. But it's going to be hard to pass up health. But I think they have to. Sven's Shard now also reduces cooldowns by 4 seconds. That's the one that dispels targets on hit, and then cast range reduced by 50. So Scepter a little bit worse again, but with the Shard reducing cooldown by 4, it's only going to balance it. Damage increased by ulti. 10 talent is attack speed. That's pretty good. At 10, it's that or strength, but now it's Warcry duration. So Warcry duration is removed from 15, which is now plus 25% cleave, which is fine. And then more Stormhammer duration at 25. And then they remove the cooldown here and added that to Warcry armor instead. So, okay. Just basically Warcry potentially way better now. You could genuinely use Warcry as like an armor solution against some heroes. Because you can increase your team's armor by like 25 for like 10 seconds or something. Techies, movement speed increased. Cast time improved. Can no longer be placed in fountain areas, so you can't minefield fountain. Which is probably fine. There's like literally no reason that you would want to, that you would realistically need to minefield sign the enemy fountain, unless you're griefing, I feel like. Because like, unless you're like really need vision there, but you don't, it just seems like griefy trolly shit. Fountain farming, yeah, that's basically it. Shard cast range reduced. This is the one that stuns in a small AoE, but the radius increased. So now, okay, so now you can basically stun with Shard. This is just going to make the Shard way better. And then the stun durations increase slightly. I haven't seen anybody try this, but like, if the cast range is a little better, 300 is still like Shard. Blast off is already good range, but this just looks good to me. Like now you can AoE stun for 1.75 seconds. And the stun radius is the same as damage radius, so it's just going to be easier to use. This just looks great. It was just kind of weird before because like it was going to be kind of inconsistent whether or not you stun people. But now if it like hits everybody and you can initiate fights like this, a stun for 1.75 seconds, it's going to make it way better for techies to do team fights. Jump in, stun AoE, drop a remote mine in 0.75 seconds, or better yet, jump in with Shard, drop a red mine, throw a green mine. I don't know if the red mine will go off in time. Probably not, but you could definitely remote mine afterwards. I'm pretty sure, because red mines are pretty instant, if not instant. So this looks really good. I don't see a reason why techies wouldn't want to buy this if he's not a coward and not willing to fight. It's like making techies better at fighting on the enemy side of the map without putting a lot of mines down, I think is only going to be good for the hero design. Because then it's going to be, techies will be a little bit less annoying to play against, in my opinion. So, anyways. More blast off damage at 15. God, you can actually do like 900 AoE damage with a stun with blast off. It's actually really, really good. And isn't there a magic resistance talent too at 10? Less mana regen at 15. Slacks will cry. They're trying to nerf techies players that play him really annoying ways. I'm sorry, where is techies? I was gonna say, I know he's over here. Yeah, you can still get magic resistance. Like if you get magic resistance talent at 10 and then you get blast off talent and shard, 900 AoE damage. It's a long cooldown at 35, of course, but you can stun people and silence them afterwards and do 900 damage. It's kind of bonkers. Okay. Templar Assassin mana cost from meld is reduced. Damage increased. The level in meld just way better, but cooldown goes up. So just a stronger skill. Sonic Trap shard silence duration increased to higher. Minimum is 1.5 seconds up to 3.5. Shard vision is increased. Cast range is reduced. Scepter mana cost reduction. Scepter cooldown reduced. I haven't seen anybody buy this before. I mean, it's probably good, but 4,000 gold. Like, it just allows you to split push, basically. And then Sideblade range, that's attack range, basically. And then more attack speed if you want it. So attack range or attack speed. And then 15 more Sonic Trap damage. 25 plus 8 refraction. It's insane. That's like, what? 14 refraction instance bonuses? That's really good. Gunner buys Scepter fairly often on TA. Cool. Wagamama buys it often too. Cool. I mean, if the mana cost is reduced, that's pretty good. You could use it more. I just don't play against TA that much these days, frankly. I just don't see it as much. But 10 seconds, you can definitely like jump around. You could basically like put traps down in 3 lanes. You could jump to a lane, clear it, put a trap down, jump to a different lane, clear the wave, put another trap down, jump to a different wave, clear it, put another trap down. Seems pretty strong for split push potential. Blast off 7-second cooldown with talent. I forgot about that talent. Oh yeah, there it is. That's not 7 seconds. It's 13. But still, yeah, that's a good point. I feel like that would be the way that I'd want to play techies if I played them more. I don't want to be like a mind fiend. I want to like move around and fight with the team. It just looks way more fun. Force staff is better on techies now too. You get raw HP. Okay. Terrorblade, base HP regen goes up, base damage increased, base armor reduced. This is a good way to balance it. He's got insane base armor. It's like way probably higher than it needs to be. So increases base damage a bit, make him a little bit more viable to harass. He'll be better against magic damage this way too. Better damage, more regen. Like the armor is not that big of a deal. Attack damage bonus rescaled. It's way less though. And the attack damage bonus is a little bit different. Not like way less, it's just a little bit less, I guess. Illusion damage is better early. The slow is weaker early though. Duration is just way better. Buffs, anime buffs, guys. Gotta get them anime buffs in. Duration rescaled, and cooldown is worse early, but it's a better skill, so your laning should be stronger. And mana cost is better. So it's just a better 1-point skill. Better damage. Worse slow. Thank you, team win. And then 10 talent, more movement speed. Gush is nerfed. a little bit. Base armor increased for Timber. Really? I thought Timber was strong, guys. What's going on here? Duration of reactive armor is reduced late game. Regen per stack reduced a lot early game. So reactive armor is just way worse early. So this is why they gave more base armor. This is like significantly worse. Without a doubt, just like way worse. 6 stacks, but you get like what, 2 less armor or something, but you get 1 more. I don't know. Even the second point is going to be quite a bit worse. It'll be quite a bit easier to kill him with physical damage. Timber Chain cast range reduced in late game, but not by a huge amount, and the travel speed is better. Shard no longer ignores ancients. Shard now affects buildings for 40% damage. What? That seems very extremely good. Like extremely good. I'm surprised they're buffing Timbersaw. Personally. He was picked a lot in the EU region. NCIS, I believe. Debuff duration rescaled to be a little bit worse so it doesn't last as long. And then scepter damage per second increased by 20. Okay. These are just really... These are like pretty... It's like a little bit worse for him armor-wise, but like... People are already buying flamethrower, so just doing tower damage seems good. True, that was EU. Good point. Totally forgot about defense matrix. Shard status resistance increased from 40 to 50. Shard health increased. Shard duration increased. Scepter current health reduction reduced a little bit. Yeah, this was pretty strong. Cast point reduced. Oh. It's going to make it easier to play with delay when you're playing Tinker. Because cast point kind of like delays your commands a little bit. But basically you can rearm half a second faster. This is a really big deal. To make it faster to cast rearm in a chain. And then mana cost is increased. And channel time is increased. Oh, to compensate. Okay. So it still will cost the same. The channel time will be the same, but you don't have to worry about your cast point at the start. So should make the hero easier to play, more straightforward to play. One downside, actually, as a Tinker for Tinker players, is that this means that there is a bigger window that your rearm will be interrupted with you losing the mana. Whereas before, let's say I start casting rearm and I'm instantly stunned. All that does is interrupts my cast point, not my channel time, and therefore I don't lose the mana because I haven't cast the spell yet. I am beginning to cast the spell, and then I start casting the spell, and then I'm interrupted, then I lose the mana. So this is, it probably makes it easier to play Tinker, but it's definitely a nerf if you are hitting him with mini stuns or spells. Tinker could pretty easily lose a shitload of his mana, actually. Like if you hit Tinker with Cold Snap, for example, Tinker is fucked here. If he tries to spam rearm, he's going to burn all of his mana in. Arcane Blink was so good now it's useless. That's not true at all. He has other spells that have cast times, like Laser. It did help with rearm because it was reducing this cast point down by half. This is probably another reason that they're doing it. So it's good that you guys brought this up because this would basically reduce his whole cycle by 0.25 seconds. So now that the channel time is built into that, yes, Arcane Blink is worse, but he still has to cast Laser. And March of the Machines. There's still cast animations there. So it's not all worse. And Arcane Blink does still reduce your cooldowns, which I guess is semi-irrelevant on Tinker, but so yeah, let's move on. Heat-seeking missile mana cost reduced a little bit, so that's a little bit of a buff. But yeah, he's got to be careful if he's being hit by mini stuns. He's going to lose mana really quick there, a lot faster. Tinker win rate up by 45% across the board today. Interesting. Maybe just easier to play. I don't know. With the cast point thing. Not sure. Oh, talent changes. This could change it. Mana cost, mana loss at 10. That's probably why. That's probably why he's running. This is like the biggest buff without a doubt. He gets this at 10 instead of 15. Huge difference. And then loses cast range, but that's fine because he's getting this earlier, which means that all he has to do is hit 10, then he's going to farm faster for the rest of the game. And then now he loses this, but he gets +1 heat-seeking missile. So yeah, these talent changes. This talent change is probably the main difference maker. Cast point equals can't stop rearm. Cast point means when he begins casting rearm. So if you interrupt his cast point, then he doesn't lose any mana because he hasn't started casting the spell yet. So hitting him with a mini stun that keeps hitting him, like Malefice or Cold Snap, is going to mean that he burns way more mana. So if you're on top of him and you're mini stunning him, you're way more effective against him. Because at any Tinker's attempt to try to get out of that is always to cast rearm, and if it goes through, they blink away. So now they can't just spam it in hopes that they'll eventually get a rearm, because they're gonna, or they can, but they're gonna lose way more mana when they do it. Okay. Oh god, it's been a while at least. What time is it? It's time to run ads. Ad time. All right, 11 p.m. Where are we at? This talent tree is clean now. Who's... You slept 2 times during the stream? I mean, it's only been 8 hours. Like, isn't that just like 1 sleep? How do you sleep? Oh, Shadow Demon? Yeah, Shadow Demon's talent trees are really good. It's called a nap. Nap 2 different times in 1 afternoon. What's going on? That was pretty cute how she tucked her face in there. I'm not... come on, I just explained cast point channel time on Tinker like 3 times. I can't do it again. I didn't watch enough Storm games to make good comments on Storm. I don't think I'm qualified. That's one I don't feel good about talking about. Solid dodge. How much is left? We're on T. We got a little bit left. I would guess about an hour. You're right, this is a quality stream. I agree. Yeah, I'm sad about Jelly too. I really like Jelly. Jelly made me happy, dude. Pudge a viable mid? It can work, but you kind of have to play against the right heroes. I think he's a little bit safer as like a side laner, like a 3 or something, but you could also probably make him work as a 1, actually. I did watch anime. I thought it was really good. Beastmaster can still build Necro. Or you can rely on maybe other aura items to buff up your team. Tiny, base HP regen increased, rework shard upgrade, now causes tree grab to have no charge limit. Oh, so you could just endlessly charge tree grab, making carry Tiny more viable. Mana cost reduced a little bit, armor increased a bit on grow. Did I say Necro? I meant Helm of the Dominator, sorry. That other item. Build Helm of the Dominator on Beastmaster. Tree Volley cast range is decreased. Tree Throw cast range is reduced. God, I forgot about Tree Volley. That shit was so good at TI. That shit was so good. Cast range rescaled to be a little bit buffed, but not to go as far. And level 10 talent, strength instead of damage, more movement speed. Instead of tree grab charges, which is now bad if you have shard. They put the shard basically if you want to play carry tiny, to plus 15% tree grab unit damage bonus. So 15% tree grab damage if you want it. And then 20 status resistance. Haven't seen that in a talent in a while. So no strength there down here. Echo Saber is probably still the way to do tiny, but maybe something like Mask of Madness would be better nowadays. Now that your tree, like you could better justify building towards like straight up all damage items on tiny because of the fact that you have a talent where you can just make, or a shard where you could just make the attacks endless. But it's probably bad. I feel like you do it with IO, I guess. It's probably still good with IO, but. Treant Protector, shard now also grants invisibility in your trees, which I assume they removed. Yeah, it got removed. So you get shard to do this, which is the one that gives you a little like tree root if you break invis or punch in your trees. Leech Seed mana cost heavily nerfed or buffed. This is huge for Leech Seed. This makes me think core tree is like way better now. Or support. Like Leech Seed's pretty darn good, guys. I think it's a good skill. It's AoE heal. It's really good. Living armor cast time reduced, which is good. A little bit easier to cast on yourself when you get in some shit. And then instead of 60 damage, you got mana regen. Or -5 Nature's Grasp cooldown. I think it scales down to like 13 seconds or something. That's pretty low cooldown. And then more damage at 15. They're basically just buffing Nature's Grasp a lot. Mana regen's pretty nice actually as a support, but I guess 60 damage is almost always wrong. And removing invisibility is a little bit of a bummer. But considering how many trees are near towers right now, it's probably for the best. It would make it just way too easy for a tree to walk up in Meteor Hammer buildings constantly with almost no response. It would be way too annoying. There's so many trees near tier 2s. You just get Meteor Hammer, you just stand on the trees and Meteor Hammer towers until they die. So that's fine. Oh, this is cool. Instead of cooldown reduction, it's +8 living armor bonus armor. So you can give a lot more armor to your allies. And then the AoE living armor now works on creeps. These are pretty good changes, actually. I do like playing Treant Protector. Nature's Grass cooldown, oh, it's 17, not 13. So it puts it down to 12. Still really good. So you could basically do permanent vines on the ground. Really solid. And that's a 10 talent, by the way. Really good talent right there. Permanent Nature's Grasp. Ooh. Looks nice. 90 damage per second. Mana regen's good, though. And then living armor heal. More Nature's Grasp damage. +8 armor. So you could do 16 armor to an ally for 12 seconds out of 14. Or tower. That's really good. Leech Seed damage heal is also really good. If there are games where you can get in and get the Leech Seed down. But the mana cost reduction for Leech Seed is really, really good. The skill was really costly to use before. It was kind of hard to afford mana on everything, but now it doesn't look bad. Which makes me feel like why having Leech Seed doesn't feel bad in the early game as much. Thanks for the subs, Op Puppet, for the 10 subs. Thank you. But yeah. Movement speed slows. The movement speed slow here is bad, but the amount of heal that you're giving yourself and your allies is really, really high. If you're fighting to the death with Treant Protector, like Nature's Grasp, Leech Seed, Nature's Grasp and Leech Seed together, I really like in the laning stage to fight people. I think it's really fun to get a lot of heal. So that looks good. Nice buffs to tree. You just don't get invis, but you can. Oh yeah, you can just pay for it. So at least you got to spend money to do it. What does the shard do again? I just want to double check. Roots for 1 second and deals a total 200 damage. Lasts an extra second when attacking your tree. So a 2-second root when punching your tree. And increases your movement speed bonus by 15%. That shard seems really good with these benefits now. Like when the invis was a talent, it's like, oh, I take it for granted the shard's just okay. But now that it's what gives you invis, it just feels like you have to get it. Seems very good. Like way too good not to get, especially with all the trees near towers. Like this is a lot of damage. 200 damage from this. And you're going to get like 200 or like 2 seconds of Nature's Grasp. And you're going to Leech Seed. And then you can Overgrowth afterwards. And then you could probably get away with going Invis again. If you don't take damage for 3 seconds. Give him another slap. Can't get Invis till minute 20. That's a good point. Very good point. I mean, it makes the hero worse, absolutely. But like, Tree still does a lot of his really obnoxious stuff without hitting 10. Like as a support, you just go down there and you defend the safe lane tower for super long because it's hard to kill through the nature's grasp because you can just run through trees. So it's probably still good. He's probably still good. The movement speed issues can be a little bit rough, but there are more trees. It's probably not too bad. Troll Warlord, Whirling Axe's range mana cost increased. The distance reduced a tiny bit. Rework the shard grants Rampage. Globally causes all allied heroes to gain attack speed or 25% status resistance for 5 seconds based on whichever stance Troll is in. Range gives attack speed. Melee provides status resistance. Is this not really good? This seems really good. I mean, it costs money and you're a carry, so it's like... But you can literally just give yourself 70 attack speed for 1,400 gold. Which is a lot. It's an ulti. Yeah, it's basically an ulti. You could use this rather than committing your ult. But 25 status resistance to your whole team? Seems pretty good, guys. We're 8 hours, 15 minutes. You don't get the attack speed yourself. Okay. That makes it better. All right, bonus armor rescaled for Berserkers. A little bit weaker in the laning stage, of course, until later, but a little bit more armor later, which is fine. And then battle trance movement speed reduced a little. And 10 talent buff to health, less agility, which is the one that people usually get. That's not true. I think I saw some people get health. But yeah, Troll is really annoying to lane against, so ranged mana increase is fair. That's the most annoying one because you get so many right clicks on somebody from range. So looks fine against the right hero. Like if you could rampage against like a Ravage or something, it's not bad. Not bad at all. Tusk base HP regen reduced. Walrus Punch now does the animation faster, which is good to help catch people before they BKB or whatever. I like that. And then Tag T damage reduced primarily at the first point, 20 instead of 25. Snowball cast range reduced. Ice Shards, cast range reduced. Mana cost buffed. Frozen Sigil. Shard no longer reduces attack speed. Okay, what's the purpose? Attacks to destroy increased from 4 to 6. Vision is up. That's a huge vision radius. Frozen Sigil used to be like the broken skill on Tusk for a really long time. It was the skill. Partially for like vision and stuff, so this is pretty big. And then the movement speed is up. The mana cost is reduced, slow is up. So it's just like a 40% movement speed slow. It doesn't do attack speed anymore, but still that's pretty good. I did buy this a long time ago when it first came out. I thought it was good. And it's been buffed a lot since then. Seems good. Thanks for the bits. Underlord, attack range increased, radius rescaled. So it doesn't scale up slowly. Shard no longer provides healing. Thank God it was bad. Shard no also increased the Firestorm wave count by 3. I like this, actually. Because I didn't want to get the Firestorm wave damage talents usually. But if I could like increase the wave count with a Shard later in the game, I think that sounds really good as an optional thing. Scepter now also increases the radius to 900. It no longer reduces cooldown. And now causes it to have 2 charges instead, which is just better anyways. This is pretty sick. You can move around the map better. You can split push. TP somewhere, have everybody hit the building. They TP. You teleport back to somewhere else. You could potentially like jump back and kill a guy that's... What's wave count? Firestorm drops damage, does like 70 damage plus a 4% tick of your HP. And it does this like 6 times. So if you buy this, it would do it 9 times instead. So for more time, it would deal damage. So it effectively deal more damage, especially against neutrals. So, I mean, 2 charges is good, but again, you're spending 4,000 gold to get 2 charges. So good players will use this in cool ways, though, for sure. And then they remove the wave count from 10 and they increase it to radius, which is pretty strong. The other talent is, God, I don't remember. The magic resistance? I don't remember. 20 talent, attack speed got buffed. 25 talent, firestorm building damage removed. It was really hard to justify it over the route. To 40% atrophy allied hero bonus. Okay, that's very cool. So whatever, it's like a portion of old atrophy ags. So whatever damage you build up, you give 40% of it to your allies, which is pretty strong. It's not hard to get to like 100 damage in a fight. So 40 damage bonus to your allies. Very strong. Okay, let's go look at his stuff really quick. Underlord. Oh, it's armor, that's right. Armor talent, everybody gets, a lot of people get Pit and Malice AoE. Some people get Firestorm. So self-targeted, the heal portion of it was just so bad. It tricks so many bad players into thinking it's good. What a sick flame, the real throwback. Thank you. The self-targeted part is like not that important, I don't think, but hey, if you can increase wave count by 3 with a shard, that looks good to me. I like that. And reduces cast point by a bit. That's nice. It'll be easier to like Firestorm, Pit of Mouse, catch somebody. So yeah, radius is probably good, but yeah, 5 armor I'm sure is just better. Like the radius is really not that important. Pit of Malice AoE is really good though, because you keep locking people down. Firestorm cooldown, not that good, I don't think. I've never been skilled at Pit of Malice AoE, just has to be better, I feel like. And health regen's almost always better, but attack speed sometimes good. 60 is a lot though. Yeah, Pit of Malice hero route is good. This is probably just not good enough, I would guess. Works better if you're winning though. Undying, agility gain increase. Hell yeah, carry Undying is here. Undying is like one of the few supports left who doesn't have an AoE, other than Tombstone, I guess. So he can't actually farm or play core, unfortunately. Decay mana cost reduced. Okay, make it a little bit better to level it up early. Now deals double damage. There it is. Oh, now deals double damage to creeps. Illusions no longer apply the debuff. Okay, that's fair. And then level 10, rather than decay duration, 5 armor. That's nice. Level 10 talent, instead of cast range, you get 15 tombstone cooldown. Ooh, that's pretty good. And instead of soul rip, it's just more damage. All right, let's go look at Undying, guys. It does 110 damage. We could farm with this. We can farm with this. 110 damage goes up to 220. You could max decay and use this to farm creeps. It's just going to cost you a decent amount of mana. 15 cooldown reduction. That's pretty good. Drops you to 55. Relatively low. Duration is 30. I mean, it's not bad. It just always does double damage to creeps. Like they're really encouraging people to find the max decay. It was absolutely just not worth it before. Like the mana cost was so high that like you would not spam it that much in a fight unless you had like Ags or something. This could be the beginning of making decay okay or Undying okay for farming. You'd probably go like a 4-1-4 build or something, just so you could spam decay more, but you're just still gonna have massive mana problems. I can't help but think that you'd have to get Soul Ring or something, which wouldn't be that bad with Decay. Like, you'd have to cast Decay like 3 times to clear Creep Wave, which is a lot. But you could cast it. Like, or even 2 Decays is not bad. 2 Decays and right clicks, you could clear a wave. A little bit of agility gain. This is still like really, really bad, of course, but you know, 10 levels, you have what, 4 more agility. It's not good, but at least you'll have more armor. I don't know. Basilius is looking good. Yeah, Basilius is pretty good on Undying, probably. I don't know, I'll try it out maybe, but we have dropped some frames again. I don't know, it's weird how it just like stops briefly, but please refresh, my friends. Undying Core? Question mark? Just go like Sanj Kaya or something on the hero. Get some mana regen. Cast Decay all the time. I'm pretty tired. 11 p.m. I got a vaccine appointment tomorrow. But anyways, you'd be able to push waves just better, which is just good. It's definitely a big weakness of Undying. It'll just cost you mana to do it. I shouldn't build around it, but you know, it's an option. Ursa, rework the shard upgrade. Now causes Earth Shock to apply a 1.5 second range buff on yourself, rather than that like every X attacks gives you enrage. Reduces cooldown by 2. So that'd put it down to like 3 seconds or something. Am I crazy? Ursa. Oh, it's 8 seconds is a lot higher. It used to be 5, but that was when you didn't jump. So 8 down to 6. Gives you a 1.5 enrage buff, which is damage reduction status resistance. Good. And then more mana regen talent, less agility. Remove Earthshock cooldown talent and added more status resistance on enrage. Which is fine. I don't really see people grabbing this over this Fierce Type damage one though. But maybe it looks better this way because you're going to be jumping on people and that's always when they stun you. Now they have to wait 1.5 seconds. So that's kind of cool. Pretty good one and easy to get by second Rosh. That's a really good point. Yeah, Ursa can take Rosh easily. Now you can just get a free shard to get a little bit of enrage buff when you jump in. Damn it. And because the cooldown is lower, now you will be able to jump in often, right? Because it goes from 8 to 6, lasts for 1.5 seconds. So you kind of get like free enrage all the time. Not all the time, but often. Ooh, almost a green heroes. Some of my favorites. Oh no, I can't scroll. What's happening? Why can't I scroll? Give me the scroll, please. There we go. All right, Vengeful Spirit. Base damage increased. 3 damage up, 1 damage up. So 2 damage up. 2 damage increase. Pretty good. Base movement speed up by 5. Scepter illusion movement speed reduced. That's the bonus. Radius increased. Shard damage steal reduced. Shard now also steals 20% enemy base armor. Ooh. That's pretty cool. So lowers damage and lowers armor. And it lowers armor already too. So stealing base armor against like a Morphling or a TB or something is pretty cool. Steals it and gives it to you. Kind of cool. Level 10 talent. No more wave terror armor. 10 agility. That's a pretty darn good 10 talent. It's either 10 agility or 12% magic resistance, I think. 10 agility looks really hard to pass up. Level 15 talent change from agility to -2 wave of terror armor. Okay. And 20 talent cast range change to nether swap cooldown. I like these. This is fine. I haven't bought Scepter on Venge in a while. Radius increase is fine. Shard changes are fine. On paper, it's really not much change to the hero, just more damage. It's not 2 damage increase. It's like 2.5, right? Because you're always doing 3 more damage, and there's an upper bound one. So it's like, I don't know why this confuses me so much, but it does. I think it's two or 2.5, something like that. Sorry, my brain is not the same as it was 10 hours ago. Venomancer base damage goes up by 2.5, I think, which means last hitting is easier. Poison Sting slow is rescaled by lowered by 1, which is fine. Poison Nova duration increase, radius increase. Should make laning fine. Easier to last hit. Level 10 talent rather than Plague Ward duration, more attack range. That's kind of balanced, I think. Attack range is pretty good on the hero. Makes it easier to apply Poison Sting to a lot of people. And Plague Ward duration just like gives you way too much map control and kind of like makes the hero a little bit scummy, kind of. Not that it wasn't already scummy. And then 15 talent of attack range gets changed to Spell Lifesteal, which is pretty early, which is good. The Spell Lifesteal being at 20 was just like kind of late. But 15 sounds more reasonable, like when it can actually matter, kind of, when you get a bomb. But 20 is like so late into the game already. It's like everyone's really bursty at that point. But 15 is like if you get like a mech and you stay alive, have a little survivability, and you get a big ulti off with a good Gale, like you could certainly be sitting better for the Spell Lifesteal component of your ulti. But the Poison Sting slow is really good. Looks like they're going to nerf that timing a bit. And then minus 1.5 second Plague Ward's cooldown. So rather than 5 seconds, it's 3.5. So yeah, I like these changes to the hero. To one of the green heroes I like. Another green hero I like is Viper. Poison attack more spammable at level 1. Shard armor reduction reduced. This was like really good against buildings. It was like insanely good. Oh, but they're changing it to also cause it to affect buildings for 40% of the poison damage. Oh, I see they removed it from here. I have hit 25 and gotten this before with the shard, and it was insane how fast buildings died. But I think the fact that they're adding that to the shard now is good, because it's going to give you an option as Viper to end games, because now you can just sit back, basically, and shard buildings. They will not be, like, lowering the armor is good, because it was, like, way too good. Because you can increase the stacks by, like, 3, I think, or 4. So you could like lower tower armor by like 12 or something. It was like bonkers good. But if they take, I mean, the poison damage affected worked before, and it would be reduced by 1.5. Now it's only 40% of the poison damage, and it reduces by 1.5. But keep in mind that it's also lowering the magic resistance of the buildings. You could certainly do some kind of a combo with like Viper, Poison Attack Shard, and Pugna, which does magic damage. If you get a Grove Bow, that also can lower the magic resistance of buildings. And thus the strat would be even better. But 40% of poison damage is still going to be a lot, because you can get so many stacks as Viper on the building. So you can certainly cheese buildings this way. Kind of similar to like Jakiro. Jakiro would be another really good example of lowering the magic resistance of buildings. Mana cost of Viper Strike is reduced. And what else? So instead of that, it's 2 times Corrosive Skin, slow, and resistance. That's really good. That would mean that if you get... Okay, they removed this one. 300 health at 15. And it's that or... I don't remember. Yes, the attack range. 300 health at level 15 is pretty good, though. You sometimes have some like raw HP issues on Viper in the mid to late game where you're sitting at about 2k, but you wish it was a little higher. So I like that talent. 300 health is probably the best one to get. And then, yeah, 2 times Corrosive Skin, slow, and resistance. That would give you an extra 25% magic resistance. And it would slow your opponents by, instead of 32, up to 64. The slow's not that good because it doesn't slow movement speed anymore. But attack speed slow is still pretty good. And obviously 25% more magic resistance is amazing against the right heroes. So I like it. Is that our Nether Toxin cooldown? Defense or offense? I like it. Good changes. Shard gives you options. I just want to double check how much. 3 stacks by, and then you can stack up to 5. So you can go from 5 stacks to 8. Let's go check the numbers really quick. So, minus 72%. I mean, this is a tier 1 tower, so it's a little bit different, but you know, if you combo that with like a Pugner or something, you're making a pasta, baby. It does look kind of a lot of mana, but I mean, it also reduces armor a lot, but it's only 1 per stack, so we're talking minus 8 armor. It's not as incredible as it was before. It used to be, what, minus 12? Minus 12 armor, I would have AC sometimes, so I'd be doing like minus 17 armor on Viper on buildings, which was kind of insane. But this unlocks the ability to do it at a much earlier phase of the game, which is fair. And then, yeah, and then you can use it against heroes too. Minus 1 armor per stack, and you can increase the max stacks on some heroes. So, Visage, just played Visage. Attack animation improved by a tiny bit. Base armor increased by 1. You have like 0 armor, so that's good. Mana cost from Soul Assumption is more reasonable. Could make Visage a more effective support, because then you can spam this more often in trading. Shard mana cost reduced by down to 125. The shard is quite good. Here's the heal again thing. Most of the times I've looked to buy this, it felt really bad. Last night, the game, it felt really good against a Puck and a Pango, where you just want to become like invulnerable and heal while they're wasting their duration on you. So it felt really good last game. So against like team fight type heroes, I think it's really good. Against in a normal team fight, it doesn't feel good because usually if they get on you, they're probably going to kill you afterwards anyways. If they have like more like slow or faster like chase and stuff like that and high damage, they'll usually kill you anyways. But against like team fight, it felt really good. So a heal buff there and a mana cost reduction I think is just nice. And then level 10 talent. Cast range definitely felt kind of weird. It's like damage or cast range. So now it's minus 3 Grave Chill. And Grave Chill is pretty low. But yeah, from 10 seconds down to 9. So you would have a almost perma uptime on Grave Chill, which is, I'm sorry, from 10 to 7. 6 duration, 7 cooldown. This is going to be really good. Grave Chill cooldown, I feel like you get all the time, because then your bats are just attacking faster all the time. You're farming faster, you're running around faster, all that stuff. That seems really good. Are we dropping? We got 2 Fs. All right, we got a lot of Fs now. Is it time to restart my router for the first time in 3 months? 2 months? I am unsure. What I was saying was, Visage, I think you get Grave Chill cooldown like all the time. Unless you're like a support or something and casting Soul Assumption, but... Okay. Void Spirit, Dissimulate Shard damage is increased 200. That's kind of a lot. Kind of a lot of damage. 200 damage for your combo for 1400 gold, and it gives you more jump potential. 8th run cast range reduced. That'll probably be pretty significant if you're out of charges, for example. Cast range reduced in the late game by a little bit, and then replenish time improved by 2 seconds. Buffs, Ice Frog giveth and he taketh, and Resonant Pulse mana cost increased. Mostly in the laning stage, but not by much, and the cooldown increased tiny. And then 20, a little nerf to this, as there's already a buff here, so this will still be okay, but this is such a disgusting talent. 4-second reduction, it just feels so like, ugh. Feels like you have to take it, but it's just so small. Doesn't feel good. Alright, here's the Warlock that everybody's been talking about. Shadow Ward, Shard, movement speed, and slow reduced from 20 to 10. Sorry, increase your slow. How did you do AoE before? Oh, that's right, it was a talent, right? At 20. I did this one game really early into the patch, and it felt pretty good. So if you buy the Shard now, it's a 400 AoE, 450 AoE, but the movement speed is slower. It's only 10%. Cast time improved. AoE reduced to scale. Slow cap rescaled. And I'm guessing the slow per second is better now. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Max slow at level 1 is 40. So it's not as oppressive, but it can be better later. And then slow per second is just stronger now. So you can get up to 40 a little bit faster within a couple seconds, which is nice. So it's a little bit better of a skill to use just like periodically, like quickly. And then the max duration reduced as well. So it just makes upheaval better. It wasn't that good in like super long durations anyways. At early levels, unless they were being stupid or something, like if you zone them out ahead of time. So this is just going to make it more useful as an ability, which is good. And then Shard giving AoE heal and movement speed is pretty good. We'll see what they do down below. So no more cast range at 10. Instead, more movement speed for Golem. It's that or... God, I don't even remember. Fatal Bonds damage, that's right. Okay. Give the Golem some movement speed. That feels good. They'll be able to chase better. And then instead of Shadow Word, small nerf to Shadow Word cooldown, just 5 seconds less. It's that or 8 armor, but 8 armor is now removed, so upheaval node is DPS. I'm glad they removed this because it just felt like I had to take 8 armor every single time. Now I can take Shadow Word cooldown and be happy about it. But upheaval DPS is not bad. 40 damage per second with a Fatal Bonds. Like, that's not too bad. You could hold that for 16 seconds. That's like, 600 damage. Stops blink daggers too. So even if they're ultra slowed, they can't get away. This is pretty appealing looking, I gotta say. For like the team fight control that it provides. Assuming that they don't kill you. If you get like a, what's it called? A Shadow Amulet or something, this would be pretty sick once you have 15. But again, Shard with low Shadow Word cooldown is pretty good too. 9 second, 12 duration. You can give your whole team basically like 10 movement speed and heals during the fight. That's pretty sick. And then at 20, rather than the AoE, it increases the heal and the damage. And obviously you can use it against your opponents. It's nice on creep waves too when you're pushing, I found. 25 extra heal is good. That puts it up to 70 HP per second, which is a total increase of 300 damage and 300 heal. That with Holy Locket probably sounds pretty sick. 45 plus Holy Locket. It's like an extra 15 or something. 60 HP per second. But Holy Locket's kind of bad. But maybe it's good here. With the Shard. Kind of. Stats only Warlock. Oh god, I forgot about stats Warlock. Yeah, you would do that. You would go Shadow Word and stats every game. You said fuck those other skills. And then you get Fatal Bond later and you'd like never skill upheaval. Totally forgot about that. So you're like the tankiest fucking support. You had tons of stats. And then you just Shadow Word your people. You hate that they brought back stats. I mean, it gives you more stuff. That part's kind of cool, but it's, I don't know. It'll definitely, skill builds are very different now. I'm so glad I'm not updating my in-game guides anymore because so much shit's gonna change. Actually, Weaver no longer unlocks max movement speed. Now moves at haste speed always. Okay, so that means boots and treads are less good again. Level 10 talent. No more damage. +2 swarm armor reductions. Pretty good. The other one's Sukuchi damage, which is probably just way better now. 20 talent, unless you're support. 20 talent change from armor reduction to 35 damage. So make your late game damage a little better. And then 20 talent +4 swarm attacks to kill to +3. Weird, +3. That basically means it'll die faster to creeps, but still equally as fast to heroes. So it's kind of an interesting nerf here. But yeah, against creeps, they'll take one, or towers, they'll take one less hit. But against heroes, they'll still take the same amount. So kind of cool. It'll matter in some edge cases. And 25 talent changed from movement speed to 2 Sakuchi charges. Okay. I'm glad that this got removed because I like the Geminate talent better. Even though I recognize the Sakuchi one was better because the movement speed was just like way too good to pass up. Not that 2 Sakuchi charges isn't good. Like you can just like run and be aggressive, get some attacks in, and then Sakuchi again. You could also farm with it. That seems way too good though. 2 Shukuchi charges. You'd save time lapse like so many times. I feel like. You're also not affected by slows anymore, which is pretty strong. There's like good and bad things about this. It's not that bad. Rubik stats is a thing too, because Aura used to suck. That's a good point. Maybe that's why they reduced the health, removed the health talent from him because the stats were too good. Maybe Shadow Demon goes 1 disruption, 4 Shadow Poison with stats. Shackle Shot on Wind Ranger. Mana cost is reduced. Shard now also reduces the cooldown by power shot by 1.5 seconds. Kill threshold no longer scales based on power shot channel. Okay, I haven't seen people buy the shard in a while. I think power shot's like 9 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. Where is Wind Ranger? She's everywhere. Yeah, 9. So you could lower it to 7.5. %. I mean, lowering the cooldown's kind of nice for vision, but her talents are pretty good for Winter. Oh, Winter Rate's actually pretty good right now. She must be buffed. I mean, mana cost lower here is good. This is irrelevant. Scepter no longer unlocks max movement speed. That's good. That shit was really annoying. Scepter now passively provides 30% evasion. Okay, that's kind of cool. Just naturally gets evasion. And now provides haste instead of increasing the speed from 60 to 100. Okay, so Windrun. Oh god, that one is loud for me. I am so sorry, guys. But thank you for the bits. Defatney. 800 movement speed on it. Yeah, it's really hard to kill. It's really hard to kill her. Scepter is still going to be good though. Like a passive evasion is nice. It like makes True Strike even more important here, obviously. Don't I think I'm overlooking Shard on Wind Rangers since you don't have to full charge to deal fatal damage with power shot? I mean, I guess you're right, but like you could potentially like ping somebody with it while focus firing them to kill them a little earlier, but I don't know. Like, is that why people didn't use it before? I guess so, but it's not like it's hard to shoot somebody with a power shot. You just shackle them, then you can charge to full. Like people still weren't buying it. It's probably still bad. Probably still bad. But this is kind of nice, and it's going to be less obnoxious to play against, that's for sure. Winter Wyvern, base armor increased by 1. Cooldown is reduced. Now ends if there's no enemies in the area for 2.5 seconds. Cooldown reduced a bit. Does it continue if the guy dies, right? Because if you would ulti a creep, and that or an illusion, it would still stay. But I guess if nobody's there, the area shouldn't stay, I guess, is maybe what that means. Duration increased a little bit. Curse radius increased a little bit. Attack speed increased. Okay. And Cold Embrace Shard no longer increases Splinter Blast damage by 80. Shard also reduces cooldown by 5 seconds. So it still does a Splinter Blast, but it's going to reduce the cooldown of Cold Embrace. So from 15 down to 10. There used to be a Cold Embrace cooldown reduction, but they put it out here on the Shard now. Okay. And then level 10 talent, instead of 1% Cold Embrace heal, 1.5. And then 20 talent, there's the cooldown, and instead 100 Splinter Blast damage. So now you can just get a lot of Splinter Blast damage. Okay. But just by leveling up. Looks fine. You can buy Shard to like this is what was kind of weird about Shard. It's like just doing a Splinter Blast damage after Cold Embrace sounds like really weird. Like you could use it to push waves. That part's cool, I guess. Splinter Blast or Cold Embrace a creep, Splinter Blast a wave, everything dies. But using it on a hero just doesn't sound good. Like why would I buy it just to like maybe do a Splinter Blast from a hero like that hits a hero? But if I really want Cold Embrace to be lower cooldown, because it's a really good skill this game, then I could pay the money to lower the cooldown. That looks better. And then I can do it on command rather than having to wait till like an arbitrary level 20. I think this is a better way to design it. And then if you don't need Cold Embrace to be better, you can just get Splinter Blast slowly over time, because Splinter Blast is always going to be good. So that looks good to me. All right, we're almost at the end, guys. Witch Doctor, paralyzing cast hero damage increased up to 80. 10 talent, health instead of armor. Witch Doctor used to get stats all the time too. You would go like max cask, 1 point in Voodoo Restoration, and no points in Maledict. That was very common. But that was back when Maledict cast range was weaker and it was harder to get the damage out. So you would just rely on like cask and like staying alive with heal and stats. So yeah, instead of armor, they got health talent. And then 15 talent, Maledict AoE is buffed, and 25 talent, more max Voodoo health. Okay. Wraith King, no more Wraith Blast cooldown. That talent was kind of bad. Instead, more stun duration. Okay, that makes it better. So instead of a 1 second stun, I could do 1.5 second stun. That could actually be valuable. Also, you can get this at what, level 26, I think? 26, 27, 28, 29? No, 27. Level 27, you can get this talent, which is kind of cool. And then 15 talent, movement speed instead. They move movement speed away and then put strength up. So basically, Wraith King will be more mobile and able to chase and initiate at 15, but he won't have effectively 32 more strength with his ulti. So it should make it easier to kill him twice across the board between 15 and 20 minutes, but he will be a little bit faster. So less getting kited as Wraith King, but less raw survivability, which is probably fair. How's this guy still streaming? I mean, it's a 9-hour stream. The real question is, how can I talk for 10 hours straight and still be alive? The answer is that a lot of the fat in my body is being drained away. And is my voice tired? Yes, absolutely. I get pretty tired on past days, actually. But yeah, playing or streaming Dota for like 10 hours is not awful. I can do it, no problem. I wouldn't say no problem. It's like a little bit tiring, but I can do it. But talking and thinking deeply about a game that I care about for 10 hours, that one can be a struggle. Okay, that's Wraith King. And here we are, base armor by 1 for Zeus. Shard cooldown reduced. This is the one where you jump. So you can jump more often. It also zaps people, which is pretty good. And then 10 talent, no more health talent at 10. You get movement speed. I liked the movement speed talent. I was sad when they removed it because I liked the movement speed advantage that you could get on Zeus. So movement speed is back. The other one is mana regen, I believe. Everybody gets mana regen. I will get movement speed. I used to get movement speed in armor. I was so happy about it. I buy a Veil, I'd have like 1 billion armor. Here it is. And then 15 talent. 25 movement speed. Wait. It was there. I'm confused, tired, and stupid. Anyways, 350 health is pretty good. What has he got? What's his other ones?
Some breathe fire.
I don't care. Mana regen, movement speed, static field, and it was movement speed. It was static field, movement speed, and then it was health, mana regen. Okay. They removed the armor talent. That was what made me sad. They did not remove movement speed. Used to have like 6 armor at 10. I liked that shit sometimes. In the right games, if they were going to gap close me. And then instead of cast range, insane cast range, they changed it to 50% spell lifesteal. Ooh. That's a shitload. This is so much spell lifesteal. 50%? That's so, yeah, 1 ult is full HP. It genuinely is 1. That's cool. That's really cool. No problem, Mini-Man. Thanks for watching. I mean, with Bolt alone or even Chain Lightning alone, it's a lot of lifesteal. Because keep in mind that you are, especially if you get that other talent, the static field damage, you're doing like 10 to 11% of their current health and damage. So you're getting a 6% of their current health after reduction in lifesteal, which is insane. That's a cool talent. 100 arc lightning damage is obviously very good too, but 50% spell lifesteal. Buy a Kaya right there, guys. Like, get some spell amp. Spell lifesteal amplification. You're turning that 50 into a 62 or some shit. 30% lifesteal spell amp. That's an extra 15% spell lifesteal. That's pretty cool. Static field doesn't spell lifesteal. Okay. Well, never mind. Everything I said was a waste of my and your time. All right, that's it. 8 hours, 53 minutes. Chump shit. Is the vaccine free? I'm getting through my health insurance. It's probably covered by my health insurance without a doubt, because then I have a lower chance of needing to be hospitalized, and therefore they wouldn't have to pay as much in copays to try to keep my sorry ass alive. So probably free. I can go for another 7 minutes. I don't know. One thing I can do though is run 3 more minutes of ads. Oh yeah, totally gonna play pubs for another 6 hours here. No, it's almost midnight. I gotta go to sleep, and because my appointment is at 11, I think, and I have to drive an hour to get there, because Republicans in rural areas of my state are less willing to get vaccines because they're fucking stupid. Anyways, yeah, it's at 11:20, so I have to leave by like 10. I'm just gonna like go to sleep and try to recover. Thank you for the subs, Marie. Look, it's okay to be a Republican in some cases, but if you are unwilling to get a vaccination, there's some shit wrong with you. So most of the people in the city that I live in are have to travel farther to go get vaccines, because there's way more availability in rural areas. Or there's just less people in rural areas, but I assume that they're controlling for the amount of people. Like, that's the thing. You don't just like you're not sending vaccines based on square footage. You're sending it based on population. If rural town has 200 people and you're sending 20 vaccines per month per 200 people, and there are appointments available in those rural areas, then those people are probably not taking the vaccines at the same rate that they are in liberal areas, for example. So it could just be a supply issue. Maybe I'm just being ignorant, but I suspect that it's very much more likely the fact that I think 30% of registered Republicans say they're not going to take the vaccine. And I think that number is like less than 10 for Democrats, for example. Okay. Is there any situations where you give mid a tango? You could give it to them if you just had a bounty run fight and they need regen, or if you just met them at the bounty run and they're about to go mid and they want to have one extra tango to help in the mid lane. That's probably the only time I would do it. Mid players are gonna have to buy their own regen now. I live in Wisconsin. It's a purple state, slightly blue. It's very gerrymandered on the state and congressional level, so that's why our politics are kind of fucked here. But that's true, and they got water runes too. Who came out on top of this patch? I mean, there's some big shard buffs that were kind of cool. I like Sveno's changes, but they're not like incredible. Basically, a lot of shard buffs. There's a lot of shard buffs. Shards are not used quite as much as they want, clearly, so they're trying to make them more viable. Tree got pretty good buffs, I think. The Leech Seed mana cost is pretty solid, but you can't abuse Nature's Guides easily, obviously. Tiny Carry's buffed, but is it good? Probably not that great. Timbersaw got some decent additions. Techies with Shard, like basically all the shards are just buffed pretty big. So Concussive Grenade is just sick now. Sick nasty. Little buffs here. Shard stuff. Last word is, or Arcane Curse is better, but you know, mix of things. Shadow Demon got pretty good buffs. Just mix of stuff, basically. Little nerfs to Puck. It was not that significant of a patch. It's obviously a lot of time to read through everything and think of the implications, but not massive reworks or anything like that. But I'm excited to play more. Necrophos Scepter really good, or Shard is really good, but the hero's probably still weak. Morphling got pretty nerfed. Magnus support's pretty buffed. Lycan pretty changed with Necro change. Line Shard's cool. Well, a lot of shards basically. A lot of shards just look good. Tidal Wave is even better. Jakiro Core. Gotta save this. Heroes to play. I have what, 8 files, text files on my desktop of heroes to play, and it's like they're all like 3 months separated. Hoodwink in Captain's mode. Inkswell Shard, rest in peace. Faces Void got some cool changes. Definitely gonna be better as a laning hero. Pretty mild. Almost all these are mild. Fireball is really good on Dragonite. I think that one's really cool. I can't help but think that one's just not going to be useful. Doom's moderately changed. We'll see how he works out. Oh, Dazzle. Oh, I'm getting excited again. Did I write down Dazzle? Oh, I did, yeah. Yes, the Brood rework. Bane. Okay. This took me 10 hours. Took me like 40 seconds to scroll up. Play for free. All right, let's run them out.